An unknown energy begins to affect Earth, the core expands, natural disasters are unleashed, and the world rapidly plunges into collapse. Extreme heat, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, floods, and abnormal cold hit the planet one after another. This is no longer a warning. It is the true end of the world. Sachin barely survives the apocalypse and reaches a safe zone. But as is often the case in these types of stories, the most painful blow is not dealt by the catastrophe, but by someone close. His own girlfriend betrays him. And this is where the most interesting part begins. Instead of dying, he is reborn a month before the end of the world. And if in his past life he tried to survive honestly, now he makes another decision, to live only for himself. This content is an original narrative retelling by the channel's author, created with a style, its own structure and focus. It does not literally reproduce the original material and constitutes a transformative work. The most important thing in an apocalypse is supplies, something I couldn't get in my previous life. That's why I am determined to seize this opportunity. I arrive at the building, I sign up for my shift as a shitty delivery driver. The asshole manager cuts my salary in half for being late, but it doesn't matter, because I'm here to steal the supplies and get revenge on my boss. Walking down the warehouse aisle, I recited a mantra. Space opened up, manifesting a supernatural scanning system. The system scanned numerous resources, such as rice and chicken, and quickly began to store them within my spatial storage. With each resource looted from the warehouse, I proudly declared the power of my spatial ability, whose mechanics are simple. The moment I activate the ability, everything around me is scanned and classified into cubic boxes, according to my will. Thanks to this, I don't have to buy supplies out of my own pocket. And I even managed to collect 2 lakes of fresh water along with resources from various cities to survive. The apocalypse will unleash an era of despair for humanity, in which a packet of noodles will be worth more than gold. But in my spatial dimension, time does not exist, so the food is always freshly stored. Overwhelmed and amazed by my own powers, I shed tears of joy because I no longer have to eat dirt as I used to. Once the storage process is complete, my new and sophisticated system summarizes the information of my collected supplies, with tons of basic necessities stored. I no longer have to worry about fighting for every grain. I used my powers. The manager and workers decided to check the supplies, but they are paralyzed with surprise, wondering how all their supplies were. Thanos erased them from existence. How am I the only person who got here before them? They started interrogating me. Instead of cowering like a coward, I proudly declared that I had stolen everything, which brought surprise to the men. The manager insulted me and sent his subordinates to catch me. But these losers are too slow, as I casually teleport using my spatial door. After I left, the men were bewildered, as if they had seen a ghost disappear before their eyes. Escaping from those losers, I went out the back, making my superhero landing and maintaining my elite style. What I just did is called a space jump, which allows me to teleport within a 3-meter space. In the coming apocalypse, this ability will become my get-out-of-jail-free card, because I can enter and escape buildings and steal supplies without worry. It will even help me in critical situations, such as escaping from powerful monsters. Now that my life as a delivery driver is over, I celebrate the fulfillment of my shopping mission. Suddenly, I looked at my phone and discovered a message disseminated by the government. The message is supposed to calm people's panic, informing them to remain calm. But I wonder if they know about the real disaster that is coming. Staring at my phone, I got very angry at the person calling me. It's sang Zio Kyan, the woman I'm in love with. I hastily pick up the phone, only for this damn gossip to start yelling at me for disappearing suddenly. While yelling at me, some asshole is betting and enjoying her body, and she gives me lessons on my responsibilities as a man, and about how I should give her our house as a gift. Ignoring her nonsense, I ask her if she needs anything. But after hearing more nonsense, I hung up the call after telling her I would call her back later. This fake bitch is the woman who spent 5 whole years surviving with me. During the apocalypse, for my love and devotion to her, I rummaged for supplies like crazy and took her to a safe zone. I did it all for her, but she betrayed me. In the end, the traitor had her secret boyfriend kill me after I stopped bringing her provisions. And then, as if to dance on my grave, the bastard played with her. Worst of all, my girlfriend didn't even try to stop him, and called me a foolish incompetent for dying. Giving him her body, she made him her new pawn, and there I was, begging until the day I died. Betrayed by the only person for whom I gave everything. But remember my words. Ayu and Sao Kyan will suffer in this life for what they did to me. My blood boils thinking about what they did to me, and I am determined to make her suffer 100 times more in return. The moment of anger fades as I regain my senses, and I realize that my next goal is to accumulate a lot of money. As a first clue, I decided to call manager Liu to sell my house at half price. But along with this generous offer, I set my own condition, demanding cash immediately. Later that same day, I decided to visit the real estate agency of my dreams. There my girlfriend, that demonic creature, and her terrible lover awaited me, ignoring their ridiculous complaints. I walked past her. Oyu, who was acting tough in front of me, threatened to kill me for daring to sell the house. I responded to his words with my hands, grabbing him by the neck and throwing him to the ground. And after humiliating the tough guy, I told him he was free to do whatever he wanted. Cao Kaiyan lunged at my back and begged me to let go of her little lackey. She even yelled for others to help her shut up. I activated my super-secret thought-killing technique, the primordial slap with the back of the hand. The attack is ultra-effective against the HO, who is left speechless and trembling after the encounter. As for the Tafka being, I'm straightening him out as he begs me to let him breathe. And as I release him, I assure him that I do not promise him an easy death. The tough guy writhes like a scared puppy while I approach the building. Attending to my own business, Zio Kaiyan checks her status before turning to me and ordering me to kneel before her. I turn to look at her, and my gaze is enough to drive both cowards away pathetically. After dealing with them, I went inside to meet the manager. This bald egghead wants to buy my house, believing he is some kind of genius with an IQ of 1,000. The house can easily exceed $1 million, but with its price cut in half. Liu is sure to make a big profit. I sit calmly and insist that payment must be made immediately. Liu, excited, accepts the deal and agrees to transfer ownership of the house starting next week. Once my conditions are met, I reflect that there will be no house to sell. So this man is a fool. The manager transfers $700,000 to my account. Satisfied with the deal, I leave the building, thinking about the various disasters that are happening at the same time. Luckily, the major earthquakes and tsunamis have not yet reached this part of the world. Thanks to this, the city's order is still intact. Passing by a high-interest loan flyer, I stop to note down the contact details. And then I quickly call the company to apply for a mortgage on my property with a certificate. Later that same day, I arrived at the ANA International Sea Loans Company. There, the man mocks me for having a low-value house. I reply with a smile and ask him how much money I can borrow. Ironically, this guy is Aayu's older brother, a guy who became a good snack for mutant beasts in my previous life. As he stares at me like a hound, he assures me that I can qualify for a loan of $500,000. However, I insist on asking for another $100,000, assuring him that I will make a profit within a week, and I will return the money. My risky offer makes Dai wonder if he is dealing with some kind of gambler. Dai accepts the negotiation process. Thanks to that deal, I got another $600,000 for free. As for Zio Kaiyan, she is currently angry about my actions but ignoring her nonsense. I continue to walk calmly, unaware that my crazy ex has seen me. My crazy ex-girlfriend carries out a stalking operation just to see what I've been up to lately. As for me, I am thinking about the recent collapse of commercial buildings due to rapid freezing, and the ebb and flow of water between these buildings. The Green City Hotel is the only place that managed to survive the apocalypse to the end. As I approach the hotel, I get excited thinking about enjoying the presidential suite and its magnificent swimming pool. Based on my experience, I think it's best to use this place as a long-term base for my plans. Although numerous warehouses were emptied overnight, this hotel is the only place that kept its supplies with fresh meals every day. I approached the hotel restaurant manager, Liu Xinrui, a beautiful woman who promised to accompany me. Immediately, I make her a ridiculous offer, asking for 1,000 tables for a grand banquet. The woman is speechless, but upon receiving an order of this magnitude, she immediately lists the prices for 3 or 4 different types of table arrangements, each more expensive than the last. I selected the 10,000 per table option, with a total order of 10 million. I provided her with a delivery address and promised to settle the amount within a week. Upon hearing about the 50,000 deposit, the manager immediately agreed and led me to the payment room. Even though the cost of ingredients alone amounted to 50,000, I am more concerned with connecting with rich people. Before continuing, the restaurant manager asks my name, and I answer appropriately. Insecurely, interestingly, without Rui asks me if I am getting married because of my order. I agree with her assumption and explain that it is for my wedding. Once the formalities at the hotel are complete, I leave the building reflecting on how I made the deal of my life with a simple deposit of 50,000. As for the total amount, I will let my beloved apocalypse bombard the planet. And help me with that. After my visit to the hotel, my crazy ex and her new toy appear to sneak in. Without Rui is sincerely happy for the lucky woman who is going to become my wife. Suddenly, Saukayan requests information about me. The restaurant manager is surprised by this question and asks for the woman's identity. Introducing herself as my girlfriend, Saukayan learns from the restaurant manager about my large order of 1,000 tables, and even congratulates the young woman for being a lucky woman. Interestingly, Without Rui is not very impressed with my ex, as she believes she doesn't deserve my wealth. Both are surprised. The restaurant manager is a true gangster and sides with me, and explains to her that rich people like to hide their identity so they can judge their partner's true personality. Sayakian wonders if these foolish rich people also like to hit others just before disappearing. You cannot comprehend that I have so much wealth, because in their eyes I am just a shit-eating ass liquor. The restaurant manager humiliates them by showing the immediate deposit I made. After that, there is a noticeable change in my ex-girlfriend's expression. She believes she is the special woman who will finally become the love of my life on our wedding day. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Ayu tries to touch her breasts, but Zairo Kayan bats him away. She wants to create opportunities for me to accept her on Dululu Island. Zairo Kayan could not have asked for a better life, and believes that the meme that her boyfriend is secretly an ultra-rich man has come true. Back at my house, I analyze my investments. So far, I have sold the house for 700,000, taken out a loan of 600,000, and spent $500,000 on the banquet. Despite acquiring all that, my initial mission of purchasing at no cost left out some items that I couldn't buy. So with my phone in hand, a sinister plan occurs to me, taking out an online loan. I hurry and download 80 apps immediately, posing as a top-tier model. I verify my identity quickly and apply for loans of up to 30,000 each. After spending a few hours doing that, I earned the most money of my life. Almost $1 million in online loans, but I couldn't afford to rest. I jumped out of bed, thinking about the various things I still needed to buy. I also needed fireplaces, ice blocks, and coal. These items cannot be found in the supermarket. The best way to acquire them is through instant online delivery. Recalling the extreme heat and intense cold I had experienced in my past life, I understood that I needed to install safety mechanisms. First, I called someone to confirm the price of smokeless coal. After learning the price, I ordered 2,000 tons and confirmed an initial deposit of 500,000. Next, I used the same strategy with the ice blocks. At the ice factory, they called me to meet in person, so I went. Before I arrived, a very beautiful girl named Medwo appeared. I would have acted enthusiastically if it weren't for the fact that she was Lena Shao Kayan's best friend. I mocked my ex-girlfriend for her false feelings. Lena tries to play matchmaker, blaming Shao Kayan for mistreating her boyfriend. Acting flirtatiously and seductively, this interested bitch grabs my arm. Ignoring her like the horse she is, I walked away and told her I had things to do. Clearly rejected Zio, who is left bewildered. Lena saw me book a taxi, and this useless clown thought I was testing her. So they booked a taxi just to stalk me. Anyway, I arrived at the ice factory to meet the boss. The Square Roblox character greeted me and shook my hand. I asked Sir Wu how long it would take to produce 2,000 tons of ice. He laughed and proudly declared that they were the best in terms of efficiency. They only needed 3 days to deliver it, at a total cost of 800,000 for the full amount. To start the deal, I paid 100,000 as a deposit to receive the order at the address. The Serguo happily accepted, and I could see in his greedy face how he enjoyed the huge sale upon seeing the deposit. Curiously, he asked me what my intentions were with the ice, and even offered to work with me again in the future. I explained my intentions, and told him that I was going to donate it to charity. The man was stunned after I left, wondering what kind of wealth I had. Another taxi stops to greet Sir Wu, who is already enthusiastic about his previous sale. Zairo Kayan approached to ask him about the details of their conversation. Seeing the crazy woman spying on her boyfriend like this, Sir Gu questioned her stalking in his mind, and simply told her that he had ordered ice blocks worth 800,000. Both women lost their minds, thinking that I was really a super-rich boy who had hidden his wealth all this time. Lena asks him what his intentions are with the ice, and Sir Gu casually reveals that the ice will be donated to charity. Once again, his words leave them bewildered. Now that I had completed my preparations for the apocalypse, I wanted to enjoy the time I had left. In my previous life, I was busy working day and night. Now I am sitting in a restaurant ordering the best chicken curry and non-bread that humanity knows. This restaurant is reserved for the upper class, but what surprises me most is a large question mark on the menu. The friendly waiter told me that the restaurant's head chef offers his exquisite work. The details are deliberately kept ambiguous until the food is served. Curious to see what would come, I ordered it. Meanwhile, I picked up a book and thought about the cause of the monster's evolution from the popular tale of Sanai. I remembered encountering a huge snake, just like the one in this book, but instead of the term mutation, I like to call it atavism, more fitting for a creature awakening its ancestral traits. A beautiful goddess with lush pink hair approaches me. She introduces herself as the head chef of the Yalin Music Restaurant. She has brought me a dish adapted to the temperament she has seen in the young man. A single glance at her captivates me and leaves me speechless. It's Duanya, a satanic chef who possesses the magical ability to turn decomposed creatures into food. However, the food she prepared stank of mutated beast liquids, and eating it guaranteed death. Seeing my skeptical face, Duanya began to wonder if I was worried that the food was poisoned. She presented the sample dish, calling it double-faced life, which offered 2 different flavors, and took a quick bite. I thought the dish was a masterpiece. I also regretted what had happened to her in the apocalypse, because otherwise she could have become my personal chef. As I enjoy a delicious meal, my 2 stalkers are dying of envy at my ability to afford such expensive cuisine. After eating, I decided to stop by a bar, enjoying the time I had left before the apocalypse officially arrived. Since these experiences will become a thing of the past, I am surrounded by 3 beautiful ladies who encourage me to drink. To my delight, it's the ultimate Andrew Tate life, and I'm all for it. Until I see a girl who seems to hate her experience. One of them serves me a drink and explains that Jun Jun has recently been cheated on by her boyfriend. Jun Jun begins her sad story and confesses her hatred for men who only care about betting on women who listen to her. There she adds that a man's nature is shown through his sexual desires. Union decides to surprise me by downing a glass full of new confidence in one gulp. She demanded to know my relationship status. Next, she offers me her body, desiring me as if I were the Korean Henry Cavill. Finding their way to the bar, my stalkers were surprised to see me having fun with the girls. Zio Kyan yells at me for cheating on her, and only to torment her further. I grab the young woman and demand that she come up with me. I took her upstairs, leaving Zio Kyan yelling at me to stop. I headed to a private room. I pushed her inside and slowly locked the door. Then I apologized for my sudden and aggressive behavior, but before I could even explain myself, Jun Jun was already ready to open her legs for me. I gave her a head yank to wake her from her drunkenness. That move was enough for her to come to her senses, instead of stealing her virginity. I told her to steal supplies and stock up on food. Finally, I advised her not to visit dangerous places like this bar. Although I could have taken advantage of the opportunity she had given me, I decided not to. All because those 2 assholes were breaking down rooms just to find me. Finally, the day of deliveries arrived. The 20 fireplaces I had ordered were there, along with the ice blocks. Both parties warned me because I had no equipment in my warehouse to handle the ice. Or the fireplaces, I instructed them to move them inside without blocking the entrance. Among the numerous workers, Ayo and my shitty ex-girlfriend managed to sneak in, both lost in their thoughts, wondering why I had rented such a huge warehouse for such strange equipment. Lena informed Zio Kyan about the banquet I had ordered at the luxurious hotel. The tables were properly arranged, even with a red carpet. The delirious clown thinks I'm going to propose to her here, of all places, and the ex-girlfriend Zio Kyan acts as if she wouldn't even accept the proposal, even if I went through with it. She wants to test my sincerity, unaware that, for starters, I don't give a damn. Zio Kyan decides to confront me and asks me what I'm up to. I look at her with displeasure, mocking her, and I ask her if she wants to help move things. She considers the comment insulting to a future rich lady. Lena chimes in and adds her opinion, and advises Zio Kyan to accept my request, since it could be a final test to become my girlfriend. The greedy woman gets to work, and I can see how she struggles to carry even a single box. Zio Kyan thought it was a small price to pay for marriage, pretending to be a fake bitch. Lena also intervenes, showing off her body and thinking she could also enjoy my wealth. Meanwhile, I stood there satisfied thinking about the easy and free labor I was getting. There were 1,000 tables with food. 2,000 tons of ice had to be moved before nightfall. Everything was properly sorted within the warehouse. There was my ex-girlfriend, showing off her dump truck like a pro, already plotting to steal all my money. Meanwhile, Lena is just as agitated and Zaya wonders why I haven't announced her as my girlfriend yet. There are no guests around either. Her best friend with room temperature IQ considers rich people to be strange and wonders when the show will begin. Meanwhile, I gave each of the delivery drivers a generous tip of 10,000 to thank them for their hard work. Full of joy at the generous tip, they thanked me enthusiastically. Finally, my ex-girlfriend approached and asked me if I was hiding anything from her, but I simply walked past her, ignoring her like the worthless trash she was, and refusing to give her money, unable to believe what had just happened. Zio accuses me of playing a cruel joke, revealing her sick fantasies that we would get married. I turned to question her sanity, reminding her that I had already sold the house and accumulated a huge debt, so it was impossible for a woman like her to be willing to stay with me. Upon hearing those words, Lena is surprised and asks me how I can be so broke if I ordered so many things. I replied appropriately, explaining that it was all for the project The Ashen Poverty. Now this psychopath is truly enraged, even lunging at me. But this human trash is not worth my time. So I dodged her and let her crash to the ground. Disappointed by the truth, Zio realizes that I am no longer the second-generation rich man she fantasized about. But it's not like I cared about a gold digger from the beginning either. Zio turns around, insults me, and vows to make me pay. Her best friend utters empty threats, but it doesn't matter, as if that would affect me. I leave them with a friendly reminder that the apocalypse will humiliate them and make them regret everything. That said, I maintain peace by closing the warehouse door and returning to work. So far, my supplies have been stored. I chant to open my infinite storage dimension. I absorb each and every resource within my spatial dimension. That same night, Aoyu and Zaya decided to visit Da. The fat man advised her to stay close to her brother. Instead of being the gold digger she is, Zaya turns her life around and treats him as her new sex toy. The blonde assures him that Da will personally take revenge on me. Currently, Zaya believes she has hit the lottery again, especially when she discovered that I was nothing more than a cheap-ass liquor. But I came on the scene just to spoil her party. I've been sitting here the whole time, and I've been mocking her for choosing just anyone, angry that you told your fat brother that I was responsible for beating them up. Dai calls me a hooligan as I calmly enjoy my meal. Beck Makata believes he has the upper hand by being more, and that I have made his job easier by showing up at his house. Au learns from his brother how I got a 600,000 loan from Humpty Dumpty. And meanwhile, Saukayan feels even more disappointed, thinking that I will never be able to repay that debt in my entire life. While these party poopers keep talking, I clean myself after a delicious meal. Dai approaches me thinking he can order me around just because I have to pay his debt. Why don't you suggest that they don't waste their time and give me a beating? Out of nowhere, the elegant restaurant manager without Rui makes her entrance and asks what's going on. Dai is unwilling to back down and demands a formal apology on his knees. Without Rui turns to me confused and asks me what's wrong with these people. Calmly, I tell her they are just a bunch of insects buzzing around me. My provocative words seem to have triggered the fat man's cholesterol because he punches the table and declares my death. Suddenly, another prominent figure makes his debut. This macho guy holds an even higher position than Dai. Dao asks what the reason for all the fuss is and demands that Dai keep everything secret, since he has important matters to attend to. This man is famous for his reputation as an excellent businessman on the surface, but beneath that facade, his connections in the Lampa world are enormous, and it's not advisable to go against him. Dai forgets his anger and accepts these demands. Based on my own experience, Gao Qiang became the Skull Crusher in the first apocalypse, playing an important role with the Hell Chef by his side. Suddenly, I remember an important detail I hadn't thought of before. Cao Ziu is linked to one of the first emergencies of atavistic mutant beasts. The ability to turn into a Skull Crusher is directly related to him. I got up to get his attention, taking the opportunity to steal his future. Gao Qian looked me in the eye, impressed by my confident gaze. The scene quickly cuts to Gao Qian's meeting with his boss, Sir San, who has brought him doing according to his demands. However, she suspects this man's disturbing intentions. The crime lord praises her for her reputation as a brilliant chef and dazzling beauty. As a gesture of goodwill, he offers her a drink, but with a single glance. Duanya can sense that the drink is adulterated with another substance. As for me, I am enjoying a nice view of everything that is happening from my room. In my first encounter with the apocalypse, I ran to Yakian and hid in the basement to endure the huge heat wave. I never thought that, just after leaving her, she would follow me here. Thanks to her, I can have a front row seat to watch her disappear right under Aau. And her fat brother are starting to succumb to the extreme heat of the night. The little bastard Aau recommended everyone to enjoy the pool, just so he could enjoy the view of the girls in swimsuits. Masturbating his chatterbox brother, Dai believes he has devised an excellent plan. Meanwhile, the girls are starting to succumb to the heat wave, wondering why the moon is shining so brightly today. And they hold hands, as the simple-minded Master 69 makes his move. He tries to win her over with cheesy lines and confessions of love, but Zyro Kyan couldn't care less about his itchy ass, and begs him to take her to the pool. Instead, I enjoy the view knowing that her little love life is about to go up in flames. I welcome the official start of the apocalypse. When the moon bursts into a crimson red, the losers below instantly feel its scorching heat. With their skin burning alive, they run like monkeys, doing everything they can to avoid the moonlight's gaze. Hallyu recommends that they run back to the hotel. Those already inside cannot explain the sudden temperature increase. Aau and his long beak are the first to jump through the doors, causing the others to shudder. The three clowns are anxious and begging to find water, and they locate a nearby aquarium. The restless clowns dive into it, break the aquarium, and pull out the fish. In the process, they fight each other for even a sip of water, while Don's goons cannot understand what they are doing. Suddenly, Aau realizes that his brother Hejida has disappeared. Speaking of brother Edgies, who was roasted alive and turned into a fried egg with burns on his skin. Returning to the scene with the chef, Dunya refuses to drink, which confuses Sir San. Gao Xian tries to change the subject and informs his boss about the banquet he has prepared. But Sir San takes it as a matter of pride and considers it an insult for someone to refuse his drink. In this situation, even he feels powerless to defend the esteemed chef. Donha is angry because this guy set her up just to climb the ladder. She knows that this disgusting crime lord is known for having exploited many women in the past. She will not allow him to manipulate her with the drink. Not knowing what to say, Donha wonders what to do instead. Fortunately, the dazzling effect of the moonlight emerges with an incredible beam that blinds everyone in the room. Hurriedly, the men close the curtains to avoid the sudden heat. Gao Kaiyong and Sir San consider the situation dangerous and decide to go downstairs to see what's happening. Fortunately, the chef survived the drink, and only a bloody apocalypse was needed. Without, Rui addresses the tenants and assures them that rescue teams are on their way to help them. Gao Kaiyan asks Old Mao for his analysis of the situation and learns about the sudden temperature increase above 70 degrees. Nearly 100 people have already been seriously injured. The worried boss calls Minister Zhao and explains that he is at the Green City Hotel and that he wants someone to come pick him up. Gao Qiang asks Sir Zhang what happened to the call, but he explains that the minister is busy and cannot send anyone to pick him up. Let's head towards the fried egg, who is furious even when cream is applied to his body. His condition requires immediate medical attention, but there is no way to get to the hospital at this time. So Dai intends to use one of his subordinates to go pick him up. The guy from the underground parking lot takes out his van and immediately heads to pick them up. But the moment he exits the basement, he is blinded by an incredible beam of light. It's so hot that the tires explode, stopping the vehicle in the insane weather conditions. Getting out of the vehicle just to make a call, the clown explains to Dai that his van is destroyed, which means he will have to go back underground for another one. Every step he takes melts the soles of his shoes, to the point where he stumbles and crashes to the ground, but then he witnesses something truly horrific. There are corpses with their skin completely burned to the flesh lying beside him. He tries to get up quickly, but his skin literally melts onto the road. Dai and the others hear truly horrifying screams coming from his phone, while the guy experiences agonizing pain. In the end, his phone is thrown aside in panic as the man meets his death. Now let's focus on the good things while the world goes to hell. Outside, I enjoy an air-conditioned environment, sleeping in my presidential suite like a baby. The outside temperature has reached 75 degrees, while the ground exceeds 100 degrees. 100 victims have been reported, and people are encouraged to stay home to avoid burning like toast. The city is suffering from an unprecedented heat wave. The increase in temperature causes power outages in some electrical towers and destroys buildings. Meanwhile, the chubby guy is pissed off because Zyro Dao is ignoring him. Worst of all these guys have to share a room like a bunch of crammed losers. The same goes for the girls, but my ex-bitch doesn't like the idea. Suddenly, the power goes out. Remember what happened before. These are the effects now. Does little brothers take off their shirts, unable to withstand the rising temperature? They insist that they will all die if they stay here. Duh knows they must act, while my shitty ex suddenly shares her brilliant idea that only her single-celled brain could have come up with. She points out that I have a presidential suite and that they could steal it for themselves. Let's go back to me. I am enjoying myself and I love the pool. In the first apocalypse, the city suffered the same power outages despite the city's efforts. In the end, it was useless, as the electricity still didn't work. In fact, this is the main reason why I personally chose a room with a pool. Now that I had finished swimming, I enjoyed the comfort of my air-conditioned aids, all thanks to my large battery to make it even more fun. I threw in some ice, grabbed a glass of wine, and enjoyed the luxury of fresh air. And ice cream. The bath had whetted my appetite, so I casually materialized a pile of food stored in my spatial inventory. They looked fresher than ever. To commemorate the first day of the apocalypse, I decided to have a simple breakfast. My brain wondered about the possibility of Gao Chan's growth. Suddenly, a group of annoying losers appeared at my door, yelling for me to open the door. The door was securely locked until I started to open it, letting out a gust of icy air from outside. The moment Dai felt its comforting touch, his world reeled. This Vides could not believe that I had the air conditioning on. Meanwhile, I intimidated them with my lethal facial card and asked them what's up. The idiot's little brother was dumbfounded by the epic pool and the food I had. Lena Zaya-Okian started yelling at me, telling me how selfish I was for keeping such a luxurious room all to myself. They even threatened to hurt me, as if that would do any good. Big Mac attacked. Dai intervened to remind me that I owed him a loan and that he could consider it payment if I lent him the room. While he was babbling nonsense, I decided to take out my leash. I only have one main ability, and it's called the American technique of shooting before you get looted. With his stomach pierced by a bullet, his face transformed in horror as he saw the terrible wound I had inflicted. To make it crystal clear to these lunatics what my stance was, I pointed my gun and threatened to send these spawns of Satan back to hell where they belonged. 3 of them asked me where I got the gun from, while Dai struggled to articulate a word. Suddenly, my brother surrendered. His sudden confession stunned Zio-Kayan and his little brother, but I didn't stop and shot him in the knee, leaving him on the ground. I threatened them again, emphasizing that I wouldn't stop if they didn't disappear in 3 seconds. The countdown to their disappearance began while I was busy dealing with these clowns. Here, Chan and his lackeys scolded Shen Rui for running out of food. The helpless manager reveals that, recently, a certain person booked 1,000 tables, which means there is no food for the whole day. Chan's boss, Sir San, didn't care and demanded that all that food be brought to him. A civil war broke out among the survivors, who argued over food and water, showing their desperation. While these guys argued about the party, Dai took his wounded ass back to Sir San. They even shared that I had tried to kill them a moment ago. Chiang quickly realizes that no normal person could have a gun in a situation like this. He is angry at the audacity of someone acting like this, my girlfriend, who is like a leftover sandwich. She rats me out for my trick, revealing the luxuries I possess in my room. Her words caught the attention of the desperate crowd, as she told them stories of how I had delicious food and all sorts of luxuries they could imagine. The people ganged up against me, thinking their suffering was more important than mine. Cheng just watched. He sent his men just to observe for now, while people arrived at my room. And the moment I opened the door, the same reaction occurred as with Du's party. Those disgusting parasites begged me to give them a chance, to let them enjoy the luxuries. Like me, there was even a fat kid, a mini Dai, who saw my plate of juicy fried chicken and ran like a damn goblin to eat it. But the very next moment, he received a strong kick to the chest. His body rolled and returned to the pile of trash he had come from while his mother cried for his well-being. I didn't care. In fact, I even offered to help them discipline the spoiled brat. That was enough to change the tension in the air. The same desperately kind guys were now boiling with rage, revealing their ugly true selves and calling me a murderer. These losers thought they could forcibly eject me by their numerical superiority. The little brothers forgot that I could use my main ability, so I humiliated them with a warning shot from my Glock. The bullet hit him squarely in the head, knocking one of them down as if he had never existed. This was enough to make my point clear, so I happily reminded them that it would only take 1 bullet to send them 6 feet under. Let's go back to your side, who is now crying like a dog, wondering why their older brother was taken out of the building. The answer is simple. He is already dead, and they cannot risk him getting infected with a decomposing corpse. Ayu's hatred for me exploded into outer space, and he blamed me for all his troubles. Interestingly, my ex-girlfriend decided to show up and strip with her best friend. They put on a good show for me. My brother begged me to let them in. Seeing them beg was quite amusing. But I wanted to play with them personally, so I invited them in. The excitement on these girls' faces was amusing. They thought they were being handed a lottery ticket, but then you, party pooper, you suddenly appeared to attack me. The brother thought he was an anime character who was going to get a power-up after a rage attack. So I casually punched him in the face and sent him flying. Ayu hit the girls with his body, terrifying them to a terrifying extent. They no longer wanted to try their luck by entering. I told them to get out, and I watched them leave the hallway. What they don't know is that I already had military equipment ready to kill them at any moment I wanted. Apart from the hotel, a military team arrived in armored vehicles. The survivors began to think that the soldiers had come to rescue them, but their hopes quickly faded when one of the soldiers demanded to locate Liu Sengguo. The man stepped forward when the rescue team told him they were there to escort him. This further agitated the crowd, who began to wonder why they were the ones being left behind. These soldiers assured them that their government had already launched a large-scale rescue operation. The idea is to execute it at midnight for security in Silicon Valley Plaza. Upon hearing this news, Chan and the others celebrate with great joy. In contrast to their excitement, Sursen appears out of nowhere like a vagabond and offers $1 billion for the insulating suits. The soldier instantly dismantles this aspiring mafia lord, emphasizing that they only came for Sen Wu's expertise in geology. They don't care about anything else. Sursen begs his Rofel Darrow Kyan to steal the suits, but he can do nothing against the armed soldiers as they leave. My ex couldn't help but stop them. They reported my case that there was a killer upstairs with a gun responsible for killing several people. The crowd begged the soldiers to deal with me. One of the soldiers took off his helmet, decided to act and betray the mission orders, and Zyro Feng told the others that he would follow him. After dealing with this mess, he started climbing the stairs with a rifle in hand. And my half-eaten sandwich, she smiled broadly, thinking she could take over the room once they dealt with me. The guy kept moving down the hall, scanning every corner. Suddenly, Zyro Feng noticed a hidden camera in a flower pot. Seizing the opportunity, I slid the door open and threw a grenade that landed at Zyro Feng's feet. This is the face of a man who knows he is screwed. The detonation did not stun, blinding his senses. Tear gas was his undoing, and if he had been wearing the helmet, none of this would have happened. As he coughed like a dog, I appeared from behind with a stick in hand at full speed. I hit him and knocked him unconscious. Zyro Feng woke up long after the incident. I had stolen his equipment and read his data. He was a sub-captain of the Special Forces, reduced to a pathetic image before me. The sub-captain was bewildered by my setup, as were the rest, who questioned my identity and my access to top-tier equipment. To simplify matters, I introduced myself as a graduate. I didn't care if he believed me or not. I began my interrogation. I asked him about the rescue points the government planned to establish. Zyro Feng is bewildered, because no ordinary citizen should know this information. Of course, I am the exception to that rule, thanks to living another life. Anyway, I told him that the mission would literally fail, which would lead to the death of many people on the way to the rescue point. Zyro Feng replied defeatedly, telling me that there was no other way to win. They couldn't transport people in armored vehicles due to space constraints. In time, the only thing they could do was hope that the survivors would reach the rescue points. The brother gave me an essay, a very long explanation, so I decided to finish him off. And not in the usual way. Pointing a gun at his head, Zyro Feng begged for a chance. He didn't seem to care about his own life. He just wanted to convey the message to people to use thick blankets to protect themselves from the heat. To his surprise, I cut the rope that was tying him. Zyro Feng didn't know what was happening. The point is, I like this guy for his honesty and his commitment to people. However, I warned him that if he messed with me again, things wouldn't go well for him. Zyro Feng thought I was afraid of the reinforcements arriving, so I pointed out my secret weapon, a surveillance turret with automatic recognition cameras and heavy machine guns. He was dumbfounded at the thought that a mere graduate possessed elite war weapons. The good thing about this is that it will kill everyone but me. Once I made my point clear, I reminded him not to mess with me. Zyro Feng obeyed. Surprisingly, later that same day, he left the hotel without saying a word. People could see that all his weapons were gone, making it clear that I had done something to this guy. Sir San was furious. Bro took out his frustration by slapping Cheng for being useless, while he beat up his henchmen. Cheng insisted that they had to wait for the rescue operation. At the same time, I made a triumphant entrance with a comment. A chill ran down his spine as he prevented his friend from lashing out at him. Furious, he asked me why I had come all this way. This time I came with good intentions, so I emptied a pot of ice cubes. Surprising Cheng, ice cubes were now such a luxury that people went crazy for them. But as always, my trusty rifle helped me turn them into dogs. Cheng called me a friend, described me in good terms, and asked for the deal. Both he and his friend savored the ice cubes in their mouths. They had been trapped there for days. It was the first time they had experienced any comfort. Sir San appeared out of nowhere and beat Chan again. He called him useless for keeping all the good things away from him. Chan felt annoyed. As Chan sucked the ice cube like the demon he was, he mocked Don Yi, the only chef among them, for daring to keep her clothes on despite the heat. Unable to control his disgusting impulses, he grabbed her hand to force her. Donya hit him with a cookie slate 9000, but that didn't stop this lunatic from tearing off her clothes, threatening that everyone in the room would have fun with her one by one. With his chest shattered, he mocked Donya for being covered in sweat. Meanwhile, an unexpected event occurred. Xiang, the lapdog, rebelled against his own master, Sir San, and yelled at him furiously. But it was too late. With a single karate chop to the neck, this man literally finished him off. Cheng took control of the group of survivors, assuring them that they would survive together. Duanya was bewildered as I watched the confrontation. My manipulation skills worked perfectly, and this will help Chang's position as leader. I wondered if this would help him in any way in his growth. Meanwhile, Zyro Kyan and Lin Na, the two dolls of the party, offered to do anything on their knees. They gave Kyan to drink from the jug of ice cubes before he threw it on her. The girls fought amongst themselves as Chang revealed the distance to the rescue point, which was a kilometer away. His friend didn't know why they were helping useless losers with supplies without them contributing. Of course, Chan is doing it on my orders to keep these idiots alive. Well, midnight finally arrived. People wrapped themselves in blankets and rushed out of the building. Suddenly, Zyro Kyan's blanket was snatched away. Not only that, but her clothes were ripped off as this guy threatened to do bad things to her outside. People can barely move in the scorching heat. Even at midnight, it's too much. With no supplies or water, they are practically torturing themselves, their own shoes burning from the heat. An old lady ends up tripping and falling face first onto the road. The result is horrific. As the skin on her face is completely ripped off, no one could help her, as the survivors kept falling one after another. The apocalypse was cruel. Prioritizing one's own survival was everything meanwhile. The worst was yet to come. The charred bodies of Dai and San underwent a transformation. As I recalled what I did in my previous life, I carried out the same rescue operation. Except I didn't have any blankets. Many survivors died in the process, returning to my shitty ex and her best friend. They were being stalked by Chan's second-in-command. Before this virgin could enjoy their bodies, the demons arrived. Dai and San, now possessed by rage, full of zombies, lunged at Chan's group. Ayo was terrified that they too would turn into zombies, so Chan used his ass as a test experiment and pushed him towards one of them. Chan felt a flash of heat upon contact with their bodies. I decided to make my triumphant entrance with a sword. Chan's subordinate thought I was showing off, while he himself was making plans to kill me after I finished them off. To explain to these corpses what was happening, but the apocalypse sunlight allowed for mutation. These creatures were not really zombies and were incapable of spreading anything. They could definitely be described as demons. Instead, the ugly couple headed towards me. The interesting thing about these demons is that they are capable of retaining memories from their previous life. Thanks to Chan killing Sir San, his corpse is now looking for the person responsible. The same applies to Dai, who became a demon because I was involved in his death. I dodged the fat man's charge and took the opportunity to go up and cut San's corpse. A clean cut split him open, revealing a crystalline core responsible for his superhuman abilities. The same thing that belonged to Chan in my previous life is now under my control. The fat demon rushes to flank me. I quickly lunge upwards and leave him for Chan to deal with. As I escaped, I mocked them for my own amusement. Chiang decides to exploit Ayu again. Bro sent his ass to hug his older brother. Ayu screamed for his life as they dealt with the demon. I didn't care in the least and poured myself a drink. The apocalypse is generous in releasing crystals like these through demons and mutant beasts. However, the spawn rate is scarce, even less than 1 in every 100 cases. I have already cleared the crystal core. All that's left is to drink it in one gulp. My body underwent a sudden and monstrous change. My eyes turned red, and I roared with such intensity and heat that my clothes ripped. I felt like a god, but in doing so, I also collapsed, as my body reached its maximum level of fatigue. While I was unconscious, Chan and his shitty men had just finished off the zombified fat guy, and Chen's lackey was angry because their water reserves had run out. To vent his frustration, they ganged up on Lena, who quickly revealed a way to deal with me. Dao was not in the mood for nonsense and demanded answers. When, suddenly, Lena betrayed her supposed best friend and revealed information about my past relationship with my shitty ex-girlfriend. Lena's ridiculous suggestion was to attack Sayakian, thinking that would earn my mercy, and I would open the door. The shitty ex-girlfriend agreed to the ridiculous request, as long as she could get meat afterward. And at this point, I don't know who she's talking about, but Chan's brain took a completely different direction. This guy suggested Saokayan take the blade and cut Lena's flesh to get fresh meat. Horrified, she turned to Lahina, whom she had just betrayed. Saokayan grabs the razor and approaches her, only for Lin to start ranting as if they had always been sisters. Saokayan gave her a death glare, reminding the treacherous bitch that she had just literally betrayed her. Horribly, this psychopath continued stabbing her in the abdomen, not once, but with numerous cold stabs. Even the men who suggested this idea were frozen. And stunned by her coldness, Saokayan stood by the corpse of her deceased friend as she bled out into a red pool. This crazy bitch laughed at her death, and I could only thank myself for having left her earlier. This murderous psychopath was also after my blood, as Chan instructed Du Anya, the chef, to use the meat for proper nutrition. Unfortunately, it was the only way to survive in that situation, so they had to take absurd measures against their will. Dao yelled at his men to find the chef immediately. It was during that time that I awoke in a rage. My body pulsed with animal speed, causing me to leap with superhuman agility. Looking at myself, I could feel that I had gained tremendous heat resistance. I could also crush anything with the palm of my hand. Looking through the peephole, I saw Donya peeking through the door. She was the most sensible person in the group, and thought those below had gone mad. I opened the door. My flesh was exposed because I didn't care. The chef clearly hadn't anticipated seeing my Omega-level Durak, which was comparable to 48 centimeters of venom. Donya yelled at me, and I apologized, realizing I was completely naked, back in my apartment. I felt nervous and deduced Duanya's intentions. She had been an excellent subordinate of Chan in my previous life, and although I wanted to kill her, the shame of what had just happened was killing me. Instead, the blushing chef assured me that she was an excellent surgeon, as well as an exceptional chef. Her mind took note of all the luxuries I had in my room. In fact, I praised her for being a doctor, but still, I didn't like the idea of dividing resources. Duanya panicked and assured me that she was willing to do anything, always. And when that guaranteed her survival, hilariously, I used this against her and allowed her to stay naturally. The easy victory bothered her, but I assured Donya that if she had ulterior motives, she would end up underground. The sad knew what she had to do and promised never to doubt me or my process. To test her will, I made the worst possible request I could think of and ordered her to undress in front of me. Let's move on to the part where she is naturally showering. Donya knew she was coming out on top with this deal, with the promised facilities, and no worries about the apocalypse. She was experiencing heaven while others rotted. But then, her mind suddenly recalled what had happened just a moment ago, as she was on her knees, while I caressed her face after feeding her meat. Still, Donya didn't care, considering her survival instinct. Meanwhile, I was just watching her shower, just to see if she would do anything suspicious. Leaving the locker room, she appeared before me in the tightest nurse uniform. One might imagine that Donya found it too small, but I could appreciate her curves with just a glance. And I told her it was perfect. Suddenly, I heard Saokayan banging on the door, begging me to help her. Outside, someone was clearly torturing her and threatened to break down my door. It was then that I noticed an interesting change in Donya. She warned me that it was very risky to give these people a chance when they had ganged up on Lena, which was a chilling revelation to me, prompting me to confront them properly. I stepped out of the shadows and opened the door. The men who had eaten human flesh had already become monstrous and crazed. One of them hid behind the corner, intending to ambush me as soon as I crossed, but his pathetic attempt yielded no results. When I grabbed the sword, I dismembered his arm on the spot, to the terror of my enemies. Saokayan escaped their clutches, running towards me, acting as if she needed me to save her. In reality, that bitch had already become a demon on her own. But I guess she never needed to become a demon, since she already was. I grabbed her by the neck, revealing that cannibalism leads to mutation, meaning these people were no longer even human. They were literal monsters. Chan doesn't care if it's the end of the world, these vermin only care about survival. Saukayan laughed maniacally, talking about how delicious Lena's meat was. She tried to scratch my face, hoping to cause me some harm naturally. I kicked the bitch to the next solar system, kicking her out the window. Somehow, thanks to the power of plot, she managed to survive and hold on. But it didn't matter, even though she cursed me. The exorbitant heat annihilated her body. Meanwhile, Chan and the rest of the attackers tried to attack me as a group. I felt so pathetic. Even thinking about wasting my precious bullets on these delinquents, one of them tried to jump on me. And suddenly, I realized that I actually love having a reason to shoot an idiot. Boom, one less. The rest of these disgusting bugs decided to scatter and attack me as a group with their greatest agility. I missed a few shots, while working from the ceiling thinking I had her cornered. In the end, I decided to shut her up by jumping in the air, grabbing her by the hair, and slamming her face into the ground. Then I grabbed the sword from the guy who tried to hit me, and used the same weapon to cut off his head. Finally, there was Chan, their leader. I only needed my hand to stop him, before slamming him against the nearest wall, and reminding him that he is not the alpha male he thinks he is. And then an interesting problem arose. Zio Kayan, my demonic ex-girlfriend, returned transformed. She had mutated even further and jumped inside with a burning vengeance. The speed of her mutation showed me that she truly despised me. First, I broke Chan's neck, and then I expressed my pure bloodlust to personally destroy her forever. The demonic beast shrieked at me as our final dance in hell began. Watching the fight from the side, Donya saw my tremendous ability to defeat them. However, she felt uneasy about Zio Kayan's condition, believing that this monster was on a completely different level than the others. Interestingly, she really wanted to help me. Finally, a loyal bitch in a world full of falsehoods. Donya suddenly saw something and yelled my name. She came out looking tough with a whip, urging me to help defeat Zio Kayan. This was truly surprising to hear. I thought she was only good for hiding, but she impressed me by showing up to fight. I didn't want Donya to become an obstacle, so I told her to stay out of the way. Meanwhile, the ugly bitch became even more monstrous, and uglier, she lunged at me like a torpedo, intending to rip off my head. I was too distracted at that moment, so the first blow hit me and caused me some damage. Anya shrieked worriedly, but the fight was already over. I had entered my new berserker mode, and I felt nothing. The demonic Zio Kayan jumped on me again, thinking the same thing would happen. She wanted a piece of my flesh, literally, so she bit my neck, unfortunately. My body had become so resistant that her insignificant fangs meant nothing now that it was my turn to attack. I grabbed her by both arms and slammed her back. I would never forget it. Stretching her out properly and cleanly, I wondered if she was ready for the pain of her life. Then I propelled her into the air with such speed that her arms detached from her body, leaving her screaming in pure pain. I stepped back a bit and thought about how much I wanted to torture her in the apocalypse, but things escalated so quickly that she had to die. Now, to my surprise, Zio Kayan approached helplessly towards a corpse. Before swallowing it whole with her gigantic mouth, this alien used the corpse to regenerate her limbs again, thus regaining all her health. It seemed she wouldn't give up easily and was ready for the second round. Her sudden regeneration surprised me. Duanya felt the same horror, but this, actually, made me feel ecstatic instead of desperate. After all, I could now torture that bitch as many times as I wanted, tearing her apart as many times as I wanted before delivering the killing blow. With such ferocity, I lunged so fast it seemed like I had teleported, curious to know how far she could regenerate. I tore off her arm again, making her scream like the trash she was, to psychologically torture her. I even announced what I was going to rip off next. I tore off her right arm, and she roared as she screamed. Tails and legs also detached, until she was reduced to a mop on the floor. But I wasn't done with this gem yet. No, I assured her that we were just getting started. The moment her regeneration activated again, I smiled. The same thing happened again. When I turned her into a nugget, the third round was about to begin. Her limbs disappeared again. Several rounds later, I even tore off her organs. We had to continue for a total of 21 rounds to erase even a little of my disgust for this woman. The same demon who wanted to kill me was now begging me for an answer, begging me to tell her why I had done all this. I found it poetic. In my original life, she had conspired with Au to kill me mercilessly. Here came the heel of my revenge. as I crushed her head like an insect. The torture session was over, and Duanya wondered in horror if I was okay. I just turned to ask her if she was ready. My question left her stunned, and as I touched her body, I provoked her by ordering her to reward me for putting on such a show. At that moment, Duanya could only wonder what I meant by that. Let's move on to the part about the rescue point. Some of the survivors were heading to this place, and surprisingly, the outside temperature began to stabilize. People took it as a ray of hope for the end of their agony. The soldier I confronted told his captain. Or the survivors who were approaching. The captain was one of those MILFs you couldn't play with. Do you remember those survivors? They were no longer human, but literal zombies. The captain realized they were facing a sudden horde, and ordered her men to evacuate the civilians immediately. This captain decided to use herself as a lure to attract the horde, just to ensure the survival of the civilians. Meanwhile, I was having a good time with Donya. We had already done it several times, and she was starting to wonder when it would end. Naturally, I took advantage of her magnificent curves and told her that I would leave her some memories to remember, giving her some blows from behind that she would never forget. I reminded her that she had to obey my orders. Having satisfied my urges for the night, I thought Donya was completely subdued to me. Now I just needed to escape before the wave annihilated this place. In my previous life, the same scenario occurred in which the zombies attacked the rescue point. That wave swept away many soldiers and civilians. This also led to the dispersion of military weapons, which allowed the thugs to do whatever they wanted. One of these naive groups thought it was a good idea to stop me. I reacted with slight annoyance, thinking about how stupid it was to rob someone at this hour. Instead of stopping me, I hit the gas and ran over these clowns. My destination was the underground subway station, just like in my previous life. This place collapsed due to the wave that killed thousands of people. The problem was that they had mutated and turned into zombies. I could see their glowing eyes watching me from the darkness. One bad thing about most zombies is that they don't all guarantee to drop a crystal, which means hunting them is a tedious process. Instead of focusing on these hordes, I decided to go to the university to try my luck. Once there, I dematerialized my vehicle. I entered the barracks. I saw some of these demons chained up to serve another group. It turns out these guys think they're the bosses of the territory. I knew how to get their attention, so I offered them chicken feet in exchange for a free pass. As expected, these guys went crazy and begged me to throw them the chicken feet. Smiling, I threw them close enough to the zombies. But the greed of these maniacs got the better of them to the point where they all jumped to grab it as they fought each other. I pulled the string and retrieved the chicken wing. These guys were worthless scum who didn't even deserve the slightest help. They drew their weapons in fury hoping to kill me. But I was carrying a gun into a hand-to-hand fight, and after a few headshots, I left freely. I didn't even have to deal with so many retarded clowns in my previous life. Because they were dead anyway, I went up to the labs and with my bare hands. I ripped off the lock. From the looks of it, it was clear that no one had been there. The snakes were dead, at least most of them, but the one I was looking for, that one was fine. It was the Golden King snake, a predatory beast that became the leader of the army in the future. This little guy ended up mutating into a beastly dragon and almost killed me in the process. I know it will only take another week for it to enter its mutation cycle when the flood begins. That's why I had to deal with this thing immediately. I didn't know it had this snake, but just looking at it, I could feel it was more dangerous and intelligent than any other creature. Suddenly, a dull noise caught my attention. This university campus had more groups than I thought, and they were about to ambush me. The thugs ordered me to come out, playing it safe instead of rushing. Meanwhile, I walked forward calmly, saying I couldn't waste time with these idiots. To my surprise, a woman appeared out of nowhere and took out those jerks with a sweeping kick. She first broke the neck of one, and then crushed the head of the other between her thighs. I mean, they were living a dream if I'm being honest. With two down, she leaped to the other side of the room and caught the last guy, twisting his neck like he had never existed. She was so busy dealing with them that she forgot about me despite being in a disadvantageous position. The captain snatched my weapon with a blow and sat on my face. What bothered her most was her inability to twist my body as she had done with the others. Instead, I simply enjoyed being trapped between her thighs. It didn't take long for me to tie her to a chair to remind her of her place. The captain introduced herself as the leader of the Blue Tiger Special Forces. Beikong ordered me to be polite, but I didn't care and asked her if she knew Xiao Feng. The name stunned her, while I remembered tying him to the chair just like her. While this was happening, I cooked my delicious juicy steak and took a bite. She explained the story of how a group of thugs took over the school after stealing military weapons. The zombie horde attacked the rescue point, and Xiao Feng led the civilians to a safe place. But some of those ungrateful clowns decided to betray him from within. While eating my steak, I assured the captain that it wasn't her fault. Bai Chen was getting angry about being tied up like that. I didn't care about freeing her, as long as she didn't crush my skull with her thighs. On second thought, maybe it would be better if she did. Well, in the end, I freed her and gave her a gun, as I had personal matters to attend to. I hoped the captain would deal with the university mess on her own. Bai Kang told me her plan to ambush the group of fugitives. She also told me that this could be our last encounter. Suddenly, I became interested in the matter and decided to help her, pretending to do it for Xiao Feng. In the university administration building, the leader of the thugs was sitting enjoying his women and asking how the mission had gone. He was guarded by dozens of men. One of them informed the boss that they would soon capture the students. The boss ordered them to kill anyone who refused to cooperate. Their plans were shattered, just like the door when I kicked it open. I stood there fearlessly, interrupting their meeting. On the street in front, he asked me for my identity, especially when there were 20 others outside, guarding the building, which amused them. So I decided to reveal my special entry tactic. I pointed my finger at his head. Before uttering the word, Van, and what do you think? His head exploded at that very instant. Now, you might wonder if I'm suddenly borrowing Makema's powers from Chainsaw Man. And that's exactly what these terrified clowns thought. Panic said they thought I was the devil himself for killing someone like that. Actually, my loyal companion, Bai Kang, had been shooting these idiots from an advantageous position. She warned me of the dangerous situation I was in, facing numerous armed assailants. Bai Ten, honestly, didn't believe in the safety of my plan and urged me to retreat. Just before I had thrown her my sniper rifle and scope, indicating for her to go to the roof and shoot anyone I pointed my finger at. It was the most absurd strategy anyone could think of, but somehow this woman trusted my instinct and accepted it. Then a new problem arose. The curtains closed suddenly. Bai Kang panicked and begged me for information about her broadcast. Broadcast information. I could hear the leader laughing at my strategy. He had already realized that there was a sniper on the roof, and with this information, Bai Chang rushed downstairs, hoping to help me as quickly as possible, and heard another broadcast from the leader's voice ordering his men to shoot me. At that moment, I was literally going crazy, and she ran so fast that it only took a few seconds to get there. But something totally unexpected happened, you see. I had already finished off these amateurs, and my safety was never in danger. From the beginning, I grabbed the leader by the neck, who begged me for mercy, while I calmed his worries by sending him to hell, along with the rest of his friends. Meanwhile, the captain stood there, unable to comprehend what had just happened. I told her that there were no provisions to hoard there, while Bai Kang wondered if any other group had stolen them. Instead, the situation looked grim for the students who had nothing to eat. I thought about sharing my personal provisions with them, as long as they reacted kindly. Quickly, I urged her to head to the girls' dormitory there. Xiao Feng was already waiting. By the way, although I annihilated the thugs, one of them survived, and it seemed he had overheard my plan. One of the thugs ends up coming to the office, wondering if she is still safe and saved, and if she is fine, the men threw her to the ground, freeing you from her bonds. Apparently, this woman had been playing the role of a spy imprisoned by the other group. She had such a close call with death that she begged Stelfeng to comfort her. He heard that this bitch was horny and sadly whipped her back. This girl had an orgasm right after. Anyway, Stelfeng interrogates her for all information. Heim described how the demon who stole all the supplies and escaped. Returning to Xiao Feng's side, Captain Bai and I arrived at the dormitory rooms. Xiao Feng was surprised by my sudden arrival, and I quickly told her to open her wound so I could examine it more closely. Although she only had a few scratches, her condition was worsening, and for understandable reasons. Zombie fingernails are covered in various microorganisms that could put her life in grave danger. Xiao Feng thought she was done for, especially when they couldn't find any medicine. But I dispelled her concerns by showing her a box of medicine. Captain Bai was horrified to see that I had so many on hand. Perhaps you wonder why I am being so tolerant of Xiao Feng. In my first life, there was a being known as the God of War, whose strength was comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. My intuition tells me that this is this guy, and I wanted to invest in him long-term. As if reading my thoughts, Xiao Feng told me that he knew I had a greater purpose than simply helping him, and he wanted to hear my thoughts. Immediately, I raised the worst concern for the people here, the arrival of the Great Flood. Captain Valley and Xiao Feng listened to my concerns with silent attention due to the intensity of the heat. The glaciers melted rapidly, causing geographical instability. Soon, the seawater will unleash its terror on the land, flatly denying my warning. One of the university students shouted that it was complete nonsense, and that I had some kind of treacherous plan to keep all the resources for myself. This crazy woman is actually Fangin, my former classmate, a rich girl, and also a famous boxer. Her attention was focused on my supply bag, thinking it was hers. She tried to steal it. I decided to be very polite, extremely kind in my approach, and slapped her in response. With a swollen face and a broken tooth. Now she understood her place. Surprisingly, the rest of the students cheered my name and supported me for confronting the most annoying troublemaker on campus. They even wanted me to kick her out. The brat, in response, threatened them all with her daddy's support and swore to kill them with daddy's money. Meanwhile, Captain Bai asked me if it was right to leave her alone. Fangin was leaving the hall when her luck led her to encounter the worst person possible. Fang, who played with her body, asking her about my whereabouts. Well, after having resolved the campus affairs, I insisted on helping Captain Bai with the evacuation process. The only thing that worried me was the mutation of the Golden King snake. My intention was for this guy to mutate, and by then, to gain hydrokinetic abilities. As I walked, I suddenly heard Fangin's desperate screams. Around the corner, she was chained up and being tortured by Steel Fang. And his men. He introduced himself as a member of the Federal Evolution Office, but I didn't care. Steel Fang thought I was some kind of monster for defeating the thugs by myself. To complicate matters further for me, he opened the container, releasing a horde of bloodthirsty demonic zombies. Steel Fang announced my death. It was around that time that Captain Bai suspected something was going on. She wanted to look for me and ordered Xiao Feng to stay, but he refused and decided to come. Fangin looked pathetic, while Steel Fang considered this game an opportunity for me to save the princess. He was willing to let her go. As long as I begged him on my knees, I thought about it for a moment, and confessed that saving Fangin was easy. Somehow she got excited, thinking I would really go that far for her. Then came my objection. She started ranting, complaining, talking like a madwoman, and accusing me of breaking my word. I used her own shitty attitude against her, and I wondered where her daddy's support was. Clearly, they should be the ones to help her after all. Fanding looked like a disgusting dog, even in the situation she was in. She couldn't help but yell at me. Instead of adapting to the situation, I smiled amusedly, reminding her to remember her words. And then reality hit her. The zombies were already reaching her from below while she was busy yelling at me with every bite. Fanging screamed, saying she was wrong and that I should save her. The zombies devouring her didn't care. Jar's Delphin was genuinely amused by my coldness and my refusal to help anyone. He was desperate to show me the advances of his group. First, he revealed a powder. This powder somehow controlled zombies, as long as you applied it to yourself. I thought it was a reasonable idea to trick the zombies using bone ash. Steel Fang was horrified. It was clear he had no idea I was using ashes. Brought Osio embarrassed and ordered the bloodthirsty zombies to tear me apart. The whole horde lunged at me, while I prepared a stance to face them all. Out of nowhere, I manifested twin swords, and then unleashed a dozen cuts that sliced through everything in my path. And after finishing off some zombies, I fixed my gaze on the main culprit. At that moment, Steel Fang didn't even pay attention to what was happening. He thought I had already been torn to pieces, when in reality, the opposite happened. Captain Bai and Xiao Feng arrived at the scene. Terrified by my situation, in their eyes, it was a suicide attempt, especially when many zombies surrounded me. Steel Feng became agitated because his zombies refused to attack. However, for him, it was already the end of the game. As I wiped the dust off my shirt, he still didn't know what was happening, so possess, cultivating aura to the fullest as their bodies separated. I had already finished this fight, and he couldn't even blink. Steel Fang expressed his total shock, as I told him that I had no interest in confronting the Federal Evolution Office. However, now that they were after me, I couldn't help but give them a dose of their own medicine. First, I grabbed his mouthpiece before I counted to 3, threatening to crush them. And Steel Fun did not reveal his leader's name. He chose the wrong words, and decided to beg me to stop, showing total cruelty. I yanked his head so hard it broke, and ripped it off his body. It was like a fatal blow from Mortal Kombat in the eyes of Captain Bai, who quickly realized that I was a literal monster far beyond a trained fighter. After ripping off his head, I felt like I had yielded. It really made me miss my wonderful assistant. Speaking of her, my maid, Donya, was at that moment enjoying her wet dream with me. She had taken so much advantage of our precious moments together that she woke up in a panic, wondering why I hadn't returned yet. Donya didn't want to be useless, ever since I told her she had no useful qualities for me. This fueled her determination to prove her worth, so she picked up a gun and ran towards the office. Surprisingly, there was no one there until suddenly a zombie appeared from behind. Taking her by surprise, the zombie loomed over her. As her butt hit the table, which meant she had nowhere to run, the stupid bitch forgot she had a gun, until the zombie snatched it away with a blow. The zombie jumped forward to test her. Donya thought she was finished, but surprisingly, this one didn't bite her. She couldn't understand what that zombie was doing. All she did was sniff the surroundings. She realized the zombie was blind. This increased her luck, but she was still in great danger if she made the slightest noise. Donya looked for the weapon, offering us one perspective after another. Her hand was almost there. She just had to grab it, but the zombie was close behind. Suddenly, that thing realized she was lying there. So it lunged. It was at that moment that my words echoed in her mind. When I told her I didn't want her to be useless, determined to prove her worth, she instantly kicked it with the sole of her foot, with such intensity that it pierced its skull. That wasn't enough because the zombie grabbed her leg. Donya panicked, so she repeatedly hit its face again and again, after causing enough damage to its head. She managed to secure her first kill with the zombie's collapse. Here she gained confidence. She was no longer useless. In fact, she was eager to extract a crystal from this zombie's head with an axe. Returning to my situation, Captain Bai and Zio Feng followed my instructions for the evacuation of the students. Captain Bai's military team managed to contact her brother, Ming, and they joined forces to ensure safety. Finally, the snake began its mutation cycle. I watched it cautiously every step of the way as we stared at each other. I even brought it a small cube to complete its mutation. This way, it would save me extra time. The snake came into contact with the water, and the moment it submerged under its structure, it turned into a monstrous beast. I cautiously watched as the creature ended up rolling and destroying the cube. From that small cube emerged a titanic beast with bloodlust in its eyes. I was surprised that such a powerful mutation was possible with so little water, when in reality, the flood would have helped it evolve further. I drew my sword and set out to tame the creature to make it my personal pet. But instead of fighting head-on, the golden snake ran for its escape, demonstrating its exceptional intelligence. I ran upstream to catch the beast. Despite the golden snake's unique ability to shed its skin, I was much faster and managed to connect my attack. However, my sword broke on impact, meaning I needed a stronger weapon. Retaliating, the titanic snake opened its jaws to swallow me whole. I decided to simplify things for once and imbued Mac Chason's fury into my fists. With a single blow, I took down this bastard, but its resilience, I didn't know when to give up. As it coiled its body around me and managed to trap me securely, the tables had now turned. I was the one who had the golden snake cornered. I thought this would be the best opportunity for it to finish me off, and I prepared the finishing blow. While this was happening, Min and Khan were joking amongst themselves. Captain Bai's brother teased her for being too fascinated by me. In reality, it wasn't fascination, but reality. She knew I was monstrously strong in every encounter. And that was the only way she could trust me. Let's get back to the fight. I activated my berserker state and grabbed the creature by the neck. Now it was the golden snake that was trapped in my claws. I threatened to break the creature's neck, knowing that decapitating it would still be dangerous. Instead of aiming for its neck, I focused on its upper jaw and in pure gore style. I ripped off its lower half. After ending its life in a horrific manner, I located the crystal that I had set my sights on. This was going to guarantee my evolution to the next level. The heat had already extinguished the will of the people, but the flood was going to completely demolish human civilization. Not even safe cities could escape its massive destruction, and only tall buildings, like the administrative section of the University of Engineering, could survive the attack. During this time, I had already absorbed the golden snake's core, allowing me to easily navigate the water by acquiring new abilities. My body had automatically developed scales underwater to adapt to the current. Even my eyes had enhanced vision with a protective layer. I didn't even feel suffocated, and it felt like my skin was breathing for me. Although it wasn't complete control of water, it provided me with all the benefits I needed to withstand the flood. At that moment, I felt that swimming against the current would be the best option for me. However, I still had to be careful about debris in the water, even with my new powers. From the looks of it, I assessed my surroundings and deduced that the apocalyptic winter was rapidly approaching. with so many natural disasters befalling humanity. Our survival seemed like a joke. In comparison, the only way to survive was to keep perfecting my strength. I vividly recall in my previous life how the aftermath of the flood led to the appearance of powerful entities. The northern parts of the city were conquered by the Golden Snake King in its fully mutated state, as well as by the Corpse Queen. The southern part was not spared either. That became the territory of cannibals who devoured everything. The western area was conquered by the Rat King, who looked very much like SCP-682. The eastern part was the safest, conquered by Zai An's demolition and Duanya's leadership. I remember running into them and nearly dying so many times, but thanks to the choices I made this time, the eastern part has been eliminated, as has the Golden King Snake, and now I only had to cultivate the rest of the crystal cores to continue my evolution. At the same time, the Devouring Clan had so many members on their side that not even the Corpse Queen's hiding place guaranteed any help. That leaves me with the Rat Army. The Technological University messed up and suffered a rat infestation. I think I'll head there as quickly as possible to get the crystal. I was so absorbed in my thoughts that I completely forgot about my fellow swimmers in the floodwaters. They have surrounded me, and it's time to teach them manners. Meanwhile, a certain person clung to a tower to save her life, about to be swallowed by the waves. Suddenly, they both saw me cutting through the water as if I were the reincarnation of Michael Phelps. And they were completely surprised. They both belonged to the evolution office and thought I was responsible for the flood. They had the audacity to think they could take me down in that situation. Luckily, Eggman was the more sensible of the two and saw something in the distance. Right behind me was an army of bloodthirsty zombies swimming after me. It just so happened that I was swimming even faster than them, and against the current, no less. These guys thought they would scare me with a warning, so they identified themselves as members of the office. I heard their shouts and was amazed by the influence and reach of the office. However, this became the perfect opportunity to pry information out of them, as any normal man would. I flew out of the water like Superman and basically broke the bald man's head. The first guy fell to his doom screaming and crying, but surprisingly, his friend grabbed him by the arm at the last moment, which is rare when you think about how treacherous these guys can be. This guy was at the limit of his strength. His nerves were about to snap from the strain he was exerting, only to lift this guy. It wasn't his fault this fat Ejit weighed so much. He even told the guy to let him go, because they would both die together. I comfortably watched their demise before interrogating him about the office. The members didn't care at all, and were willing to give their lives just to keep the information away from me. Applauding their confidence, I left them to their fate. One of the zombies from the wave ended up grabbing Eggman's leg, and well, the brother fell and died. His friend screamed and wanted to save his colleague. In the end, both fell into the water. That small act of heroism didn't do him any good, as the zombies immediately lunged at them. Until I arrived and tore them apart, I took care of the horde myself, slicing them to pieces like sushi for lunch. These normal guys watched me, and finally realized I wasn't on their level. After saving their lives, they opened up to me, knowing they owed me a big favor. They revealed the objective of their mission, which was to watch me, and even revealed the exact location of the office, which was located at the Technological University. Chief Liu led the group, and these guys were just following orders like dogs. Remembering the connection between the rat plague and the Technological University, I realized the office must have had something to do with it in my past life. Unfortunately, these guys knew nothing about what was going on inside the labs, as it was restricted to researchers. But I knew I had to act quickly before the rat apocalypse wreaked havoc throughout the region. By the way, Donia was waiting at the Green City Hotel safe from the floods. She found a crystal core from the zombie and managed to consume it, even though the water began to flood the city hotel, so her problems started to worsen. This bitch was hotter than ever, her body convulsing under the crystal's influence. Out of nowhere, a water worm decided to play with her body, tangling her legs. That slimy thing took complete control over her, and she was about to become a completely different genre of manga. Unfortunately, my dear learned friends, the worm turned out to be a bloodthirsty flesh-eater with 100 sharp teeth. This thing almost bit her face off until she grabbed it with both hands. Wink, wink, the worm knocked her down, wrapping its arms around her before tangling all over her body, forcing her to submit to its control. Duanyu was trapped by force, but that wasn't all. There were dozens of them, and they were about to take turns. At that moment, she didn't even have a chance to test her abilities. In another life-or-death situation, my words became her ray of hope. I had told her about the crystal core that always granted abilities, although it was unknown what kind. She wondered how such an ability could be used when its existence was not even known, to which I guided her to sense the change in the environment and her energy, sensing that perhaps it was too much. This woman begins to perceive the weaknesses of those strange noodles. Now that she could locate their brains, she took control of them and ordered them to stop. That authoritative command was enough for the noodles to retreat. However, Dunya felt annoyed by being covered in slime. Wink, wink. Once again, with newfound confidence, this woman picked up an axe and assured them she would cut them barbecue style. The furious slaughter began and ended quickly. Although she had no idea someone had approached from behind, it was me. And although she turned to look at me with a murderous glare, I stood there indifferently with my snake out. Donya felt comforted by my return, and she greeted me with her stress balls. She quickly felt my snake and recoiled, scolding me for not wearing any clothes again. Well, we both decided to take a shower I enjoyed. The comfort of my home. Dunya gave me a back massage. She knew I had awakened a new ability and wondered how I had obtained such information. It was simple. Her mouth was quite hot. Previously, my comment had made her blush. I asked her for details and discovered that she could control minds. She decided to practice that skill. She took control of me and appeared as a vampiric goddess calling me master. Duans, the control over me broke with a terrifying awakening. My mental power was so fiercely strong that the influence of mind control did not work. I liked it, I loved it even, and I decided to show her my appreciation by ensuring she couldn't get out of bed the next day. I helped my snow bunny, bad bitch, learn to aim a gun. She didn't know why I was spending so much time with her, especially considering my mission to go to the technological university. It was necessary to teach Duanya the basics of shooting well and perfecting her skills. Considering her additional medical training, I surprised her with the revelation that she would accompany me on the next mission. Duanya expressed her discomfort at wearing the bunny suit I ordered her to put on. She wondered if I had been to the university before. The truth is I had, in my previous life. But in front of this girl, I pretended I had to save a friend there, and she thought luck was on my side for being a good person. We reached our destination. Finally, the place known as the University of Science and Technology. It looked nothing like an academic institution. My eyes drifted to the side. Hearing the sound of a gunshot, I covered Donya with my body. The bald guy who tried to attack us had the audacity to ask questions after shooting. I knew for certain that this was the same place where the mutant Rarkin had emerged. Acting in the interest of the office, I told the guards we were here to join their group. This disgusting bastard got horny seeing a girl in a bunny suit and wanted her for the night. Luckily, Duanya knew how to be useful and offered him a delicious dish of stewed pork to convince him. The idiot collapsed like a folding chair, like the pig he was, and immediately signaled for the door to be opened. The door opened, and we were allowed in. This man only cared about his precious meat, as he signaled us to stop to the side. The greed of this guy was biblical, not knowing that Donya had applied her mind control technique to him. You see, what he was holding wasn't roasted pork, but the severed, disgusting arm of a zombie. Well, we moved on thanks to our guide. The guy showed us some refugees who were in very bad shape. The lower levels were for the most disadvantaged in the base, and he quickly realized that we were not the type of people to mingle with such people. Suddenly, a little girl bumped into the guy. The poor girl felt very dizzy, and Donya's maternal instinct kicked in to help the child. She sensed that the girl was very weak and had nothing to eat. Knowing her parents had passed away, Donya offered the girl a piece of bread. The girl affectionately called her bunny sister, a compliment that made Donya blush. I intervened and jokingly told her everything would be all right, but the poor girl was skeptical and thought that food was scarce in apocalyptic times. She was right about everyone except me and my strength to prove her wrong. I stepped forward and prepared a mountain of delicious meals, assuring everyone that I took good care of my women. The girl wanted to intervene, but a jealous Duanya forced a piece of bread down her throat. The smell of food attracted the attention of some thugs. Those idiots were kicking the helpless and treating them like garbage. In fact, they wanted them to hand over all the food supplies, and they were very offended by anyone who tried to break those rules. The poor girl cried for her Duanya's safety, but she assured her that everything was fine. One look from her was enough. She sprang into action, showcasing her figure and a pile of fake food to the thugs. Using her mind control ability, she manipulated them, making them believe they had a feast before their eyes. Their gluttony became their downfall, as even though they devoured the delicious meat, they had no idea what was happening. This time, they targeted me instead of Duanya. They threatened to punish me for breaking the rules, but the supposed punishment was actually a sick ritual. These guys had enslaved truly disturbed warriors and forced people to participate in death duels. But what surprised me most was the fact that these two guys were the same people I met back then. The little girl watched and feared what had happened to her siblings. She screamed and cried, begging those evil men to release her brothers from their control. Donya stopped her, while these malicious and gluttonous fools continued to devour flesh. It turns out, as these two failed their mission, they were condemned to death. But as part of their punishment, they were enslaved instead. The group leader had no idea that these two had shared a connection with the little girl, so he proposed an even more sinister plan. If she didn't win this fight, she would be thrown into the water, where monsters could tear her apart. I quickly realized that the two brothers were acting strangely, meaning some kind of drug had influenced them. The fight began with the two mad humans. Lunging at him with a harmless karate chop, I knocked one of them down and slapped the other. The two fell to the ground while the little girl cried for their safety. The leader felt disappointed by the anticlimactic battle. He considered them less than trash, so their defeat didn't affect him much. Changing tack, the aspiring punk demanded I hand over my provisions, to which I asked why. Another told me it was part of the university rules to hand over supplies. The concept of freeloaders didn't exist here, and one had to earn contribution points before advancing. This corrupt and idiotic system only served these clowns, but I decided to act smart, and told them they had just eaten the last of our supplies. Out of nowhere, Captain Wu arrived and terrified his men. This guy looked downright comical. His slaves carried him proudly, while he sat on top like a gluttonous giant who had never set foot in a gym in his life. One of his slaves eventually slipped and fell due to extreme exhaustion. Captain Wu mercilessly took his spear and ended the parasite's life with a single blow. His cruelty left us both stunned. He had personally come to offer us a position, a job to work for him, just like the rest of the outcasts who had their eyes on my bunny girl. In fact, this bastard had already enslaved a woman to play with and had gotten bored of her. The thugs from before strongly advised us to accept the offer, acting as if it were an invitation to become the CEO of a PO. Suddenly, his own boss smelled the delicious food they were carrying. In this group, eating meat without Captain Wu's permission is considered a direct death sentence. So these amateurs submitted to him, begging for his forgiveness, and assuring the fat guy that they would bring him food next time. But then came Captain Wu's real objection. He didn't actually smell anything delicious, but rather a disgusting odor coming from their bodies. While Duanya felt confused, I realized that this guy's mind control was strong enough to see through the mind control spell. And then reality hit these idiots. All this time, they thought they were enjoying delicious meat. But then blood began to spurt from their mouths. Their stomachs growled, killing them from the inside. The three of them ran to find the bathroom, not knowing it would soon become their tomb. Captain Wu wanted to end their lives right there, while I wondered why. I couldn't feel any abilities. Despite his tremendous aura, his mere presence terrifyingly broke Duan's spell and company, which meant he was a force to be reckoned with. Still, my main objective was to find the mutant rats without wasting time. As this fat guy ordered me to accept his offer, I responded with a flat refusal, while he behaved authoritatively, telling me that one day I would regret this decision. Fortunately, they left without causing any trouble. My bunny girl apologized for not being able to mind control, but I knew it wasn't her fault. We both had to be careful. Suddenly, some random guy approached me, calling me by my name. It turns out it's Maya Payuan, and he knows me from school. Meanwhile, Captain Wu ordered his men to keep an eye on the bunny girl. This Delulu bastard wanted to feast on her flesh, and not in a nice way. In the next scene, Duanya and I were inspecting the facilities, and discovered the conditions in which the students lived, which were abysmal. This single building was their only refuge. Tianju helped everyone and considered the place his main territory. I was intrigued by the idea of a field team that was supposed to act as a deterrent to counter the tribe. Tianju arrives in a handmade tactical suit. His friend introduced me to him, and immediately my former roommate took off his visor and hugged me with open arms. He was delighted that I was still alive and that we could spend a few days together. Then his eyes fell on the sensual woman next to the bunny girl, who was none other than Duanya, who used to attend the same university. My brother was completely dumbfounded. He didn't think a goddess like her would be there. Surrounded by losers, Duanya hugged me and begged me to change her embarrassing outfit. I gave her permission, which made these guys even crazier. Tianyu accompanied her to a dressing room, a luxury space that had been given to her for her contribution. The only thing that bothered her was how we had been able to travel and bring clothes without any luggage. I changed the subject and asked her about her missions. The poor guy was overwhelmed by dangerous missions and seemed disoriented. He begged me to join the team and assured me that Duanya could take care of the injured as her only task. One more problem remained. Tianju changed his tone and scolded me like shit for forcing Duanya to wear a suit like that. He conveyed a big brother energy to me and was bothered by the fact that she was defenseless, especially when the fat captain took an interest in women, which always led to his downfall. While this was happening, Duanya was about to undress, when suddenly a spy put a knife to her throat. Terrified, she asked him his intentions. The woman told her that she was not allowed to sleep with bad people, but Duanya remained loyal to me and refused her help. She had the audacity to run her fingers over her body. Pissed off, Duanya subjected her to her mind control, actively de-escalating the situation. The woman released her, while Duanya realized that she wouldn't be able to control her for long. But she had bought enough time to escape and ask for my help. However, this crazed woman pulled out her knife and decided to stab her in the hand. This way, she would no longer be influenced by the illusion. Duanya was in danger again when the woman pinned her against the wall, squeezing her neck with her arm. The bangs inside the room alerted people outside, who began to wonder what was going on. The punk woman realized she was in serious trouble. Now, when I kicked the door open, she looked at me with a menacing glare, acting as if I had walked into a dangerous situation. Immediately, she lunged at me with formidable speed. I had nothing to worry about except this idiot Tianju. He stepped in front of me and surprised the woman. One look at my face terrified her, because she realized my true identity. The man known as Su Chen declared the devil among his peers, a monster that destroyed everything in its path with bloodlust. My aura instilled mortal fear in her, and she knew that taking one more step would guarantee I send her to hell. Scared, this crazy girl decided to do something even crazier. She lunged at my feet, offering me her body for free. Seduction was the only way she thought she could get out of that situation, but I just looked at her with a chilling gaze and ordered her to tell me who her real leader was. Hado Punk offered him her body outright. She took off her clothes to expose her damages to the rest of the world. The virgins beside me instantly realized, but actually, the clothes were a deterrent. She used a smoke bomb to try to escape, but I was faster and grabbed her by the neck, lifting her naked body into the air, terrified that I would kill her. She begged me for information, but I didn't care, and threw her out the window, dunking her body into the ocean. By the way, Xiao Mei and her two brothers were being threatened because of me. My friend Tian Yue felt very guilty, fearing they would all end up dead at the hands of enormous rats. The rats caught my attention, and I immediately asked them to investigate them. In the next scene, Captain Fatty the Egghead yelled at the little girl. He made her brothers exposed. Allowing the little girl to fight for her survival, Xiaomai's brothers begged her to leave. But this brave little girl had already stood up to fight. Her opponent, a nightmare creature 4 times her size. The threat looming over her terrified the girl, as the giant rat rushed to bite her. The poor girl ended up with her arm between its teeth, screaming in pain as the beast threw her helpless body. During that time, she recalled all the good times she had shared with her 2 brothers, who used to share food with her. The silliest of the 2 brothers accidentally ate poisonous mushrooms and suffered for it. In fact, they went out on their mission only to help her get food. They really wanted the best for her, but now they were screaming, yelling at the little girl to run. Captain Ugly had a lot of fun with her death. He decided to lower the gallows and force them to hang themselves. Now the little girl had no choice but to act, mustering courage in the face of pain. She grabbed the sharp stick and stabbed the animal in the eye, causing it such trauma that it released Xiaoma, who rushed towards her brothers. Despite her injured arm, the girl was crying, begging them to hold on. Even the giant rat pursued her, which ended up knocking her down. Ejit laughed with great enjoyment, calling them a bunch of trash who didn't deserve to live. At that point, the little girl could do nothing. The beast had already knocked her down, and her brothers were about to suffocate completely. Xiaomei screamed for help, and suddenly I answered that prayer like a god with a single slap. I tore the rat's head off with one blow. My friends also arrived right behind me, while Captain Eggy was more terrified than ever. Honestly, I was disappointed. The rat didn't seem strong at all. The creature hadn't acquired any new abilities. Captain Eggy thought he was going to scare me, so he brought out several more of these sewer clowns from their cages. The brothers were saved by my friends, who thanked the little girl for rescuing them. Xiaomai thought she hadn't done anything, and gave me the credit for saving their lives. While this was happening, The punk-haired guy who had been thrown out the window landed in the researcher's lap. She proposed the idea that extracting my genes would be the perfect solution against the doomsday genes. The chief researcher had a very good opinion of me, as he believed that if I died there against a group of lame rats, then I wouldn't deserve his attention. Well, luckily for him, I carved my way through these sewer clowns with spikes. Tianju couldn't believe I was the same clumsy roommate he knew. In Klaus, Ackman felt his eyes betraying him. Still, I was bored by not having acquired any crystal cores to my liking. Suddenly, a broadcast beeped with an announcement. The researcher calls me his experimental research subject, which was the most joyous thing I had heard all day. Captain Wu was then ordered to retrieve me, while my friend feared the worst. I really didn't care what they thought of me, because things weren't going to go as they wanted. My bunny girl decided to stay, intending to remain by my side until the end. Captain Wu teased Tianyu. Due to my close relationship with him, he wondered who he would choose to support in this apocalypse, as he might as well choose to betray me. I looked at my friend and asked for answers. Tianyu revealed that Liu Yun, the researcher, is the same man responsible for creating a powerful drug that helped the university survive the rest of the world. His drugs require a person's life force in exchange for power. I heard all this and offered him the opportunity to come with me, but Tianju had his reasons and decided to betray me. Captain Wu laughed at this treacherous act. It was like a movie scene watching two brothers fight each other. This Vita thought he would handle things his way, so Humpty Dumpty launched himself like a missile from the sky. Hilariously, my friend lunged at him and smashed his face with a brutal kick, revealing that he had made his decision. Captain Cannonball rolled pathetically. It was like watching David versus Goliath. Tianju positioned himself over him and defied the leader's words. He no longer cared about the disgusting drug either. I felt truly stunned by his reaction and his words. In my heart, I was relieved that Tianju was willing to go that far for me. He was willing to protect me and die for me, so he lunged at me as if I were a princess. And he a hero? No joking, this man followed Saitama's training and threw dozens of very strong punches. But the fat guy was not vulnerable to those attacks. Not after consuming a level 2 version of the same drug. Tianju clearly did not anticipate this response, as the fat guy bragged about his ultimate defense and prepared his 2 maces to take him down. Defying his strength, Tianju faced him by grabbing both maces. He suffered a huge backlash, as Wu enjoyed tormenting him to worsen his agony even further. He activated the shock mode of his hammers. Tianju was about to endure real pain, when suddenly I jumped and kicked the maces so hard that their handles ended up piercing the fat block. Tianju and the rest of my allies were stunned, although the scene caused great annoyance to the researcher. Captain Wu did not appreciate the pain caused by his own weapons. In the end, he ended up on the ground without much effort. The researcher, watching my abilities, only felt more interest. The same guy has been responsible for dedicating all his efforts to reaching the next level of human evolution. Seeing me destroy an enhanced version of his test subject really impressed him. He extended his offer. This loser thought he would willingly hand me over to become the first perfect human on his list. Interestingly, I wonder if being a perfect human involves transforming into a rat. The researcher was proud that I knew his research and highlighted the similarities between humans and rats. At that moment, I felt he only had a strange fetish for rats. Anyway, Liu Weijian explained that he would use his rat army to conquer the world and turn the apocalypse into a world that belonged to him. The guy talked like an idiot, so I told him his idea was even stupider. He was surprised that I couldn't understand the greatness of his disgusting rat idea. The researcher decided to show me a visual example of his brilliant research. The Mohawk girl fired a rifle, launching a dart right next to my face, which landed right on Wu's corpse. Upon contact, the needle began to transform his body into a disgusting creature. Witnessing its gruesome mutation, my friends became alarmed, wondering what kind of inhuman experiments this mad scientist had been conducting. Captain Wu's body transformed into a supernatural monstrosity. It was like seeing an alien before my eyes, with numerous eyes embedded in its limbs. This is the level 3 version of the drug, which increases strength and even allows for regenerative capabilities. The researcher even went so far as to say that I was no match for this type of monster, and asked me if I was capable of seeing the greatness of his research. Then, using my ultimate technique, I showed him the middle finger attack, which means fuck you, I don't care. This deeply hurt the scientist's ego, who became enraged and ordered his subordinate to kill me so he could extract my Sigma genes. Wa mutated shrieked like an insect, and ran at full speed like a damn cannonball. The bunny girl screamed worriedly for my safety, but let's be honest, I wasn't going to move anyway. I simply used my 2 hands to stop the creature, before crushing the batteries installed in its body. After tearing off those batteries, I shoved them directly into its damn mouth, and then forced the creature to swallow them. The result was a McOvie masterpiece. The explosion blew the creature's head off. The researcher was stunned to see that I was capable of using such a tactic. A small problem, level 3 experiments are capable of regeneration, so this ugly and disgusting being came back to life. Uglier than ever. The researcher hailed it as the power of scientific evolution, but I came back to beat this thing up with a punch to the face, and I continued to hit it with dozens of attacks from all directions. The thing is, I didn't want to use any of my powerful abilities, because I preferred not to show my hand. But my punches caused such an impact that the dust blinded the spectator's vision. The researcher asked me what I was doing. I jumped up and began to admire Jaehyun's research for a moment. It was true that he had created a monster with excellent regenerative abilities. But the thing about my inventory is that it has many more things than just supplies. For example, I opened a package of debris. This swarm attack is used as a secret weapon. The good thing is that no one can see what's happening because of the dust. By the time the dust settles, I'm cultivating aura at the top. I had already buried the mutant goo under the debris, so it wasn't coming out again. Ian yelled at me, cursing my name and assuring me that trying to provoke him was a bad idea. I just sat there calmly, not giving a damn, while he pointed out the rat army he had conjured around me. But in reality, I saw it as the perfect opportunity to kill them all. The bunny girl and the others felt surrounded by the army. The rest of the men working for the researchers also began to transform into rats. I knew my main target was Jung, because these rats were never going to end. So I casually decided that Tianju and my bad guys would handle them on their own. The bunny girl was really terrified, but she also wanted to prove her worth, so she assured me that she would handle the task. Before I left, I reminded her to call me if they needed help. Getting started, she gathered the group and activated her ability. Her strategy was to control the horde, but the main problem was the numbers. She couldn't control them all at the same time, but she was willing to try. This would allow Tianju and his friends to finish off the rest. The researcher considered them traitors who would feed his rat army. Haeyun's throat tightened the moment he realized I was breaking into his building. Yun felt offended that I had broken into a specific room. He prepared to engage in combat on his own, and ordered his men to inject him with the Doomsday gene. Although it was too unstable, and the risks were too great, Yun's ego couldn't take it. The little brother wanted to be a mini Aizen, but he failed at his job. Anyway, I entered his gallery of failed human experiments. Here there were all sorts of specimens in tubes. One of these experiences was Yun. What really surprised me is that it's the same girl I met at the bar. Without imagining I would meet her again, to prioritize her survival, I clenched my fist and broke the tube with a punch and captured the bitch. I caught her in my arms. She immediately realized who I was, and I promised her I would help her out of this mess. Interestingly, Yun said she was hungry, something I couldn't understand. Suddenly, a voice demanded I let her go. 2 blue beams shot towards me, and I caught them just in time. Yun had found me and ordered me to let his woman go. I broke the ice beam and realized he also had a superpower. I responded by saying he couldn't claim ownership of a woman. Yun revealed that normal people in the apocalypse are insects compared to someone like him, a man destined to rule the world. Bro believes Union is getting the real benefits by having to be with him. But this Manhwa-looking villain was for my collection, and it seemed she was on the same wavelength as me because the girl also quickly hugged me. Jokes aside, she was terrified, begging me not to leave her. Hayun's blood boiled seeing his girl in love with me. The brother lost his temper like an animal and lunged at me like an incel. I called him a noisy clown and threw a table at him. Hayun blocked the attack. Sure, but could he block the long kiss I was about to give him next? Of course not. Yoonjun pursed his lips and said that at least he owed her that for abandoning her last time. Right after that kiss, she passed out. Well, Ha-Yoon couldn't take it anymore. Brother, he thought I was really fucking him up that way. He ripped off his shirt trying to act tough, and this time he promised to send me to hell along with her. The effects of the drug finally took hold of him, and his body began to transform, giving him a very different transformation from the rest of the rat army. He had a strangely muscular and humanoid build, with long hair and even the ability to speak. The brother thought he had become God, but my indifferent aura, along with the free opportunity to have his girl after this fight, overcame his transformation, I left the number 2 girlfriend on the ground and told her to eat chocolate until she came back. But while she was doing that, that disgusting guy lunged at me to attack me with a single backhand blow. I vaporized his body until he disappeared. Honestly, I was even disappointed by how easy it was. While I was eating my chocolate, wink wink, she asked me if my friends were fighting down there. Yoonjun told me she wanted to return the favor. She grabbed an office chair and threw it through the window like a piece of paper. Before leaving, my future fling told me to be careful of Haeyun, as she wasn't done yet, and saying that she jumped to the ground, descending directly towards the rat army. Her landing was not at all suitable. It's more piece number 1, and my friend were terrified to see her crash like that. She complained loudly that she had hurt her butt, while the rest of my friends suddenly started to wonder what was going on. You see, Junjun didn't just fall, she had literally become Godzilla. Her breasts were now the largest in the world, and she started crushing rats like insects with every step. She was very confused that these rats were coming at her like this, if they were normal-sized rats running towards her. And well, that scared Junjun immensely, to the point where she started crying. Ironically, her stomps crushed the rats and scared away my friends. They were starting to think this girl was crazy. Seeing it from above, I realized that Yun Yun had acquired a powerful ability of her own. Meanwhile, Hai Yun's remains transformed into small rats, which began to swarm over my body. These rats merged their flesh and formed a cage around me, completely devouring my body. Meanwhile, Jaehyun also materialized again. I had literally just vaporized him into pieces, and he returned like a phoenix from its ashes. The mad scientist really thought he had ascended to godhood with this immortal body. As for his rat army, they suddenly stopped and baffled my friends. They were actually looking at their superior. The figure at the top was none other than the Rat King, one of the apocalyptic catastrophes. The rest of the rat army knelt before their new king, worshipping him as their supreme leader. Meanwhile, Yun Yun finally overcame her fear thanks to her rage, and began to drive away the rat army. She was very angry and targeted the Rat King, asking him what had happened to me. Hai Yun acted with indifference and stealth, claiming that I had already been killed. The Rat King then ordered his minions to attack Yun Yun, Jun, overwhelming her titanic body with their numerical superiority. Tianyu and the others fought the maddened rats, wondering what had made them so violent. Suddenly, Jun Jun collapsed on the ground, overwhelmed by the army. Meanwhile, the Mouse King glorified himself, claiming that he would become the god of the new world with his new army. Suddenly, I pulled my hand out of his ribs, apologizing for taking so long to find the crystal core. Haeyun's mutated rat ass thought he had completely devoured me, but in reality, I separated myself from his flesh, with all the power of the crystal core, with his body split in two. He became helpless without his precious crystal core. I contemplated the catalyst for my next evolution. Some of the rats appeared in different places, taking every opportunity to swarm my team. Tianyu told everyone to be careful of the underground drainage system. One of the brothers was trapped and immediately dragged away by the rat army. This guy begged to be let go, but he knew he was going to die. Before he could utter his last words, the rats dragged him towards the blocks and tore him apart. Tianyu and the others felt fatigued fighting them, knowing there were too many. He was at the limit of his physical strength. His body ached and he was short of breath. Jun Jun fought them as they lunged at her breasts. The bunny girl thought the situation also looked desperate. At that moment, Tianyue thought only a god could save them from that hell. And that's when I shot from the roof and descended like the demon king himself. My body was covered in shadows, and I looked like a level 1000 monster. Everyone assumed I was the Rat King. That nightmare creature was going to finish them all, but every step I took instilled fear in the rat army. While I was covered in shadows, piece number 1 thought she had failed, but I simply rose above her, assuring the bunny girl that I was there. My voice gave her some reassurance, but the problem was that the power of the crystal body was trying to consume me. I fought with all my might to maintain control, and luckily, that was my strong point. Anyway, Tianju was shocked and relieved to see me, while I defended myself from the essence's control. I praised her for holding on for so long. The rat army seemed prepared for the smoke and looked at me with contempt. They all lunged at me, thinking their numbers would give them the same advantage they had in their previous fights. Tianyu yelled for me to get to safety, but with a single glance. I yelled, "Get out of here," and scared. The literal ghosts of these failures. That single glance made them run like humans as they turned around, scattering in all directions just to get away from me. That whole army that seemed so tough before was now a bunch of cowards, whimpering in every hole they could find. The rest of the brothers were stunned, wondering how the rat army had fled with only my presence. Tianyu couldn't understand how 2 words from me had managed to scare them all away. At that moment, the same crowded ground seemed so empty. We had officially won, but my attention was focused on the Rat King's crystal core. Thanks to its pure essence, the rats understood my terrifying order. Unfortunately, Tianju felt very tired and started coughing. He had overexerted his body since the fight with Guo. Jun provided some data about the drug, although it fills you with immense strength. Over time, the toxic effects also amplify. I asked her if there was any way to save his life. Jun pointed me in a strange direction, stating that there was a chained corpse in Jun's laboratory. With its blood, a serum could be made to neutralize the effects of the poison and save Tian Yue's life. I arrived at the laboratory she had mentioned. I already felt the immense pressure emanating from it. It was as if it were pulling me into a black hole. The moment I set foot inside the room, I had a strange sensation, as if I had crossed some kind of mental realm. One thing surprised me greatly. Yunjun spoke of a corpse, but there was a curvy girl sitting in front of me. Instead, this woman called me classmate, Lu, and suddenly, my body transformed into the Heiyun state. Now I realized I was in an illusion. As she kindly offered me a seat, I knew she had invaded my memories. Somehow, what surprised me was that this woman took off her clothes. The idea of a scientist hooking up with some bitches is astonishing. But don't worry, she was just hot. We both had a crab on a platter. Apparently, it harbored a parasitic organism called Saculina. This thing coexisted with the host to ensure its personal survival, increasingly horny. The woman flitted around my body, or in this case, I felt uncomfortable with her melons hitting me in the face from behind. She was getting very serious and began to praise my physique, taking full advantage of the opportunity. I decided to enjoy the experience. She was now riding me, staring me down, and begging me to let her try the experience in the lab. And well, that turned into a few hours of fun. While I was with her, the apocalypse suddenly happened. We both felt tired, and we disdained the idea of living in such a chaotic world. Provisions were already scarce. But the moment this lady asked Jaehyun for some food, he turned into an animal. This guy harassed her while she only asked for food. The brother pulled out a knife and rushed to kill her. I just want to know what kind of post-coital lucidity this man was experiencing. Because what the hell is resetting anyway? The brother ended up going too far and disemboweled her. He just wanted to get back to his food. Then he fed his test subjects the remaining parts. Thanks to her blood, he created a new serum to neutralize the poisonous effects. But what surprised him most was how his body began to mutate, even after tearing her apart. It became his perfect specimen. Yon treated her like a masterpiece. The results seemed so impressive to him that he called it the Doomsday Gene. Next, he took out her brain and kept it as well. Harai promised her that he would not let her die. So this mad clown brought a chainsaw to tear her apart even more. She looked at him, asking him if he had found the crystal core he was looking for. She demanded he eat it, but Yon held back. Instead, he crushed it, surprising her. Anne's face faded as my face emerged from the illusion. She was surprised that someone had managed to escape her illusion. This time, I also wanted to open her brain and look inside. The defeated woman begged for mercy. She had already been tormented enough by Heiyun's experiments. She was willing to cede me a part of my power. However, I reminded her that a Saculina had already taken over her consciousness. It was a monster that deserved no mercy. So I crushed her head and stole the crystal core for myself. With her body withering away, it was easy for me to upgrade again. But that's precisely the problem now that she's gone. There is no cure for the poison. Let's talk about the Saculina itself. After finding a host, it ends up extending its control throughout the host's body. In the end, the body becomes a slave to the Saculina parasite, and there is no longer any hope of saving it. In the next scene, the floods have subsided. The corpses that were in the water ended up mutating, but that didn't matter. I moved with my squad. My 2 demolition pieces walked side by side. Jun asked Donya where we were going, and found out that the university was no longer a suitable place to live. The surviving students became an uncommon group for the apocalypse, so the plan was to use them properly. Jun showed everyone her attributes and kept saying she was hungry. She couldn't help herself and ran towards me, but my bunny girl stopped her. Anya explained to her that she had to obey orders for her own safety. By the way, last night I got too excited and used her as a punching bag. Once again, consuming the crystal always made me wild, so I grabbed her face. And I enjoyed her all night. Every part of her felt it, but now she felt a little nervous, wondering if the crystal core really influenced my thoughts that much. The thing about the flood is that Even after it subsided, all sorts of bacteria and microorganisms ended up being affected by mutations. This meant that normal safe zones without doctors were in ruins. Doctors were the scarcest commodity in the apocalypse, and I needed them to create a personal safe zone. There were all sorts of opponents in the future that I had to plan for. The good thing is that we found Yun Yun, who managed to create the serum as well as some potions. She healed Tianju and the others until they regained full health. At the same time, I checked my entire inventory and stored important items from the lab. Finally, the Rat King's crystal core provided more than I thought. First, it boosted my berserker mode. Then it also increased my normal strength. It gave me ice abilities, although I couldn't control them much. It was a good start. Well, there's also the mutated female corpse we picked up along the way. Thanks to her crystal, I obtained 2 new mental abilities. The downside is that I couldn't get hypnosis. The first ability I obtained was mental perception, something that came from the corpse's blood instinct. This helped me read the heat signatures of the surrounding area up to 30 meters. I immediately knew it was a trap by the devourers. One of my friends pointed to the woman hanging from the pole. This woman was actually Rui Rui, one of my classmates in college. The group wanted to help her immediately, but sensing it was a trap, I told them to leave her as she was. This caused a shocking reaction from Rui Rui's friends, who thought she was a ruthless monster who didn't want to help humans at all. As the rest of the group left, this girl stayed and called us losers for not being man enough to rescue the girl. Anyway, 2 of them tried to undo the knot, but as soon as they did, spears lunged at them, killing 2 of them immediately. Now, the same woman who wanted to play the righteous one, and the good one felt invaded by fear. The devourers jumped from above to surround them. These cavemen surrounded her. They enjoyed her body, calling her a fool, a kind girl who could be used as bait to lure others. Before using her as bait, the devourer asked his partner to use her for some fun. As for the other guy, he tried to play the hero and ended up being killed by the monster. The monster grabbed her by the head, ripped off her clothes, and decided it would only use her for reproduction. Hearing her screams, my group realized they were in trouble. Anya asked me if the woman hanging was being used as bait. I was glad she could see the obvious trap. The problem is that our worries didn't end there. We were practically surrounded by devourers in this territory. Tianju and the others panicked as soon as I said this, but I saw it as the perfect opportunity to use my second ability, corpse control. This ability helped me manipulate the dead for my own purposes. The undead army coming from behind alerted the devourers. Frenetically, they turned around and began to stab the nearest ones. The 2 felt overwhelmed by the mutated zombies, but this caused some members of the group to flee. The devourers began to descend from the windows to catch the humans, but they only found the icy glare of mine staring at them. I cultivated aura literally, while telling them how weak they were for not having crystal cores. The rest of my mutated undead army appeared out of nowhere, overwhelming these guys. Shortly after this, we headed to Echen's safe zone. Here, my demolition pieces presented themselves on the front line with the rest of the group. They wanted to seek protection from the people in the safe zone. A guy lunged from above and hit the ground with his feet. This guy was very muscular and a real man who cared about women. Finally, a guy with some self-esteem. But still, Anya tried to use her mind control ability on him to get her way. He recognized her offensive magic and had enough mental strength to lunge at her. His huge ass wasn't going to save her from this ability user, until a certain person jumped in to protect her. My friend told Captain Sam that they were good people, although Sam thought they were spies trying to infiltrate the group, until I arrived and assured Captain Sam that we could easily bring our squad of doctors to another safe zone. As soon as Captain Sam heard the word doctor, he was immediately convinced. As I told him, doctors were like diamonds in the apocalypse. Xiao Feng noticed me and immediately guaranteed with his life that we were good people. Some of the other guys in San's group said the same, which gave him enough confidence to be tough enough to give us a break. He agreed to take us in on the condition that we use the doctors to treat the injured patients. The people celebrated the arrival of the newcomers to the safe zone. Xiao Feng personally apologized to me for Captain San's rude behavior, but I didn't care knowing that this world was full of horrible people. Anyway, Xiao Feng thought we had arrived at the perfect time, as there were a lot of patients who needed a doctor's help. Upon discovering one of the patients, we saw another 10 out of 10, a woman with fungi growing on her body. My 2 women were disgusted by the mushrooms, while Xiao Feng added that they didn't know the cause of such an infection. Despite shaving them all off, they always grew back even faster, absorbing the person's life force. I took a look at her condition and immediately knew she was infected with mutated fungi. I told Xiao Feng to be careful not to get pricked by any plants in the area. Duanya deduced that the mushrooms used the infected person as an energy source, while Yun Yun went to find something to help the patient. The thing is, this kind of mutation is nothing. Now they looked pretty, but over time they led to quite nasty zombie plants that attacked humans. As the infection spread, and the people in the safe zone were busy fighting, the devourers invaded and used these people as livestock. That faction getting stronger would only harm me in the long run. That's why I couldn't feel comfortable in the safe zone and needed to assess the situation. In the next scene, a loudmouth who thought he was the owner of the world arrived in his jeep, shooting anyone who crossed his path. He treated them all like trash, as I began to wonder why a guy like him was allowed to fire a rifle in the safe zone. Xiao Feng had a hard time admitting that the team was falling apart. It's mostly because this guy is the city lord's son, so he literally runs over children and the elderly because they are useless. This monkey saw the new refugees and slid over to Yun Yun's side, offering her the chance to drool over something good for once. Yun Yun gave him easy bait and asked him to take her, which overstimulated this monkey's brain. Xiao Feng thought she was in danger and tried to stop Hengai, but I told him it was okay. The monkey asked her to come closer so he could take her. Jun Jun smiled and lunged straight into his arms, but at the last moment, she transformed into a titan with a devilish grin. Unless this guy is secretly Superman, he can't catch her boobs, and while that was happening, the brother had to jump at the last moment. Although many men would have accepted this kind of death, Jun Jun fell and got up very quickly after crushing him. Captain San was drawn by the noise. The same happened with the other captain. It turns out he wasn't crushed, just too scared to move his legs. The imposing woman loomed over him with a sarcastic smile, calling him useless. The others came forward to help the useless young master, who instantly became a victim, and ordered them to shoot the monstrous lady. At that moment, Doan activated her mind control ability, manipulating the two men into doing nothing. Instead, they blamed the young master, as she had instilled that idea in their heads. Sang AI, now humiliated, reprimanded them, threatening to call her dear father for help. Captain San was really intrigued by how this would all unfold. Shortly after, a man arrived in a luxury car. This guy really called his rich daddy. I saw him arrive with his ostentatious presentation. Bro got out and looked like a dwarf next to his bodyguards. The city lord wanted an explanation. Xiao Feng tried to explain the situation to him, but he didn't care at all. Xiang, he blamed them for hurting him, but then the paternal slap came to humiliate his son. It turns out his father was of sound mind and wanted his idiot son to respect everyone. He didn't give a damn that his son was the young master, and humiliated Zhang Hai for reprimanding everyone in the apocalypse. This impression he made gave hope to the refugees, who knew they were in good hands. If the city lord was a good guy, he even apologized to everyone and wanted to host a banquet to compensate them for their troubles. The rest of the people celebrated, while Xiao Feng turned to look for me and realized I had already left. A technique I learned from Batman. Actually, I went to meet my women. Doan, a Jew, questioned the city lord's sanctimonious attitude, while Yun Yun joked that we were going to sleep together. Strangely enough, she was more than willing to participate in that threesome. She even begged Donya to be her teacher. While they were joking, I told them to shut up after hearing a presence. Some of the soldiers working for Sang He tried to flank us. They weren't done with us yet, but I appreciated the opportunity. That's why I came all this way to bury their bodies. The bald, tough guy thought I was just pretending to be tough. But with a single punch, I destroyed his upper body and reduced him to dust. I learned that technique from Saitama. By the way, next they were scared to death, and they wanted to shoot me. But with my two katanas, I cut them down, one by one, into pieces. The last guy, the one trying to get revenge on me, now begged for his life, and even promised to share a secret about the city lord. Intrigued, I let him speak. It turns out the city lord is secretly affiliated with the Devourers and intends to use the refugees for a trade. He was going to send these refugees to them in exchange for supplies. This secret enraged Yun Yun, who slapped him on his bald head. Do you want to know an even more sinister part? The city lord is literally using the Devourers as bodyguards. They protect him by eating other people, literally ripping their heads off with a single bite. The three of us were horrified to realize that the city lord is actually a psychopath who hides his intentions. I thought it was an excellent opportunity to take further advantage of the captured guy. Shortly after, we hung him as bait in front of the Devourers. Call it a mocking trick. They wondered why this guy was hanging there and decided to beat him up. They beat him until he was unconscious, calling him their next meal. At that moment, a bright red eye stared at them, revealing its presence. Jun Jun was the one who had been holding this guy the whole time, a real mousetrap. The devourers feared for their lives as she picked up one of them as if it were a figurine. Then we executed another attack from the window. The idea behind this strategy is to test the resilience of these devourers, who have evolved to a level beyond bullets. Donya brought a sniper. Now that's a tough woman. She fired several shots, hitting the head one after another. The monster was stunned to receive 3 shots in the same spot. On the 4th shot, its head exploded from the bullet. As for the one Yun Yun handled, this guy managed to break free from her grip, but he didn't know I was nearby. I grabbed his ugly bald head and smashed it to pieces the very next moment. Once the plan was finished, Donya asked me why I doubted the city lord in the first place. Actually, I first heard rumors, but then I confirmed it with one of the soldiers, and I became convinced. In our dormitory, I decorated the space with a nice bed and a feast for us to enjoy. Well, I was busy devouring my food. Donya first. I could have built a proper base during all this, but that would have complicated things. I wanted to find someone capable of doing it for me, and that person turned out to be in this safe zone. Young arrived all dolled up in her outfit, jealous that we had started without her. I surprised her with her sudden passion. They were more than happy to offer me full service for allowing them luxuries in the apocalypse, so I enjoyed both of them all night. At dawn, the city lord discovered the bald man we had prepared. This made him wonder if the devourers had really backed out of their deal. So he rushed to them to talk. He complained to their leader that his soldier had been injured. But the leader was even more angry because 3 of his men had died. The tyrannical leader wanted double the men to be sent as compensation. It was a ridiculous proposal, but the city lord accepted it. It was then that I decided to appear like a ghost and catch the city lord red-handed. He asked me how I had gotten there, so I politely revealed my interest in his close relationship. The devourers realized that I was the one behind the elimination of their men, and considered me an immediate target. Their leader couldn't comprehend how I had managed to eliminate 3 of his soldiers, and thought I was dead for stepping on his territory. The city lord even sided with them, claiming that after killing me, they should go take care of the refugees who had recently entered the safe zone. So this guy returned to the safe zone and announced that there were traitors within the safe zone. Lord Zhang pointed at Tianyu and the rest of the refugees as the traitors who were only pretending to be doctors to infiltrate the base. He then blamed them for making a deal with the devourers. It was their only way to save themselves before the people launched into war. The party captains joined forces. These guys really vouched for me, highlighting that I was a trustworthy guy. General Gao's authority stunned the people, who began to wonder why he himself had come to my defense. Lord Zhang insisted, asking how he and his captains could prove that the refugees were not traitors. A voice roared from above, and it was my own face. Lord Zhang was literally scared, wondering how I had managed to survive the devourers' attack back there. General Gao was truly impressed by me, while I mocked Lord Zhang for hiding the horrible truth. Both General Gao and Lord Zhang were terrified that I had exterminated the entire devourer clan and turned their leader into my slave. I roared the only truth. I forced the leader to reveal that the lord of the deal. This filled people with rage, who felt completely betrayed by that disgusting pig. Lord Sang called it slander and tried to keep fighting, but General Gao was already on top of him, slapping him like never before. I guess like father, like son, after that single slap this guy collapsed and outed himself as the Yagami, confirming that he was the mastermind. He didn't care at all, especially when the whole city was plagued by devourer traps. He had the audacity to tell General Gao that people didn't matter. As long as he could sacrifice a few, General Gao responded in the only way he could. Beating him up, I watched mockingly that the world had definitely become hell. So sacrificing a few seemed normal, however. It was still the cowardly way out, and it made people no different from monsters. Then I turned to General Gao. I extended my hand and proposed that we build a new base suitable for the future of the human race. In my previous life, I once stumbled upon ruins and reached a safe haven here. I felt no discrimination and faced any problem. The reason was simple. General Gao Jiwei built that base and maintained it for everyone's benefit. However, until now, he was only the city's deputy governor. He only built his own base after discovering the horrors of Lord Zhang's corruption. That's why I went out and accelerated these events. For his motivation, the captains argued that building a base was not going to be easy, but others thought it was the only viable solution here. Lord Zhang mocked them, ridiculing them for acting like saviors. He reminded everyone that there were beasts and zombies everywhere. Normal people had no choice but to suffer. His insufferable son intervened and suggested to his father that he let those people go, as they would soon come back crying. Some of the other members of the city took the easy way out and wanted to stay with the city lord. He was ecstatic to have their support and assured anyone who wanted to leave that they could, as long as they believed in the illusion. Meanwhile, I watched the situation patiently and argued that food was not a problem. People didn't believe me, but they knew I had turned the monster leader into my slave to deliver the resources needed for their survival. The young master clown doubted me, calling me an attention seeker and someone who didn't understand how much effort base supplies required. I personally guaranteed that I didn't have many supplies, just enough for 2,000 people for a whole month. Upon hearing that, the city lord was stunned and asked me how the hell I had managed to get as many supplies as them. Now let's switch perspective to Jun Jun, who is busy eliminating Lord Han's men. The reality was that I had already stolen the supplies from this base, so I didn't even plan on wasting mine. Du Anya signaled me for confirmation as I pressed Gao to make a decision. Gao roared that the people in this safe zone were suffering greatly without clothes or food to sustain them. He wanted to build a proper base, so he committed to my cause of establishing a new base. With his commitment, the rest of the people were convinced. He wanted their help to make this ultimate dream a reality for everyone's benefit. The two brother captains followed suit, and soon the city lord's influence was shattered. He yelled at them for forgetting their place as his army, but they didn't care and united against him. Lord Han exploded with rage, thinking that this way he would get them all back, but they were ready to blow them to pieces with their rifles. Master Yang began to shoot out of nowhere to calm his anger. This little bastard managed to graze my face, not knowing he was digging his own grave. I lunged towards him at hyperspeed, grabbing him by the neck as he writhed, and begged like a bitch. With his son's safety threatened, Lord Sang ordered his two bodyguards to retreat. I told General Gao to take everyone away, leaving me to finish the waste disposal. They were planning to regroup with me at the Sangyun University. At that moment, Lord Sang regained his authority and thought he had won when he was just standing there. He had a sniper positioned on a rooftop, aiming his scope at me, but I knew it and signaled my girl to shoot this guy. Donya shot and blew his head off. Lord Sang couldn't understand how I had also prepared a sniper. An eye for an eye. I decided to return the city lord's proposal by returning his son, throwing his body directly into Sang's arms, and I whispered a chilling question about the taste of human flesh. Lord Sang took his son, not knowing that I had literally put a grenade in his mouth. It was all over before it even began, as the detonation gutted both father and son from this world. Surprisingly, the father survived with a mutant effect all this time. I knew the rumors that the city lord was a secret devourer from my past life. It seems those rumors were true, except I had no idea he was a level 2 monster. I assured him that the next time we met, he would not survive the encounter. After this disaster, General Gao led the refugees to a supermarket where all the supplies were stored. The plan was to eliminate the Devourer tribe from the area to secure the supplies. Captain Zhang's team launched the invasion attack, but the moment they lunged, they were stunned. The Devourers had already been torn apart, so they had no difficulty stocking up and preparing to go to the new base. Captain San was disappointed by how easy the mission had been, considering it a waste of time. San also learned that General Gao had entrusted me with a critical mission, but normally these were carried out by San's faction. Instead, my brother felt offended that I looked like a handsome guy while killing more monsters than him. As for my two girls, they wondered where the captain had gone. Donya explained to them that, in reality, I had destroyed the Devourers long ago, so this was the easiest mission they had ever had. And yet they hadn't returned. Jun Jun is worried about the starving people. Although her current goal is to provide medical care, Don, you had the group return, and told Jun Jun to get ready. Captain San met with Gao and brought the supplies. The refugees were happy, but they only chanted my name for being the savior. This made San very jealous, and he thought I had brainwashed everyone somehow. Suddenly, one of the soldiers reported to everyone that there were signs of a new Devourer tribe nearby. Gao heard it, but Captain San was even more eager to deal with the threat. He wanted to prove to everyone that he was the real savior they needed. Meanwhile, I was talking to the brothers. I intended to raid the armory, but they warned me that it was full of mutated corpses wandering around. They believed that not even the three of us together could get all that equipment. I assured them I had a plan. As long as they took me there, the captains were ready, but they needed a vehicle for the rescue. First, that was easy for me, so I simply materialized one for them. Both captains were scared and asked me if I was using magic. I didn't mind explaining, and I told them to get in. We quickly headed to the place where a devourer was ordering its slaves to throw some objects into the water to lure the ghouls. Those objects were actually humans they had captured. They kicked them to attract the attention of the water ghouls who were now watching them. The devourer told the humans that one of them would have the chance to hook up with a girl if he personally went down to open the door. A virgin loser volunteered as tribute, stating he had never had a girlfriend, so this was good motivation. More people joined him. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng secretly observed the remaining army of the city lord's behavior. The captain told us about another way to avoid the water demons, which would help us avoid this confrontation altogether. I followed his lead as we dived into the depths of the water. The captain suddenly felt terrified, seeing dozens of water demons surrounding us. Due to her surprise, she frantically expelled air. I came to her aid and told her not to be afraid. Then I kissed her because that was my main skill, kissing beautiful women. In reality, this helped her regain the lost oxygen. The most urgent problem was that dozens of water demons were targeting us. In the end, this beautiful girl tried to protect me with her body, but to her surprise, the demons stopped attacking. She saw them completely immobilized in one place. That was because I had used my corpse control ability to brainwash them. She quickly realized it when I ordered them to prepare to hunt. By the way, I got a new muscular mom. Some of the other water ghouls accompanied us, and I thought about using my army against them. I hit these zombies and ordered the two soldiers to go up. Luckily, they managed to reach the top. While Xiao Feng wondered how I was able to control some of the zombies. They started to wonder how many powers I had at that moment. I went up shortly after. After having hunted them all, and luckily, I obtained a white crystal, although it took me a lot of effort to get it. The captain thought I was complaining for no reason, as the crystal could significantly amplify any of my abilities. Completely unexpectedly, a black cat observed the glow of the crystals and snatched it from my hands. We all wondered where that thing had come from, as it started running with the crystal in its mouth. The captain explains that they were probably used to drive rats away from the area. It seemed that this one had survived even after the apocalypse, but what was shocking was how it managed to steal the crystal from me. From me, of all people, feeling cornered and frankly annoyed. I pulled out a fish cracker and offered it to the kitty. Its divine reaction speed snatched that from me too, which angered me much more than I thought. I couldn't believe a cat had outsmarted me, not once, but twice, which confirmed that any creature that had survived the apocalypse was a mutation in itself. Xiao Feng pulled a lever and reconnected the electricity. That's a great thing for this dilapidated place. We headed to the arsenal, as the muscular mom explained how the survivors had to evacuate the base before the flood. They didn't have time to take their belongings, so they left a whole fleet of weapons. I saw it with my own eyes, how this equipment could easily arm 500 men. Xiao Feng was trying to find a tank in the hope of arming 1,000 people, but the captain considered it a real obstacle. How were we going to solve the transportation? I knew the city lord's army would arrive at any moment, so their only chance was to fight. Suddenly, Xiao Feng surprised us. Upon discovering a dam tank in the armory, there was only one small problem. A weapon-shaped monster was chasing it. This devilish monster fired a huge beam, which nearly killed him. Xiao Feng begged me to act, because that creature could destroy the entire armory. Acting urgently, I used my spatial ability and emptied the entire room inside it. Now she knew how I planned to get everything back. Even the cat was stunned by this. Xiao Feng considered me a god and begged me to keep the monster. But I couldn't keep live creatures like that. The captain personally wanted to lure the monster, but I prevented my bad bitch from going anywhere. She thought it was a reckless idea, because if something happened to me, the supplies would be lost. Meanwhile, the mutant-armed monster prepared another blast and fired directly at the tank. Xiao Feng's tank was destroyed in the process. I put her on the ground and asked her to go check on Xiao Feng, and decided to deal with the creature myself. She begged me not to die, but the type of thing I was contemplating was hard to say. This type of creature had never appeared in my previous life. In the end, all I cared about was stealing its crystal core. Bauer's group had no idea where they had just heard the sound of an explosion. At that moment, their soldiers noticed the sudden drop in water level and suspected that the sound came from underground. Double Chin was furious to learn that someone had already invaded the armory before they arrived. He wanted to kill them, so he ordered his soldiers to kill them all. But to his surprise, His men had already gone mad. The humans were literally drooling at the sight of a simple rabbit to devour its flesh, without knowing that this little furball was smiling at him like the devil to get closer. "And try it." The leader noticed, and immediately noticed that this rabbit was acting strangely. This thing literally went from fad gnats to Freddy's, and began to evolve into a huge beast. Double Chin and his men witnessed absolute horror as this thing mutated and invaded their consciousness. Now he was under the monster's control. Meanwhile, I was busy trying to hit the boss monster in front of me. Normally, one punch was enough to finish off my enemies, but this thing held its ground. It aimed its thunder cannon at me and fired a laser beam that I had to dodge, which I did successfully. These monsters were tougher than steel in terms of resilience. For the same reason, I didn't confront Lord Yang's mutated state. Because my punches would not have been enough to defeat him, the creature tried to crush me with its hand. But I quickly jumped away, knowing I still had some cards up my sleeve. My main strategy was to eliminate the parasitic vine inside the monster's brain. As I did so, the creature quickly used its vines to take control of my body, catching me limb by limb. Now that I was trapped, he aimed his huge cannon at me and fired a blast. I mean a laser. There was no way I would survive that impact, so I used a space jump to escape the attack. Realizing this was going to be much harder than I thought. Suddenly, the same cat that had tricked me twice appeared with a pulsating orange aura. It was fierce, and I could feel its mutant beast energy. The creature began to transform before my eyes. As for Xiao Feng, Captain Bai managed to remove all the debris to rescue him. Luckily, he was fine inside the tank. She just had to save all those blocks, but just as she was doing so, the group of parasitized devourers appeared out of nowhere. She thought they were the normal devourer group they had seen outside. But then Captain Bai's eyes widened in surprise. She sensed something was wrong with them. Their demonic eyes and smiles made it quite clear. Things weren't looking good for her. Suddenly, on the other hand, that damn cat turned huge. I was stunned, to say the least, and it faced the same monster that I was having trouble defeating. It was now a fight against two really powerful mutated beasts. I realized that these two wanted to claim the territory for themselves. I also realized why the cat had stolen the crystal from me. It was to lure me here. I was annoyed that that furball wanted to use me for its own purposes. But in the end, I decided to ally with it, riding on its back. I turned the new kitty into my pet and started the second round of my fight against the armed monster. The cat roared for some reason, angry that I was sitting where I was. But the monster in front of us gave us no time to argue, unleashing its frustration. The agile beast scratched the creature with its sharp claws, but I knew the attack wasn't going to kill that thing. It was too weak. I asked the orange streak to coordinate with me, using its speed to dodge the vines. And so I could easily take care of the rest, following my instructions. It lunged at full speed after dodging the monster's beam. Attacking from the other side of the room, we managed to flank the creature's vines. Just like last time, the creature tried to use its vines to trap us. But this time, the cat cut them to pieces. Satisfied with this opportunity, I lunged at the cores. Targeting the weakest point, I hit the creature's face hard with my fist. It was an ultra-effective move, as it caused considerable damage, so much so that it even surprised the cat. But that wasn't enough. We repeated the same strategy over and over, overcoming the monster, and overwhelming it with a series of blows, until we finally completely destroyed it. Winning the fight, its incredible purple crystal fell, and well, the damn cat tried to steal it from me again. Luckily, this time I was faster and caught it. I quickly put it in my mouth while the cat insulted me in its own language while we were so busy dodging the beams. We didn't realize the area was severely damaged, causing floodwater to seep inside. I knew the entire base would soon be submerged, so we had to escape. What caught my attention was how that same damn cat, which had acted like a cat before, was now drowning, begging me to help it. So I picked up the small creature and played with it. It was annoying, but I offered it the chance to come with me. The cat had temper issues, so I threw it back into the water. It was the best way to discipline that bastard. As it quickly ran back into my arms, this time it accepted my offer, and I reminded the stubborn furball that it had made its own decision. In the end, back with Captain Bai. She's out here dealing with numerous upgraded devourers that don't fall. Xiao Feng, trapped, told her to escape and leave him alone, but it's as if she could do it with the path blocked. Captain Bai suddenly noticed the strange rabbit, which was the cause of all this. This little nightmare creature that paralyses sleep was the one manipulating the devourer group, sucking their energy to feed itself even more. Having grown to a huge size, the strange rabbit used its vines to control Captain Bai's legs. Xiao Feng even warned her, but Captain Bai was already being torn apart. It was like reading an adult novel and a horror novel at the same time, because that thing was really scary. The creature was about to devour her when, suddenly, Xiao Feng smashed the tank into its body, doing his best to kill her, shooting her at point-blank range, annihilating her right at her weak spot. And that's how Xiao Feng saved the day. To Captain Bai's surprise, she was now completely exhausted and gasping for air. Suddenly, the creature's crystal core fell from above, triggering a series of events that would change Xiao Feng's future forever. The crystal fell directly into her mouth. Xiao Feng hadn't even realized what was happening and began to choke on the crystal. Captain Bai worried about him as his body began to react strangely. Meanwhile, I arrived with a kitten in my shirt, realizing the boy had just eaten one. Xiao Feng wonders why he can't feel any access to new powers. I told this idiot that the easiest way to find out was to get into a fight. But it was important that we escape this place first. Captain Bai gave me some hints while asking me why I was carrying a cat in the apocalypse. I told her everything would be fine as long as she stayed with me. Let's get back to the girl who abandoned the group. Now they are threatening to turn her into bait herself. A devourer is feasting its eyes all over her body. They made her scream for their own enjoyment, playing with her until she became their slave. She was afraid of being hung like this, so she was willing to offer her body. Her mind broke and she accepted her fate to please those monsters with her body. The devourer enjoyed hearing her miserable acceptance. As they were penetrating her, a vehicle passed by and stopped. A guy got out of the vehicle and stole their attention. They were enjoying a good time, and now it had been ruined. Captain Bai realized that I planned to use Xiao Feng to deal with those monsters and test his abilities. My only task was to help him become the Feng Shen of my previous life, the human nuclear weapon who would become a force to be reckoned with. Xiao Feng stood there as three monsters lunged at him to tear his body apart. They riddled him with numerous blows from head to toe, to the point that even Captain Bai worried and thought it would be better to help him. But I told her to stay where she was, knowing that was the only way to test his true powers. The monsters were stunned. They had just attacked Xiao Feng dozens of times, and he hadn't even moved. The soldier revealed that he had just absorbed all the blows and turned them into part of his own powers in an attempt to shut him up. And try again. The monsters used the same Jujutsu Kaisen jump strategy, except this time. The boy released the excess energy from his ability called the Plunderer. This ability really absorbs the energy of the monsters surrounding Xiao Feng. It is a tremendously powerful ability, meaning Xiao Feng's growth will continue to make him even more powerful. Meanwhile, I looked to my left and saw an axe, which was heading towards our side. The same axe cut off the heads of the three devourers at once. This weapon belonged to Captain San, who had just arrived and acted bravely to save our lives. In return, he wanted our food. I felt like dealing with this guy personally, so I told Xiao Feng to get back in the car. Next, I went to get a box full of food. I threw it in front of Captain San. Dog food, something I thought would suit him, so we sped off in our car, provoking him to tremendous rage. San's minions asked him why he hadn't killed Xiao Feng right there. It turns out Captain San had also aimed at him, but the axe missed. This meant he had already betrayed us, and even the general's orders. Everyone knew Xiao Feng now had powers, but Captain San didn't care. He just wanted to proclaim himself the new leader of the base, and became power-hungry. While we were in the car, I asked Xiao Feng if he had had any fights with San. It turns out this guy had always been a jerk. The only reason San's axe missed was because I threw a rock and altered its trajectory. I knew things seemed suspicious, and they were so desperate to kill him. But if there was a plan, that meant Captain San wanted to create his own leadership in the base. Back at the site, Yun Yun's team allowed her to greatly facilitate the construction. The workers' efficiency doubled, and she was happy to serve them in exchange for tons of food. While building the barricade, Jun Jun saw my car and became very excited about my return. Upon my return, the cat immediately jumped from above. I told it to behave or it would scare everyone. Luckily, the furball obeyed and found happiness in the outside world. Xiao Feng thought I was worried about him escaping, but I knew he had already gotten used to the treats. Anyway, I went upstairs to check out the empty warehouse I had asked for. It was at that moment that General Gao realized I had access to spatial abilities. His eyes widened in surprise at how I had managed to transport all the equipment from the arsenal into a single space with these weapons. Now we no longer have to worry about security or defense. General Gao was stunned to find out why I was only now revealing my powers. Then I told him that I had finally started to trust my companions, Even Gao knew that. Without my help, this base would be in ruins. That's why I was willing to keep my powers secret so they wouldn't be revealed. As for Captain Bai, she suggested that the base be named Su Chen Kue, which in this case translates to Dawn Light. So they named it the Dawn Light Base. I was surprised how quickly they decided on the name. In my previous life, I vividly remembered how General Gao's base was the only one that survived the apocalypse. Knowing that this base would be remembered forever made me feel honored. Meanwhile, Duanya the cat found her way to her zone. Thanks to her medical and surgical skills, the other medical students were very proud of her contribution. But even she knew that environment wasn't ideal for all patients. It would have been better if we could have obtained some medical supplies from the nearby hospital. The moment the cat saw her scalpel, she realized it was the weapon used by humans to cut off its damn testicles. The poor traumatized and untesticled cat looked at her frowningly. Dunya thought she must be hungry, so she picked up the kitten and offered it the chance to go with her. She wondered if I would let her keep it, not knowing that it was actually already mine. And she took the furry one to a room, a temporary shelter. Duanya took off her heels and entered the room, not knowing that I had already flanked her from behind and immobilized her on the bed. I stood over her as she wondered when I had returned. I was surprised that Duanya could tell it was me. That's because her psychic powers don't work on me. Later, we sat together in the bathtub while she played with the kitten. Duanya thought they could call her new pet Gold after its color. I was sitting right behind her, playing with her in the bathtub. She asked me how my mission in the armory had gone, and I showed her a new crystal that would help me transform into a level 2 human. Gold noticed it was the same purple crystal. Well, I knew I couldn't consume the crystal at that moment, knowing it made me hornier than ever. So I went home and got Doneha by my side before devouring it. Now she was in a tight spot and felt the true power of a level 2 human. Donya's voice trembled, and she could barely withstand my T-Rex. Meanwhile, Junjun was peeking through the window and saw that we were having fun. Jealous that Donya was the only one having fun, she shrunk to her normal size. She saw how Donya could barely articulate sentences to ask for help. Junjun came closer and saw a literal monster in a human's body. I wasn't satisfied with one, so I thought it was time to destroy the other one. Both women felt the power of a level 2 human. They couldn't resist me until, finally, hours passed. After completely destroying them, I put them on the bed and returned to my normal form. I apologized for giving in with the crystal absorption, while Union thought they also needed to level up, or else I would destroy them one by one. Now that I had become a level 2 human, I needed to test my new powers. Channeling the steel body, I gained the combined strength of the Berserker and the durability of the Golden Snake King. With energy pulsing through my body, I wondered if I should release it. Releasing the pressure, I made both girls and the cat fall off the same bed. I laughed and realized I had to control it better. Next, I needed to test the range of my spatial ability. With this evolution, I could open multiple spatial portals at the same time. Junjun and Doan, you were really annoyed by how I had treated them. The third ability was the ice ability. This time, I could condense a layer of ice on my body. It's not as durable as I'd like yet, but then I came up with another use for it, circulating energy into the ice blocks. I launched them into the spatial portals, thanks to there being several. They now shot out from different directions to attack a single opponent. The speed was comparable to a bullet, and it could easily be used for an ambush-type attack. Seeing me flex my new abilities left both women in awe. Finally, I needed to test the mental perception. To my surprise, the depth of perception didn't change much, but I could feel the movement of every cell in my own body. Suddenly, I felt an external influence take over me. This influence transported me inside a mental space. To my great confusion here, the woman who inhabited the space was none other than Heiyun's most peace, the corpse that had been influenced by the parasite. I felt shock and anger, wondering how she had managed to survive what I had done to her. I was trapped inside her realm. The same parasite managed to merge with part of my body. After absorbing her crystal core, our essences merged, and I realized that I was the one who had been overcome. Instead, all my abilities were ineffective here. From the outside, Duanya and Yun Yun couldn't reach my senses. But inside, a baker sat on me, demanding what she wanted. The woman expressed how lonely she felt, how she had been waiting for me to come here. Before I could follow her lead with me, I used my ice abilities and created a whip. And with it, I pulled her by the neck, using her like a bitch. Now she was the one under my control. She clarified that she had never been strong enough to possess my body. But I felt she was too dangerous to trust, so I locked her in an ice cage. Now that she couldn't do anything, I told her I would freeze her forever. Even then, she told me that, despite being weaker than me, she could use the conscious realm to her advantage. A cage was built around me and trapped me in an egg, strangely enough. Now we were both trapped and unable to get out. We were now at a stalemate, staring at each other. She thought it was a good idea to strike up a conversation now that we were trapped. Anyway, I wondered what she was thinking. She revealed her interest in absorbing some of my energy to continue surviving. This absorption wouldn't affect me, and she was too weak to take over my body. I didn't trust her at all and asked her how she would get out of my body. Apparently, she needed abilities to survive, and if she left on her own at that moment, it would mean immediate death unless I could help her find a suitable host, someone with enough powers and good looks. I laughed, calling her picky, and told her it would be difficult to find someone like that. She was willing to choose for herself without me actively looking for someone. On the other hand, she was really happy to lend me some benefits in exchange for absorbing some energy. I didn't give a damn. I just reminded that bitch that if she tried to take over me, I would destroy her. She accepted our deal and begged me to release the ice magic. We both undid our spells at the same time, and just then I regained consciousness in the real world. Junjun and Don, you were worried if something had happened to me, but at the same time, I also felt worried, making sure to minimize risks forever. I ended up freezing the entire conscious realm where she resided. In this way, she could not escape and was trapped until further notice. Still, it was a temporary solution, and I needed to find her a suitable body. Then I realized there were other women in the base and begged Duanya to take me to them. This request turned out to be strange to my two girls because they thought I wasn't satisfied with them. I smiled naturally, clearing up the misunderstanding. In the next scene, we went out to look for the women. This base housed about 1,300 people. 400 were security soldiers. They have helped fight the devourers and mutants. The rest of the men focused their efforts on construction, along with Yun-Yun's help. As for the women and children, they were responsible for removing any traces of mutated plants within the base and managing basic logistics. The injured patients who were affected by the mutated plants recovered completely thanks to Duanya's help. And other doctors, people worked hard to establish the new base as quickly as possible so that they could finally maintain peace after its completion. But I knew that, even then, we wouldn't have the luxury of relaxing. Now the base's security and food supplies were assured. But not for long. It was a short-term solution, and we needed another expedition to eliminate the devourers from the hospital. General Gao discussed his plans with the two brother captains. One of them pointed out that a total of 100 monsters resided in the hospital. Sending San would be the most sensible for this mission. Captain San was very angry that I was not attending this meeting despite establishing a new base. I was rarely seen around there. Gao told him to speak of me politely, but this guy's arrogance was excessive. The general knew that Captain San was too short-sighted. He had already handed over the base to Gao because he had no interest or time to play the role of leader. However, I reminded the general that there was a lot at stake and that if he didn't do an exceptional job, this base would eventually be destroyed. Accepting that great responsibility, Gao rose to the occasion. He knew that a powerful person like me would never stop increasing his power. Gao even assured Captain Zhang that I would intervene if the base was severely threatened by a powerful force. Captain Zhang responded by saying that the tribe within the hospital was a good enough enemy to use. After all, he was not willing to risk his squad's lives senselessly. General Gao added that Xiao Feng would help them on this mission, and that AI would be recommended to join to ensure total success. Captain San finally accepted the mission and set off to prepare for the task ahead. His minions asked him why he was giving up on his plans to take control of the base. Captain San revealed that he feared that Xiao Feng and I were capable threats, especially since we were ability users. Instead, he wanted to use this mission as a way to get rid of the two of us, which would allow him to take control easily upon seeing us leave. Gao and Captain Bai's brother were testing Captain Zhang on Nia's orders, and the general wonders if this guy will suspend the mission. On the other hand, I was curious about the reports from the men they sent to scout the city. The field team should have been here by now, and according to the information I gave them earlier, something big was happening behind the scenes in the city's shelter area. Tianyu's allies were annoyed that I didn't share the crystal cores with them. Tianyu spoke up for me and emphasized that those cores were difficult to obtain. Besides, he had saved their skins several times and owed them no favors. Tianyu's group was annoyed at having to fight endless mutated beasts and zombies without powers. The field team silently observed a group of slaves approaching. A group of these slaves ended up approaching the security base. Apparently, they were captives, and one of them was the Mohawk girl herself. They thought she was good loot, and that it was worth bringing these girls to the city lord to profit from. By the way, Lord Sang had established his absolute dominion as a devourer. He greatly enjoyed finding these girls and offered them a chance to survive. If they could give him a new child, they would live. He grabbed one of the girls and began to rape her, reminding her of her worth and usefulness. A servant came to inform the city lord about my plans to attack the hospital. Upon hearing this, he became very angry. Lord Hank wanted to send the entire platoon to kill me, even though his servants had been starving for so long that they could only do, and turn everyone into devourers. Suddenly, the Mohawk girl raised her voice and said she could help them on this mission. Lord Hank continued to play with the girl and questioned her offer. Later that day, 2 of his servants were buried in the ground until only their necks were exposed. There, they begged the city lord for an answer. Lord Zhang brought a giant bat full of nails and explained that the girl would help him build a powerful army of devourers. But before that, she asked him to kill a group of humans as part of the potion. These poor guys realized that the girl was lying to her leader. But Sang was already a monster who didn't care. He just wanted to test the theory, so he swung the bat at full speed and literally cut off their heads. Those same heads ended up landing in a special pool of blood where humans were roasted alive. The girl applied second-generation serums to speed up the evolution process. Despite the instability of the process, she trusted its effects and had earned a place in Hank's army. The humans were forcibly thrown inside like sacks of meat, and then the scrum began to take effect. She mocked them for being the lucky ones chosen for the transformation process. They looked at her with fear, as the Mohawk girl revealed that she had chosen the strongest warriors to transform them into servants of the city lord. This was her act of revenge and rebellion against me, because after her enslavement, she suffered endlessly. She wanted to make me pay, so she gave birth to a new race of devourers, much more terrifying than ever before. Tianju and the field team watched everything that happened with terror in their eyes. They knew that, in the end, the 2,000 survivors would fall under Hank's control. Tianju knew they couldn't stand idly by and let that happen. He wanted to inform his base before facing annihilation, but his problems only worsened when the devourers emerged from their hiding place. It turned out they were also spying on the spies. Now the situation had become really serious. Tianju offered himself as bait so his friend could escape, but these hungry giants wanted them both to stay so they could use them as dinner. Back at our dawn base, Xiaomei appeared happier than ever. She called herself my wife, which was very strange, but I didn't mind. General Gao came to inform me about Captain San's situation. He wanted to send me to help them, in case the mission got complicated and I was willing to help. Moreover, it seemed that Gao had another request for me. Gao told me that the hospital would eventually become a problem later on, as it was too close to the base, and that the medicines inside it would also be used in the future. That's why he begged me to leave the medical supplies for the base. I promised him that I would only take what was strictly necessary. Before leaving, the general told me that he had gathered all the ability users from the base and had grouped them into a single team. These people were going to follow my leadership on the mission. I was happy to take command and captured everyone's attention. I told them to stay at the base without contributing to the mission at all. This stunned them, because I had only assigned them to watch out for invasions of the city, and nothing more. My presence would obviously attract them here. As for Tianju, at that moment, he was surrounded by several devourers and had nowhere to flee. The only way out was to defeat a group of them. At the same time, he told Zyro Miao to follow the same tactic they had used during crisis missions. As a veteran field agent, she followed Tianju's lead. The devourers didn't care about their plans and only cared about finishing them off. Tianju lunged forward with a powerless punch, but in reality, what he did was throw lime powder to blind them. With the devourers distracted, they escaped immediately. Somio became a target and asked them to chase him. Unfortunately, the poor boy was stabbed with a spear that went through his abdomen. Tianju screamed at the loss of his friend. City Lord Zhang had secured a new skewer snack. As Zyro Miao's body agonized, Zhang didn't like this guy being skinny. Instead, he gave him to his new fleet of devourers as a gift. And the poor boy was torn apart. Even when Tianju tried to help him, it was no use as he was attacked from behind. Zyro Miao's last request was for his brother to return. Subsequently, his body was cut in half, and he became a Kit Kat like a certain blue-eyed king. And white hair, Tianju screamed, ignoring his own pain and injuries. A deep sense of rage engulfed him, but he wanted to escape first. Tianju ran as fast as he could, while the devourers threw spears at him. Luckily, he managed to jump into the water, where they could no longer track him. The monsters became enraged because their prey had escaped, as it was the easiest prey to help them satisfy their hunger. Lord Sang ordered his new army to go after the Dawn base and devour the people inhabiting it. His roaring order was immediately accepted by his minions, who were hungry and driven mad by their own hunger. They just wanted to eat a piece of meat. Lord Sang was ecstatic at the thought of taking revenge on me with this new army. He felt confident of his victory, but my main mission focused on the city hospital. There, a woman had just given birth to a devourer baby. She had been used as a breeding machine for these monsters. Feng Panzi was the leader of the tribe in this area. In reality, he was also a mental patient at the hospital and became the first devourer of the hospital with the fantasy of using women. The poor woman wanted to escape, but he wasn't going to let her rest. He grabbed her leg and wanted her to be like before. Meanwhile, Captain Zhang's men had begun to infiltrate the hospital. They killed the devourers in the area, and he killed some. He even got annoyed that I wasn't doing anything and threatened us to make way for him. Xiao Feng was very offended, but Captain Zhang reminded them that his own men possessed no powers. They were normal, ordinary people. I stepped forward and responded to his little threat. He argued that ability users had to contribute and take charge. So I took the opportunity on my own and told him that if a stray bullet hit me, I would show no mercy. I grabbed Duanya and Xiao Feng, and we started moving. Captain Zhang's strategy was for us to deal with the devourers, and only then would they attack us with 100 weapons. They also felt great pity, as they wanted to kill Duanya for her great beauty. Suddenly, a voice told them to leave her behind. While they were busy fantasizing about her, I had already taken my team elsewhere. In reality, it was Donya who used mind control magic, so they couldn't detect us. Even then, she knew Captain San would sense something was wrong. I decided to help her with my ability, creating portals in the air. Then I started shooting them with ice shards, creating a sense of panic among his soldiers. Captain San and his men headed in another direction, while being attacked by ice shards. None of them could detect the enemy's location. Meanwhile, the same woman from before ended up meeting a pathetic death. The devourer had taken her life, but when Panksy turned around, he saw his men ogling the other women. They wanted the same as their leader. Their senses had been dominated by lust. This rebellious act angered their leader. A burning rage filled Panksy, who began to tear apart his own men. And the same wave broke into Captain San's platoon. Panzi came out of the wall and was surprised to see the humans. Even Captain San thought this guy was huge for a devourer. And then his men frantically pointed out the hundreds of devourers on every floor. All this time they had assumed there were only a few dozen. But now San's group was completely surrounded. San initiated the battle and ordered his men to shoot at anything that moved. But despite their efforts, their rifles wouldn't fire. For some reason, someone had already tampered with their weapons. Panksy called his tribe members and ordered them to make nookheads out of these humans, so he could roast them later. And when I say nookheads, I mean cutting off their limbs. The devourers unleashed their fury, literally demolishing Captain San's group before their very eyes. He charged into battle with his axe, cutting down several of them at once, and then he turned to the rest of the survivors, ordering them to fight without weapons and kill them all. Captain San quickly realized that I was the one who had trapped them there the whole time, and he was eager to kill me next. Captain San's rebellion to survive began with his soldiers advancing to face the devourers. It was now a close-quarters battle between two forces. Some were stabbing the monsters, while others were falling dead. Some even feared facing these monsters and thought it was best to hide. A guy watched a baby devourer on the table, newly born, and this child literally hid in the shadows before emerging from under. Then it cut off this guy's leg and started devouring his entire body. Imagine losing to a newborn being a soldier. Probably the most humiliating thing I've ever seen. The child grew after consuming little by little. Captain San single-handedly took care of walking the devourers and boosting his soldiers' morale, despite killing a dozen of them at once. Peng Si was not impressed at all. Captain San charged with his battle axe, thinking it was the perfect time to cut that fat monster in half. But before his axe could impact, Peng Zi easily caught it, surprising this guy with his reaction time. To make matters worse, his young son had also flanked Sam from behind. Humiliatingly, Sam's arms were cut off as he screamed in pain. The little devourer danced on his body until a certain person arrived and beat up the brat. The enraged brat was pissed off, but the game was up, and I wasn't going to let Sam get away with it so easily. Pan Sin expected our arrival, but like all the other monsters, he set his eyes on Duanya's curves. He started celebrating like a monkey, as if he had gotten another girl. He even offered me the choice of my death now that I had brought her. But I was already annoyed and responded with my fists. I decided to hit him so hard that he shot out like a cannonball. My choice was to send these loops of Satan to hell, despite having literally punched a hole in his stomach. Panksy had the ability to regenerate. He knew I was an ability user, and he craved battle. Meanwhile, Panchetta's son already had Bacchuses on him, and he called Duanya Emid like crazy. The only reason he didn't attack her was because his father liked her beauty. But damn it, that pissed her off. She promised not to eat her after eating some meat. But he felt the need to drink some milk from his mother, completely enraged. Duanya kicked him from above, hitting the boy's face against the ground. But this little demon only enjoyed the experience of being hit by his mother. Donya's second kick came with a powerful push, erasing the smile from his face. As if that weren't enough, she jumped and literally kicked him with her heel. This kid was literally getting the Asian parent treatment on steroids. Even then, the demon's spawn enjoyed the beating to get revenge. He wanted to show her what he was capable of. Donya was stunned to see that this boy also had abilities. He appeared from behind, using the same strategy he had used on the soldier to cut off his legs. But before he could do anything, Gold came purring and hit him. Don-io got nervous and told the kitten to hide behind her. The good thing about her mental ability is that she could track this little demon's movements. The boy tried to kill the cat first, not knowing he was facing a superpowered one. After being knocked down, the demon's spawn hid behind the wall, covered in wounds. Don Yan didn't even understand what had just happened, but this fight was practically over. Well, Captain San's men weren't having a good day. Xiao Feng took charge and told them to stay close to him. The tough guys thought he could stop them all. They called him friend, scrawny, and pathetic, while San thought he could take this opportunity to escape. The guy looked like a chicken nookjet, and yet he had the ego to call himself team leader. Xiao Feng was happy to protect him, but before that, he needed a favor. Using his ability, he began to absorb Captain San's life force. The guy was already useless, so he could use him as ammunition to kill the rest. San, exhausted, thought he had been betrayed by his own teammate, but Xiao Feng reminded him that it was they who had tried to kill them in the first place. And now that they were enemies, he used all the men in the area and drained their strength too. Thanks to my prior warning, the Dawn base members detected the arrival of a huge devourer army. They were heading this way. Captain Bai had everything prepared. While Yun Yun looked sad, she didn't want the devourers to destroy what she had helped build. At that moment, Captain Bai shuddered and blushed as she asked a question. She really wanted to know how Donya, and she didn't mind being with me at the same time. Yun Yun argued that, although it was strange at first, nothing in this world mattered in the apocalypse. Taking advantage of this topic, Yun Yun asked if Bai had any interest in me, as she was always evasive when talking about me. Even now, the captain turned her face flushed, but Jun understood her feelings and described me as a handsome and powerful man. Bai finally accepted this side of her, but before the conversation could continue, a guard pointed to the horde of devourers approaching the wall. Both women were terrified by their sheer number. They didn't expect such a huge army. Quickly, she tasked a man to alert the general. Jun Jun ate her snacks and prepared for the fight. Captain Bai had no intention of abandoning the base, while Jun Jun insisted that they could not let the devourers destroy the isolation wall. She didn't care about the devourers as much as she was afraid of what I would do to her in bed as punishment. She pulled out a power-up potion, injected it into her body, and transformed into a titan. Jun Jun was going to entertain them first, and asked Captain Bai to prepare the soldiers for the fight, making sure no one left the base. Then she fell alone, leaving Captain Bai stunned by the level of loyalty she felt for a man. Jun Jun landed and focused on the trees surrounding her. She ripped one out of the ground and challenged the devourers to fight her, refusing to let them pass. Jun Jun realized that the serum's effects were exceptionally amplifying her strength and her body size, which gave her the confidence to face an entire army of devourers alone. Lord Sen thought she was arrogant for recklessly advancing alone. The first devourers rushed towards her to attack her. They surrounded her legs, while she raised the tree high and literally began to sweep them away, as if hitting them with a broom. Some of the devourers jumped impressively high, matching her height, and even managing to climb her arm. Jun Jun was in trouble, but she used her other arm to crush them in one go. Captain Bai was stunned by how strong both Duanya and Jun Jun were. At the same time, it was clear that even this titanic woman wouldn't last long against the army. The base's original defense was already in ruins. She ran downstairs to set up a new solution. Meanwhile, the tree woman was busy crushing these cockroaches like insects. Some of the devourers felt genuine fear at her rage. They didn't even want to challenge her strength, but then the Mohawk girl reappeared, giving them an incentive to defeat her. The devourers diverted their attention from Yun Yun and focused on attacking their own leader. She stood there and finally, she took them all down like babies. Giving them a bump on the head, she planted a special kind of plant. This mutated substance began to sprout immediately before being captured in a Chang. She actually stumbled upon a bunch of mutated plants that she further amplified using her blood. However, the cost of using these plants was soul-devouring. She watched as one of the devourers evolved to a degree of madness. Its brain was now completely under the influence of the mutated plant, and it looked like an alien. Jun Jun began to realize that trouble was brewing. The three evolved devourers had become Kaiho-sized creatures, so now the fight was going to be harder than before. Lord Sang laughed and was happy with his forces. Using the rest of the devourer army, he told them to aim and attack the base. Invade it and devour those inside. The devourers lunged with the desire to kill the men and enslave the women for later. But then a yellow beam shot out of nowhere and vaporized one of them. Confused, they wondered what was happening, not knowing that a bunch of tanks had arrived to incinerate them. These were the base's defensive forces, which intended to open fire and reduce the battlefield to ashes. The devourers were destroyed, as they wondered how the humans had managed to get real tanks. Jun Jun was happy that reinforcements had come to help her. Her problems didn't end, because one of the mutated devourers used its vine and trapped her arm. The gigantic alien overwhelmed her with its bite, but luckily, she managed to use the tree to buy some time. Jun Jun crashed into the wall. As another mutated devourer came from above, she knew she was lost because she was completely defenseless. At that moment, a drone swooped down and crashed into the devourer. It stopped its attack and caused considerable damage, all thanks to Captain Bai, who controlled the drones remotely, which were part of the arsenal I had brought. The problem was that there weren't many drones to buy time. Meanwhile, inside the hospital, I was busy making bigger holes in Pansy than the ones I made with Donya. The devourer praised me for exerting a magnificent level of strength, but still, he called me weak for being unable to finish him off. With his fist thrown towards me, the woman in my consciousness began to wonder what was happening in the outside world. This girl kept blaming me for locking her in this realm, preventing her from interacting with the outside world. Longing to escape the area, she used her powers and began to drill a hole in the ice prison I had created. While she was busy doing that, I was busy dodging Pansy's blows. Although I knew this guy was a difficult opponent that I couldn't defeat quickly, I had to use all the options I had. At that very moment, she escaped from the prison. At the same time, I was so distracted by her that I didn't dodge Pansy's blows. Bro hit me until my clothes broke. Once again, I was transported to that horrible mental space. Here she lunged at me from above. This time, that crazy woman was even grabbing my body with her legs. She created a cage around us, making sure I wouldn't escape. This cage was so fortified that I could do nothing about it. It was her way of telling me that she could no longer manipulate my ice abilities. Although she tried to punish me, she had no idea that I was completely naked. My super penis was exposed, and she started accusing me of being a pervert when she was the one who dragged me there. Suddenly, she felt my member from below and begged me to control my instincts. But it wasn't like I could keep calm when she was writhing tightly against my body. We both tried to find a solution. Pansy, for her part, began to hit my unconscious body. Each blow caused such a destructive impact that it shook the mental space. All that movement really made this woman even more horny than before. Another blow almost caused her to climax. The fat woman couldn't stop hitting me while she was having fun here while we went up and fell back down. She was starting to lose control, wondering how things had ended up like this. But outside, Pengxi had grabbed my unconscious body and was about to put me in her mouth. Suddenly, she felt the sting of bullets grazing her thick skin. It was my wife, Donya, who had come alone to protect me. Peng Yes felt offended because she aimed a weapon at him, even when he planned to savor her. Duan Yan didn't care at all and bluntly. She felt possessive of me and wanted me back. The brother felt true jealousy and realized that this fat guy had never had the chance. His story is quite pathetic. The guy looked like Pennywise, but he was a bigger clown. He was the typical lovesick fool who loved a woman, even if she paid him no attention. This ugly lump of flesh thought he was the one who had been treated unfairly, when in reality the girl felt sorry for him and accepted his gifts to make him happy. That was until she dropped the bombshell that she was pregnant. She told him to get lost, but he wasn't done yet. What happened to him afterwards was horrible. Panxi relived that trauma and transformed into a hideous monstrosity. Golden Dawn ran to save their lives. While prioritizing saving mine, Xiao Feng vibrates with his new power, ready to face the devourer horde before him. Finally, my colleague was ready to give them a good beating, but before he could cultivate his aura, my bitch came flying with Gorlock, with the destroyer behind her. That ugly mass was about to catch her with its disgusting tongue, but the golden cat transformed into its supreme state and saved her life. At the same time, Xiao Feng activated the plunder to absorb strength, but his ability didn't even work due to the huge difference between their power levels. Duanyi insisted that they had to escape for now, as they had no other option. Xiao Feng fled from the disgusting tongue, while this evil Pan man bit his way through the walls and chased them to hell. Meanwhile, I was lying on the ground after being destroyed in that fight, all thanks to the stupid bitch in my consciousness. She felt relieved to see that the situation was under control, and I told her to behave until I returned. But this horny woman was now eager to help me, just to get me back for the same kind of pleasures. Becoming addicted outside, Bai's brother and the rest of the ability users were busy attacking the devourers. They were cutting and slashing with tremendous speed and eliminating dozens of them at once. The three mutant monsters were handled by Yun Yun, who was pushing a stick and stabbing their bodies with a deadly blow. Captain Bai's teamwork was going smoothly, except that she didn't anticipate that a dam tank would literally fly in her direction. The tank crushed her and threw her against the debris. Yun Yun's expression darkened as the devourers began to overwhelm our forces, and a very irritated Union said enough. The walls had been torn down and the tanks destroyed. Things were going contrary to what she intended, which provoked her demonic side. Lord Sang was happy to lead the next charge and felt arrogant, but Jun Jun's death from her feeding ability came when she crushed two monsters. As if they were insects, the mutated city lord hadn't anticipated her return. He was the one who went on the offensive, this time lunging at her to reach her and get revenge. Jun Jun tried to crush him with her hand, but Sang managed to escape. He lunged upwards over her arm, then threw a powerful punch that hit the Titan's face squarely. Meanwhile, Captain Bai, bloodied and injured, emerged from the debris and shouted for Jun Jun to get to safety. The giant fell to the ground, and Lord Jun landed back on his feet, with the main threat eliminated. She felt unstoppable, believing she had the upper hand. But something within Yun Yun ignited her soul to fight harder than ever. She wanted to protect the base. All because of me. Her mere dominant presence instilled fear in the city lord. He stood up, towering over the insect as he stared at it, and declared that he was going to kill them all, unleashing hell. Yun Yun prepared her fist and lunged at the bastard who had hit her before. This time, the air pressure from her punch was enough to take down Hang. He screamed as her fist collided with his body, shattering his body, until her fist sank into all the floors of the building. No one would survive that attack. At that moment, the air pressure was so strong that it reached General Gao. The other captains were terrified by Yun Yun's new strength. She was alone against the entire army, but General Gao thought that even that wouldn't be enough. Yun Yun went mad and began to roar with pure ferocity, deafening the humans in the area. Her body convulsed and reacted exaggeratedly. She had entered a state of fury where she was no longer an ally. Gao knew that AI was his last hope in this confrontation, so he instructed the team to focus on finding me. As the only speed-type user among them, the girl volunteered and shot off like a ghost, cutting through the air. Meanwhile, I slowly emerged from the hellish hole. I had already killed most of the devourers here. To my surprise, the woman's aura detached from my body, and she appeared free. She wanted us to follow the villain's tracks, but I already knew, as it didn't take Sherlock Holmes to deduce the basic clues. She wanted to help me, but I only saw her as a lot of trouble. Annoyed, she wanted to prove her usefulness to me. Using her strange hair, she used the pole of a building to swing like Spider-Man. This crazy woman started swinging us both from building to building. It was undoubtedly a faster way to travel. Suddenly, we both realized something. My eyes widened. Seeing Jun Jun's huge state, we both realized something had happened to her, causing her a kind of mad state. At that rate, her body was at great risk of self-destruction. Somehow, this crazy woman mocked me for it. She rose into the air and showed me that Xiao Feng's situation wasn't looking good either. He was having a lot of trouble controlling his new powers. Then there was the mutant cat. Even with the combined strength of both, they failed to inflict any damage on the level 2 devourer. Instead, it only took one tongue swipe to knock them down. Peng Zi refocused all his attention on Duan Ye, and with a quick flick of his tongue, he ripped her clothes. Professor Bave was trying to seduce me into accepting her powers, knowing I had to choose between protecting Duan Ye or Yun Yun, who was on the verge of destruction. It was true that Duan Ye was on the verge of death, until a strand of hair intervened and stopped the disgusting tongue before it could touch her. The woman was stunned to see that I had nullified her powers and used them for my own good. The good thing was that no one else could see her except me. To them, it looked like I was the one doing the heavy lifting. I went to rescue Duan and company, who were happy to see me back in full form. Pansy was annoyed that I had interrupted his little meal, but I was eager to use my new powers. The shadow threads had become part of me, and I was eager to test them on him. They were sharp enough to pierce his tongue and even wrap Pansy completely, with every part of his body wrapped in place. Pansy mocked me for using petty tricks, when in reality I couldn't do him any harm. But he soon forgot my real target, the building behind him. Using those shadow vines, I wrapped his body like a spider web around the building. Now he was trapped in place, and I began to have fun with the possibility of cutting him to pieces, just to see if he could still recover from such a pathetic state, forcing me to act. I used the sharp ties to tighten more and more. With the accumulated pressure, Peng Si exploded next to the building, unable to withstand the force. Donya was dazzled to see me level up beyond what I really wanted to keep up with my increasing pace. Meanwhile, I just told her to relax and stay with the cat. I also left Xiao Feng in her care. Luckily, both were fine. As for the bullet-fast woman, she was looking for me everywhere but found no trace, completely exhausted. She turned to her right and saw me flying towards her. I looked like Kankinki with my shadow Kagyun. I had gained so much travel speed that even a speed-type user like her thought it was impressive. She tried to call me, but there were more important matters to attend to. I had to go to the base and deal with the mess that had formed. The crazy girl also worried about Yun Yun's safety, while I felt capable of using my spatial jump ability. With it, we jumped through space, the speed woman guide watching me, and couldn't even imagine that I possessed something like that in my arsenal. The problem is that my jump only covered 3 meters when I first used it. Just using it 3 times exhausted my stamina, but with level 2 of the human state, I could jump 8 meters forward, transforming into a steel body, which increased my power. The woman worried about what I had planned, while I was in the mood to test the maximum range of my abilities. I began to repeatedly use the space jump, traveling so fast that I disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, Jun Jun was wreaking havoc like a true attack on Titan Titan. Most of the devourers were afraid of her, but some weird clowns wanted to climb her curves. Bro got lost in the sauce at the wrong time and didn't care about the damn apocalypse. He just wanted to get in there. Well, that's how a man's climbing journey began. The brother moved fast, and his friend followed him quickly. The rest of the troops followed suit to climb the giant woman. They had almost reached paradise, even though the colossal woman had prepared a huge building for them for breakfast. These clowns had a valid strategy to invade her back door and attack from within. General Gao used his army to shoot the devourers in order to stop them, but the mere pressure of Yun Yun's rage was enough to threaten their lives. Gao knew that none of them would be safe if she continued like this, but Captain Bai noticed a presence. My presence. I jumped to the top of the tower and finally revealed myself. Yun Yun's dangers worsened because she was about to explode. I had to knock her unconscious and wake her up before that happened, so I asked her to pay attention to me. She hit the tower I was on. This allowed me to jump onto her arm and travel to the top. I was now really sure that she had lost her mind forever. I ended up getting slapped and landing on her boobs, but it didn't matter, because I could always take that opportunity to beat up the devourers. First, during this crucial moment that endangered my life, the stupid professor asked me about Yun Yun's resistant stockings to grow larger with her. Anyway, I focused my attention on the group of devourers who were climbing her. These clowns thought they had achieved a real victory, that they were going to heaven. But then I destroyed their dream by strangling them. With one of my shadow tentacles, I hung this guy who thought he was betraying the squad by refusing to become a man of culture. Likewise, I deployed numerous tentacles to control and throw the devourers. I also attacked them quickly and knocked them down. The Mohawk girl was chased to the edge and faced a group of devourers. This time, she had nowhere to escape. They even took off her robe and stole all her aura. She used her useless staff and threw it at the devourer's eye. But that wasn't enough, so she jumped off the cliff, choosing her own destiny. It turns out the staff wasn't actually useless at all. It had a secret infected plant that began to mutate. The devourer transformed into a powerful monster. This same monster caught Yun Yun's attention. Meanwhile, a guy had managed to sneak in without me noticing. She raised her leg, shaking many of them off like insects, but some clung on tightly. True to their mission, with a single stomp of her feet, she destroyed the mutated devourer with a big smile on her face. She was truly the villain here, and the devourers could barely resist. That's where I intervened to finish the job on their behalf. I cut these horny guys with my shadow tentacles, and then I launched myself into the sky. With the devourers completely eliminated, it was now just the two of us left. But Captain Bai was terrified to see this side of me. Two berserk monsters faced each other in a battle that would decide Yun Yun's fate. The berserk Yun Yun clasped her hands together to aim at me. At that moment I was lost, unable to dodge her, and even Gao and Bai knew it. Luckily, I used my only card of getting out of jail free, my portal to escape. At that moment, Yung Yung thought I had shattered her to pieces, but the air pressure she created with that move shattered buildings and roads. To her surprise, I wasn't there baffling the general and the captain as they wondered about my position. Right now, I feel a little strange. The reason was that, in reality, I was hiding in her cleavage. She tried to look around, but couldn't find me. Suddenly, a flash of light began to shine through Yun Yun's body. I realized immediately and understood that it was the worst-case scenario imaginable. Using a space jump, I surfaced. She was radiating light everywhere, and it looked like she was about to explode at any moment. Of me, the worst. This girl's body no longer obeyed her, and ultimately, she was going to meet her end in the depths of her own mental state. Yun Yun returned to her memories. She was trapped inside a tube. Her life was a miserable hell of darkness. They experimented on her constantly. Hundreds of needles pierced her body. The only way to define her was as a lab rat. Jun Jun desperately begged God to save her, to change her fate. And that's when a man's voice was heard. I was that man, the man she interpreted as her God. Even now, I tried to remind her that she had to prove her usefulness to me in her final moments. I lunged at her bakery with the Slape 9000 and delivered a brutal blow. That ultimate blow knocked her out, leaving Bei speechless, even on the verge of explosion. This giant woman felt ecstatic, remembering all those memories of the moments she shared with me. How I pulled her out of her despair. She remembered the memories I shared with her, how I pierced her darkness with my lightning sword. Or brightly lit. In this case, Union felt she owed me a great debt, so she was willing to lose everything. A bright light emanated from her body. Everyone knew she was lost. Her body exploded, and finally the explosion made her disappear into nothingness. When General Gao opened his eyes, he was surprised to see that there was no damage. Everyone desperately tried to search for us among the remains of the explosion. After all that had happened, Captain Bai fell to her knees believing that I had perished saving my side. She regretted not being able to tell me certain things, whatever that meant. Jun Jun also saved everyone and sacrificed herself. But at that moment, the general saw something in the sky. I descended with a loud roar, with Jun Jun's body secured in my arms. We both seemed to be fine as I approached my friends. I had the bag secured with double G cups, but it was damaged and we had to attend to its condition. The general quickly ordered a doctor to be found, but at that very moment, a flying cat came running here. The pretty girl had arrived on top of the doped kitten. As she was a doctor, she promised to take a look, jumping off the creature. She approached me with a questionable rear panel. Duanya checked Yun Yun's condition and deemed it critical, which meant she was very close to death. It was necessary to take her back to the main base. Shortly after, we went there and submerged ourselves in the bathtub. Donya poured out all the water, which didn't make much sense to me, as apparently the usual treatment was useless for the condition Union was in. Donaha needed to apply different procedures. Her plan was to use the recovery serum we had acquired at the evolution base and put on new clothes. She urged me to check if Yun Yun's wounds were healing properly. From what I could see, I didn't notice any difference. She still had yellow strands all over her body. Doan, you felt pessimistic, because even after refining the serum, it seemed the process had failed. That gave me an idea. Perhaps these wounds required some kind of skill to heal. Instead, the idea and theory made sense. But at the same time, Doan already had no idea what the goal was here. Her cheeks flushed as she saw me doing something out of place. I started kissing Yun Yun's head. Ah yes, my divine medicinal kissing technique that I learned from her cradle in the Iron Era. To my complete surprise, the yellow strands withered, restoring some of her energy. I couldn't believe this idea worked. So Donya quickly turned around, rushing to leave, knowing I needed to kiss every inch of Yun Yun's body. I didn't even realize what she wanted. To say at that moment, she came to find Xiao Feng and Bai, who had just learned that I was healing Yun Yun at that moment. They also wanted to heal their wounds. But knowing that she would have to use my mouth, Duanya refused. She wanted to talk about the stone, and learned that it had been found among the remains of the devourers after he was killed. The stone glowed with a strange color, so Xiao Feng knew it had to be a crystal core. The revelation stunned Donya, because only AI could handle the level of power that came from such a gigantic core. She was already trembling with fear of the side effects, and of how much she would have to suffer alone. It was then that Captain Bai offered her help. At first, Donya felt insecure, but her intuition hinted that the captain was interested in me. Donya personally went to see Xiao Feng to urge him to leave the room. The poor boy had no idea why she so desperately wanted him to leave. The brother was kicked out of the room, which made Duanya feel ashamed before talking to Captain Bai. She thought my thirst for breasts, my thirst for power would never stop. So she came to Bai with an urgent confirmation, with some hesitation and shame. Duanya directly confronted the evil captain and asked if she liked him. Smash Piece's third agenda was about to come true. Shortly after, Donya returned to me and thanked me for properly healing Jun Jun. Now she just needed some rest to recover properly. Also, apparently, she told me about Xiao Feng's recent discovery of a crystal core, which he thought would be useful to me. Donya indicated that I should head to the reception room just outside, and I was so curious that I went immediately. But the moment I opened the door, I was completely surprised. The crystal wasn't a small sphere as it used to be, but a gigantic black stone. It made me wonder if Xiao Feng and the others mistook it for the crystal core. In any case, I was going to put it to some use, so I prepared my fist to smash the object. I already knew from my past life experiences that strange materials would appear in the apocalypse, even beyond my knowledge. Curiously, when I hit the stone, I discovered it was quite durable, meaning it's a rather rare material. Even if it comes from an apocalypse, I couldn't help but think that this rock shared a legacy with King Wang Song's black sword. A ruthless warrior, before his regression, he was supremely powerful and wiped out all creatures that crossed his path with his sword. Rumor had it that this weapon had been forged from the black stone. Now that I had access to the same material, I considered myself extremely lucky for the possibilities. The legendary warrior's weapon could now be mine. Temporarily, I wanted to store this thing in my dimensional space, knowing that I could only make use of it after finding a powerful blacksmith. But before my interaction with the stone captain, Bai's conversation with Duanya resumed. You see, Duanya wanted to prepare my next meal in advance, so she explained to Bai that every time I absorbed a crystal core, I was also affected by a curse. Dealing with a curse was important because it could pose a danger. Unfortunately, Al couldn't satisfy me, especially when I had to take care of Yun Yun. At that moment, the captain volunteered to deal with the curse herself. Now she had no idea what this curse was, and Al was doing her part to try and explain it to her, but the captain didn't care about the details. She was just willing to help. What she didn't know was that Al had prepared her with a maid outfit. Shortly after, Bai felt completely bewildered, not knowing what kind of curse she had to face. It was so embarrassing that she felt tricked by Al. The problem was that Captain Bai knew I had to be in top form, or else she would become a problem for the rest of the base. She gently approached me in the same crystal core room. Bai had convinced herself to play her role regardless of the situation. The moment she entered, I was stunned by her appearance. She looked like a Thanksgiving feast, a complete meal. She even called me master while serving me wine, only to surprise me further. At the same time, Donya was tending to Junjun, convinced that she had done the right thing by asking the captain for help. But the problem was that she had left the poor captain alone with a demon like me. She already knew that the captain wouldn't last long, so Donya finally wanted to help me later too. The scene shifts to the vicinity of the base, where a group of soldiers are busy cleaning up corpses after slaughtering the Devourer army. Unfortunately, they can't risk a plague stalking them, so this unpleasant job has to be done. Suddenly, the men are surprised to find that there are no corpses around them. All the corpses, every single one of them, seem to have vanished into thin air. This caused a trembling fear in those men, making them realize that something had gone terribly wrong at that moment in my consciousness space. The annoying woman felt a tremor. Finally, the moment she had been waiting for had arrived. Still, she couldn't decipher the exact location of her target, and thought it would be better to ask me for help. Instead, I returned to my moment of fun with Captain Bai. I realized that Duanya had done something to her. She poured me a drink and seemed nervous, as if she didn't expect any of this. The same captain who was a threat on the battlefield was now a submissive girl, happy to do whatever I wanted. I couldn't stand the hilarity of the situation and spat out my drink. The alcohol had affected me, so she decided to try the drink herself. Before the captain could drink, I checked the bottle and saw that it had a 64% alcohol concentration. No wonder this woman was now at a drunken party. It was her first time drinking, and now she was completely out of it. The captain felt strangely energetic and overturned the table. She literally couldn't believe she had gotten drunk on a single drink. Taking charge, the captain kicked me right below the crotch, showing a crueler and more dominant side in her taunt that she could never get drunk. Now that she was completely enveloped in her most carnal desires, she wanted to help me extinguish the curse. This side of Captain Bai looked even more appetizing, and I wasn't going to refuse a feast. But it seemed I had to remind her who was in charge here. Before the captain could grasp my words, I unleashed my dominant aura, reminding her that she was the one who should call me master, not the other way around. Captivated only by my aura, she knelt in a complacent position. I liked her doing it like this, and I wondered if she would feel better. Captain Bai called me excitedly master, and expressed how wrong she was. I was glad to see her admit her mistake, but I wasn't going to let her off the hook so easily. Unfortunately, at the same time, I felt a change occurring in my consciousness. I ended up back in that stupid dimensional space, ruining my fun moment. At that moment, the annoying woman jumped to push me with her chest. It was a killer tactic I didn't expect and had no defense against. The annoying woman wanted my help and didn't even give me any explanation. Well, it turns out she had finally found a suitable body to take over. I realized she was referring to the promise I made her last time. But what really worried me was why she had dragged me here by force. Unfortunately, I couldn't accurately locate the body and needed to use my powers. Locking me in a cage like last time, she intended to use me to increase the range of her sensory ability. As for the method she had chosen, I was bewildered to see her looking at me with a demonic air. This bitch was going to cast us again. Before I was ready, the cage broke, making this idiot enjoy every second. Now we just needed to project our consciousness together. The moment we did, she and I came into contact with a horde of corpses, and their ruler, a wave of undead monsters controlled by a leader, a corpse queen. At that moment, I realized her goal was to steal the corpse queen's body for herself. Luckily, we were both in spiritual form, so the queen couldn't pose any threat to us. But I guess I spoke too soon because at that moment something happened. By the way, Captain Bai didn't realize what was happening and just went along with what she wanted. Now I had to deal with two problems at once, without being able to focus on either of them. To my surprise, we were discovered, and while we were being discovered, Captain Bai was playing tricks with my staff. The corpse queen lunged at great speed to face her, while we barely had time to escape. The threat is truly terrifying because she has almost caught us. This killing pile of death opens its huge mouth and devours us, forcing us out of the consciousness experience. The next thing I knew was that I woke up in my bed with no idea what had happened. My head was buzzing with confusion and pain. That same parasitic girl explained that my energy had run out, but that I would also recover very soon. She seemed to be doing much better than me. Compared to the whole bakery and everything, it was a scare with the corpse queen. A threat that was not easy to handle at that time. Only her control over tens of thousands of corpses will be a headache to deal with. With the increase of the zombie wave over time, her strength will continue to dominate, which is why. Even I wasn't going to put myself in mortal danger just to get this parasite. Idiot, a body, unless she gave me something in return, something that could act as a fair exchange. She considered my request fair. Following that thought, she knelt, pledging total loyalty to me as my new servant. But I thought her words wouldn't be enough, so she wondered what it would take to satisfy me. Naturally, I asked her to hand over her ass, her crystal core. She objected to this idea, because the crystal core dictated her life. At the same time, I wasn't there to negotiate, and I gave her the last word. In the end, with great frustration, she trusted me, summoned her crystal core, and handed it over, hoping that I would keep my word. That was the only thing that mattered to me, and I assured her that from now on she would be mine, until I could help her fulfill her wish. After hearing that, she wanted to return, but I stopped her, reminding her that her place was that of a servant. She was being disrespectful by not calling me master even once, but instead of saying anything. She left. I was happy to overlook her disrespect this time, as she had given me her crystal core. After all, my biggest problem at that moment was dealing with the corpse queen, who had led a powerful horde in my previous life, completely annihilating the Sandu region. If I allowed her to do it again, the world would be filled with undead zombies running everywhere. So my next big goal is to end her existence. In the next scene, Captain Bai and Zio Feng were seen together as I left. The soldier curiously wondered why his captain wasn't traveling with me. Actually, she felt very weak in comparison and wanted to become much stronger to stay by my side. Shortly after, Duan Ye and Yun Yun sat by the fire under a gas station. Yun Yun thought it was a dangerous idea, but this doctor was not joking, and told her to stay in the rain. Instead, this time I had left without them, so they were worried about why it was so urgent for me to leave. Also, there was the concern that fuel was a limited resource in the apocalypse, and supplies were also running out. They were conversing unaware that a man was approaching them. This man acted as if he were weak and defenseless, saying he was freezing. His body showed signs of ice, and he was so cold he was about to jump directly into the fire. Doan and Yun Yun couldn't even stop this guy from rolling in the flames, incinerating his ass. Suddenly, Doan already noticed something was wrong with the smoke and told Yun Yun to cover her face. Unfortunately, it had all been a trap set by a group of thugs. They used the old man to spread the poison and thus control the two girls. Naturally, these men were the scum of society who wanted to have fun with their bodies before selling them. Donya pulled out a gun to show them the American way of doing things. But that meant nothing to an ability user like him. The gun jammed due to the cold, and now the two women were defenseless. Union threatened them by mentioning my name, but this arrogant loser told them that I had also been marked for death. After all, anyone who dared to try to attack their leader was asking for death. The Corpse Queen welcomed my arrival for daring to enter a small location against her. She thought it was an invitation to death, but for her, she couldn't be happier with this area. With her mouth, she exhaled vapors that enveloped the atmosphere. This green smoke filled the place, while calling me handsome, urging me to come out and play. The green substance was actually a toxic gas, and inhaling it meant imminent control. She could manipulate others with this gas. Finally, a figure emerged from the smoke. The woman welcomed me as if I were her older sister, but I sincerely believe she had a fixation on passing. Dude, I'm trapped. To her surprise, I sent an uglier version of Saitama, a puppet I had created to steal her attention. Then I appeared from behind, sending a shiver down her spine by asking about her identity. The woman immediately used her whip to punish me for deceiving her, but I managed to grab it easily. Even with the pointed ends, I grabbed the serrated weapon and wondered if this weapon had been forged by some blacksmith. Next, I quickly moved my hand and grabbed her jaw, pinching her face. Before asking her where she had found the craftsman, the woman had no idea, while the parasitic girl asked if the blacksmith was really that important. I needed to forge a powerful weapon to deal with the dominant horde of the Corpse Queen, so a new weapon would be the answer to manipulating her consciousness powers. She invaded the woman's memories, while the latter helplessly asked what was happening. In a short time, the parasitic woman managed to find the blacksmith's location. Apparently, this person resides in another base called New World Base, although the exact details are unclear. For now, the woman kneels begging not to be killed. Her brain was now tangled like a slave's, and she feared that this woman could destroy her brain in an instant. Even I was confused, but apparently this woman was so terrified that she knelt down, willing to serve me as the most loyal bitch as long as I spared her life. Stationed, I wanted to test her loyalty with my own eyes. I returned to the other women. Doan, Ye, and Jun Jun found their bodies radiating from within. She wondered if those thugs had put something in the smoke, only to discover that it was a substance to make things more fun. Their leader planned to enjoy the two women properly before letting his brothers have their turn. Donya eventually discovered that it was a drug, but curiously, both women seemed to be freed from the same poison which, although potent against normal people, did not work well against ability users. This revelation came as a shock to the men, who immediately grabbed their water guns. I mean deadly weapons to spray them. Not even Yun Yun could understand why those idiots were using water guns, but apparently they were high-pressure cannons. Thanks to their leader's ability to control water and ice, he could attack them from all directions. He roared fire, shooting ice spears, but to his surprise, the ice beams ended up piercing his leader's body. Instead, he was stunned by what had happened. His own men seemed to have betrayed him, but in reality, it was Duany Grigal's mind control ability. She waited carefully until the precise moment the main man was fooled, and realized that he had let his guard down too easily. Next, the woman who became my ultimate bitch, the master of poison, entered the scene. This guy thought he had won the battle, now that she had joined his side, only to receive a hellish Asian slap in the face. His face showed ultimate betrayal and confusion. Not knowing why she was hitting him, she ordered him to shut his mouth, scolding him, and further confusing him. Then she turned around and approached me, calling me master. She was even willing to kill that pathetic vermin for me. I put my hand on her head, petting her for being a good bitch, for serving me, before letting her finish off her prey. In the next scene, the Queen of Corpses men were rolling on the ground carrying barrels of gasoline. So she could offer them to me as a gift. The barrels were a hassle, and these guys were working to exhaustion. They were shocked to see that Lady Poison had succumbed to my total control. The guy with the ice powers yelled at the poison lady and tried to make her reconsider. But now she is my permanent bitch, and she strikes with her whip the loser, cutting all three of them with a single blow. Jun Jun and Donya seemed stunned by her cruelty, but I didn't want her to finish them off. However, the delinquents called me handsome boy for taking control of their master, and they even threatened me using the name of the New World base, but I didn't care in the slightest. And I personally wanted to take care of parasites like them. Using my manipulation powers, I extended my hand and reached directly into their nerves, analyzing their memories, but what I found surprised even myself. Their brains began to explode, something so horrible that it terrified Lady Poison. I didn't even expect this ability to be so powerful. Professor Zio, the idiot living in my consciousness, saw that there was a parasite lurking inside Lady Poison's head, but the brain worm they found inside was already dead. Professor Zio assumed that the parasite was somehow related to the toxins that made her immune to brain worms. When I tried to kill the brain worms inside their heads, they started to explode, as if someone was intentionally using brain worms to manipulate beings. It was such a threatening matter that I wanted to make Duanya and Yun Yun immune to its effects. I called Lady Poison, who bowed to me like a dog awaiting further orders. Apparently, she knew how to drive, so I materialized a vehicle through my dimensional space and gave her the responsibility of taking the wheel. During this race, there is a perspective shared by Lady Poison, who was a minor leader in the apocalyptic world, but who at that moment was nothing more than a slave who didn't care about the means to survive as long as she stayed alive. However, what truly destroyed her was seeing the three of us enjoying a delicious hot pot while she drooled at the front. The girl was devastated and couldn't even understand how we had managed to find a hot pot. The smell made things worse and she couldn't stand it anymore, begging for a chance to try a bite. In the end, she suppressed her feelings, refusing to put her life in danger for a simple meal. But the moment one of us opened a can of soda, she went crazy. Lady Poison's ultimate weakness is her tail, and she couldn't believe I was there offering her such a kind gesture. John Yu stepped up to give her some cola. She was genuinely amazed, as she hadn't tasted any cold drinks since the apocalypse. Junjun even joked that I liked girls calling me master, as if it were a perversion. While mocking me, Junjun also introduced herself properly, calling Lady Poison a companion. She didn't know how to react to all these sudden events, and she understood that women naturally depended on men in apocalyptic times. Lady Poison tried to resist my harem plan, but the moment she saw Llama approaching, this woman began to open her mouth like an OnlyFans model. Jun Jun was a little disappointed with her poison exhalation, as it is part of her abilities. Lady Poison explained that her poison had two effects. Men fell exhausted, and women couldn't control their desires. Upon hearing that, my brain came up with a sudden solution. Basically, I could use this ability to make both Duanya and Jun Jun immune. Well, I first had to take care of the lustful desires of Esmaz's piece number 2, because at that moment, she was madly in love with me. Lady Poison couldn't believe what she saw with her own eyes when she saw her jump on me as I gently wrapped her in my arms. Donya also seemed out of control and wanted to take this time to learn more about the New World base. Lady Poison was hoping to eat something after the explanation, especially after seeing us eat. The first thing we knew was that Lady Poison joined the New World base through a beauty contest. We arrived near the brutal infrastructure that could be called the New World base. It wasn't the biggest base in the world, but it had everything necessary from auctions to black markets, beauty contests, and even gladiator arenas. There were many people waiting at the entrance. They were called scavengers, and for them, the New World base was basically a new beginning in apocalyptic life. Unfortunately, not everyone could enter the base, as the requirements were very strict. I wanted to take a personal look, so we decided to enter. Immediately, we were stopped at an ID clearance area. The dwarf pirate who wished he was Jack Sparrow told everyone that identification was the most important thing at the base. It meant everyone's survival, because resources were promised, but for that, people had to undergo a test. The New World base wasn't looking for people without any promise, hence, the slots for tests were also limited. In addition to the strict test requirements, people scared each other, and surprisingly, women were also not allowed to participate in this test. Lady Poison informed me that there was no way to avoid this test, because the city lord was beyond her control. Jung Jung thought it was a boring way to do it, and preferred to kill people in her way to get the blacksmith. But it was a dangerous route, because all the city lords were ability users who could pose a problem. Even Du and Ya added that the blacksmith was supposed to be a cautious person, which meant that if he discovered that a terrorist attack was occurring, he would hide and be difficult to find. After hearing all their suggestions, I finally decided that it was best to go unnoticed. I was going to handle the test myself, leaving my girls with Lady Poison to sneak in. In the test area, I approached a last team before the test began. They explained the test details to us. The goal was to eliminate the mutant spiders from the mountains and prove our worth. The examiner, wearing very feminine Andrew Ted shorts, told us not to venture into the forest. Anyone with 5 corpses or a single egg would pass the test before nightfall. But one of the members complained that it was a very cruel test because both options were basically like sending them to their deaths. But the examiner didn't care and emphasized that it was one or the other, and that if anyone didn't want to participate, they could always leave. But what if they did? They would end up falling victim to the spiders ahead. So my loyal loser team leader took charge and told me to follow him. I already knew from the beginning that these imbeciles wanted to use me as bait, so I went to work on my own. Curious to see the spider nest in the forest, the team members were frustrated and even wanted to try to kill me. But their leader, an asshole, thought I was so insignificant and weak that I wouldn't survive much longer. His personal goal was to wait there for the rest of the teams to return so he could hunt them and steal the prey they had captured. In short, these guys were cowards. Anyway, I took my time looking for the spiders, not caring about venturing into the forest. Suddenly, I felt the presence of numerous spiders falling from the trees. This made me curious if there was also a mutant queen nearby. But with such a disgusting swarm of these repulsive bugs, I first had to focus on hunting them to get crystal cores. The bloody massacre began the moment I lunged at the spider, ripping its head from its body. Then I jumped like a torpedo to attack the next one. As I was doing all this, I felt a terrifying gaze. The queen had arrived. Meanwhile, my girls were playing James Bond around here and trying to sneak into a beauty contest. It wasn't a typical beauty contest, but it was meant for betting on women and renting them out for a night. Unfortunately, it was the only way women could survive in the New World base, and the fastest way to earn money. The good thing about Yun Yun and Donya was that they were gorgeous from head to toe, so they had a good chance of getting through here. The contests were held weekly for the title of monthly champion, and the only women who refused this path ended up facing the wrath in the gladiator arena. There had to be a way that people needed to use to survive, but for women in this apocalypse, food and security were everything, so they didn't care what their bodies said. So Lady Poison asked my 2 women to change, feeling a bit envious because both were enjoying the richer life with me, unlike everyone else. At the same time, a petty dumpy Jack Sparrow came and asked for both women to be summoned to his room. This guy was the personal guard of the city lord, Lord 1A, but he wanted one of the women for himself, and he was willing to offer them both ID cards if they treated him well. Lady Poison didn't want them to be treated like this, but she couldn't refuse Lord 1A's demands. She knew she was cornered and had no choice but to tell them the situation. In the end, Lady Poison exhales her poisonous ability into the room, forcing Donya and Jun to burn with carnal desires. They climbed on top of each other, questioning their betrayal. Both were so eager to play scissors without rock or paper. But this was the only viable option Lady Poison believed would succeed. She watched as they lost their minds against each other. Meanwhile, the aspiring Jack Sparrow was enjoying a drink with Temu and Ruchit. Both living the life of kings, they were lucky that the apocalypse had arrived, allowing them to enjoy beautiful women. Their last group arrived. Jun and Donya were there to please both men. With just a glance, Lord Wana realized they were under the influence of poison, and acting like virgins excited for the first time, his brother even let him choose anyone. And naturally, he chose Donya, who was the most attractive of all and even hooked her chin. The other guy played with Jun, whom he found attractive. Lord Wana was even happy to reward Lady Poison for this incredible gift. But as it seemed now, They wanted to play with beauties hilariously. They didn't even know they were about to kiss. Accusations of homosexuality doubled with accusations of step-sibling, because these men were kissing with their tongues under Duanya's influence. Even Lady Poison was terrified by the use of her ability, while Yun Yun thought her decision to poison them had been reckless. At that moment she tried to explain herself, but in reality, Lady Poison had a reason behind her actions. She wanted to prevent the brain worms of the city lord's guards from parasitizing them. Duan Sikhen Nombles thought it was the right decision, believing they had to remain in a state of constant poisoning to avoid infection. Jun Jun did her best to resist the poison's control. The good thing was that they had managed to collect the ID cards there. But as for the two kissing guys, Duanya forced them into a permanent illusion, so they wouldn't be giving and receiving backshots anytime soon, literally. Apart from my part, people were also looking for the Spider Queen's crystal core. The teams were more concerned about the nest than the mission to collect corpses. To their surprise, there were piles of corpses lying everywhere. Each and every one of them had their heads cut off, thanks to me already taking care of the crowd. My current problem was the fierce Spider Queen, who used her limbs to immobilize me. And when that didn't work, she even shot a powerful web tangling my arm. I was taking the fight too lightly and got caught in that position. The Spider Queen towered over me with a huge, tangled web. I had no idea that such a powerful level 2 monster would appear here. As I fought the boss alone, these losers watched me from hiding and thought it best to let me die. They mocked from their pedestal, awaiting my doom. But I am Ice, literally. I am the guy she tells you not to worry about. Diddy's second coming, so I untangled myself, pulling the web with all my might. The spider didn't expect this move and fell backward to the ground, exposing its weakest point. I delivered a powerful punch and annihilated it in one blow, leaving the spectators stunned. They wanted to change strategy and steal the crystal core, but their arrogant leader thought otherwise, and put a razor blade to this guy's throat, the blade perfectly sharp against the guy's neck. He won't complain for a long time, as these guys fought amongst themselves. I watched indifferently at the crystal core. At that precise moment, this person unleashed the ability called position exchange. What he did surprised me. I felt a tingling sensation, and my body was transported to the same place the other guy had been. Now I was the one with 4 sharp katanas chained to my neck. The other guy took the crystal, taking his victory for granted. That's what he had come for. But what surprised me most was the rare position exchange ability. Then these guys put in place a brilliant strategy with chains and swords, which means they had a lot of experience scamming people this way. Well, they thought I was done and at their mercy, so I had to casually remind them that I was the horniest version of Xian Hing Wu. And I think Xian Hing Wu was a hunter, so I am too. Anyway, my speech didn't do much for these guys. They just wanted to chop off my head and jumped from all directions to stab my ass. All their weapons collided with my body, each cut connecting with every part of the body. But that was the twist none of those idiots expected. I could see their jaws drop before my eyes. Their supposed sharp swords practically broke upon contact with my skin, making them wonder what material I was made of. One guy started questioning if my penis was just as hard. Anyway, with so much testing, they concluded that I was a level 2 human, a fact they found hard to accept. Some of the others thought it was the only possible explanation, as my skin was comparable to the thick skin of a level monster. They thought they had the advantage with the chains, until I started using this super powerful ability simply called walking. They used Naruto's jump to get out of the place, acting like ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village. I was bored and dropped the chains, and decided to entertain my prey by showing off my own powers. My first target was a guy running away, acting like he was hot stuff, the same one who had the position exchange ability. I tied him up from above like a nuclear warhead. My punch almost shattered his face, but this guy ended up singing position exchange. He replaced his friend's positions with his own and fell to the ground. He was on the verge of death. The only reason he survived was because of his terrible ability, but he also held a grudge against me for humiliating him like that. As for the poor guy who was transported, I accidentally put a hole in his stomach, and I found it pathetic that he used his own friend as a human shield. It didn't matter much, because I jumped like a chimpanzee and found the other guy too. The guy was terrified to see me about to finish him off. Once again, he used the position exchange cheaply and helped himself escape the dangerous situation. He panted for a while, wondering how it was possible that I kept finding him. One thing was clear, I wasn't going to stop. He wanted to run away, but didn't know where to go. So he decided to use the strategy of screw it, let's go all out. He started running, Meanwhile, I was looking at the corpse of the second target I had killed. I knew very well that I couldn't let that annoying insect escape with my crystal core. To my surprise, the guy was running towards me. Instead, he kept yelling and cursing at me, not knowing I was right in front of him. The moment the brother's eyes rolled, he shat his pants and hit the brakes, skidding to a halt. Once again, I was really confused about how we kept running into each other. To annoy him, I insisted that he was the one who found me, not the other way around. He walked into the lion's den, and somehow he kept bragging about his ability. I got tired of his barking and basically ripped him open with a single uppercut. Despite his position exchange ability, it meant nothing if I could attack him quickly. Apart from that, the gold was hidden in Duan and Grigal's bag. The three women were in the backstage area of the beauty contest, and Lady Poison beckoned them to come in. But then they saw a group of angry bitches looking at them maliciously. Lady Poison thought this competition would be very easy if it were up to them. Donya felt uncomfortable among them, as beautiful as ever. Meanwhile, Gorlock, the destroyer, stopped them to settle their drama. A dominatrix-like woman came directly to discipline them. This woman is the superstar Len Mayer, someone even Jung Jung knows. The superstar had something to make clear. She was the boss here, and there was no point in competing against her. Duan Yan didn't back down and showed her who was in charge by calling the bitch for sleeping with the director to gain fame. Somehow these two knew each other, to the point that this psycho bitch completely ignored everyone else and lunged at her. With one leg raised, she tried to kick Duan Yan's melons, but the woman in red managed to escape her kick at high speed. And somehow, these villains moved better than the characters in the third season of One Punch Man. Another kick flew towards Duan Yan, but she was prepared and responded with a kick of her own. The battle of scissors began as they matched their levels of evil. Mayer didn't expect Duan Yan to survive the apocalypse, while the other two women hoped these two would have a positive relationship. Apparently, these two have a generational dispute because, damn it, the superstar even ended up pressuring the director just to beat Duanya. While they argued about, Yun Yun points out that this is the first time she has seen Duanya so repressed. The pop star boasts about her fame, explaining how all men want to bet on her. But Duanya emphasizes that there is no one who cares about her in the apocalypse. And once again, I have no idea how the hell these two keep holding their legs like this. Let's just say they want to settle their scores through the beauty contest. The host enthusiastically shares the beginning of the beauty contest. And as always, the apocalypse's goners have gathered like the Avengers. These people are so crazy that they have saved money to buy women from the contest. Instead of focusing on food or drink, the winner of the contest will have a private meeting with the city lord. And to everyone's surprise, the city lord himself is here. Finally, Duan Ye realizes why that aspiring pop star wants to win so badly. Because this way she can gain privileges from the city lord. The good thing is that if these two win, they can use the city lord to find the blacksmith. Unfortunately, both are still under the strong influence of the toxin. As for the pop star, she is confident in her victory, as she believes her competitors are a bunch of ugly people who can't even compete at her level. She has also recruited several of them to turn the tide of the event. The host introduces some of the judges. Two of them are the gay brothers who fought earlier. Neither of them knows why their asses hurt so much they can't sit down. If it weren't for the guy in the middle, Mu Jinzio, waking them up, they would have fallen asleep. Speaking of him, Jinzio remembered finding these two guys enraged by each other's bodies. It was a real war, and as expected, they can't even sit down anymore. The brother is traumatized by this discovery, and even wondered if he would be executed for discovering the secret of these two lovebirds. Anyway, the showdown between the women in the contest is underway. Our trio is ready to challenge the rest of the women, who are going crazy, and pulling out weapons to finish them off, refusing to make it a fair fight. But this is exactly what Donaher expected to happen. No one cares about justice in the apocalypse, and everyone wants to set their own rules. Yoon Young wanted to take care of these fat bitches personally, and warned them that she had a much bigger fist than their insignificant weapons. Using her gigantic form, she uppercutted Gorlock the Destroyer. The rest of the women are terrified to see this woman's enormous size. Jun Jun casually leans over, mocking the women and wondering if she should finish off the rest next. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, Lin Mayer made her seductive appearance on stage, winning 9 points from each of the judges. An almost perfect victory. The audience recognizes her, even from before the apocalypse, as she smiles condescendingly at her absolute victory with Doan. You're out of commission. But her eyes widen at that moment. She realizes that another contestant is entering the stage, dressed in a majestic outfit. The angelic Donya took center stage, like an angel descending from heaven. Jun even threw the women in the background to use them as fireworks, which gave her an even better entrance. The con artist pop star quickly realized what had happened. Crushed and mutilated body parts rained down from the sky, horrifying her as she saw that all the women she had gathered had been destroyed. The ruthless pop star couldn't even imagine what kind of monster had brutalized them like that. The judges didn't even care, making it look like a normal thing. Even Lady Posen thought Jun had exaggerated a bit. In a final move, the pop star grabs her balloons and pops them for everyone to see. Instantly, she gets a score of 10 out of 10 from the judges and a thunderous reaction from the audience. It was her last resort, and she felt confident in becoming the champion, although even Donaja thought this girl was completely crazy. According to the city lord's orders, 3 special ID cards were sent for the women. Even the judge was surprised by how quickly the city lord sent these cards. The woman handed them over to the contestants, and all of them showed interest in meeting him privately. They each took a card, while the city lord gave another order. First, he crowned mayor, allowing her the privilege of residing with the city lord in the elite circle. Jun couldn't believe that Duanyu had lost, because that way they couldn't meet the city lord. The good thing was that they had gotten the cards they needed. Anyway, Mayor soon presented herself before the old man. The new city lord of the New World was Kang Min, a man who had long lost his lustful desires. Even something as insane as the apocalypse was a boring event for him. This man was the definition of a psychopath. He didn't care about making love with his fossilized penis. Instead, he carved a mermaid accessory with Mayor and kept her as a pet. That was his way of rewarding the superstar. She looked at him with horrified eyes. This was not the elite reality she had expected. Instead, he reminded her that she should be grateful for having become a pet. Next, his servant presented a healthy boy, a physically very healthy boy. The disgusting old man comforts the child, asking him if he is afraid, but the child is only grateful for the city lord's help. For feeding him, just when you thought there was something good about this man, he ended up literally sucking the life force out of the child, accessing the boy's eternal youth gene. This is no longer something only children have. And now that he had rescued it from the boy, Kang Min could temporarily enjoy its effects. His servant assured him that he had already gained control of all the women, so that they could all be fertilized many times and create enough children to absorb them. Even then, the greedy city lord felt it wasn't enough to improve his abilities. He wanted to use this apocalypse as a starting point for his eternal life. His servant followed suit and set out to help him acquire crystal cores. She was also ordered to personally take care of the defective women. Returning to the trio, Jun and Donya were having a steamy time again due to what Lady Poison's toxins were making them feel. It was the only way to deal with the brain worms, so they had to endure. Duanya suggested they venture deeper into the city, when, suddenly, 2 men appeared on the scene. To confront the women, these 2 were the gay brothers again, who expressed a deep interest in desiring the 2 women. Lady Poison then explained that, even after obtaining the ID cards, the women were still being used as toys. The good thing was that they were offered a crystal core for each person they bought. Both bragged about being strong, but Donya was no longer in the mood to play, and instantly used her mind control powers to remind them of the memories they shared together. Both brothers remembered the intense heat they felt for each other, and their desires returned to them. Meanwhile, someone managed to find the mangled corpse of the giant spider I killed. This guy seemed to have been looking for the queen, and didn't set his eyes on the crystal core. He cut off the queen's legs and took the pincers as loot, but just then, he felt a trembling presence, as I emerged from my hiding place to hit him, surprisingly. He matched me with a punch of his own. We both surprised each other, realizing that we were both strong. The man immediately clarified that he had no interest in fighting, but I was skeptical. To gain my trust, he told me that we were both strong, and a fight to the death would benefit neither of us. All he cared about were the spider legs. Wang Song thought it was a good idea for us to become friends. And there it was, the name I was looking for. It was the King of the Black Sword, unstoppable with his sword. With that information, I decided to befriend him and let him keep the legs. He asked my name, knowing I was new, so I introduced myself as Suchin. What intrigued me was his objective regarding the legs. Apparently, someone had commissioned him to find the legs. And before leaving, Wang Song gave me important advice, not to touch the base's ID card. I wanted to ask him more, but he remained ambiguous and just told me not to touch it. This made me wonder if there was some kind of mystery surrounding the card. In the end, he was my best option to find the blacksmith, so I decided to trust him and follow him. Along the way, some idiots thought it would be a good idea to threaten Wang's son and steal his loot. They thought that attacking a colleague in a group and beating him up would be enough to get what they wanted. The result was that they were all massacred and turned into sushi. I wasn't watching from a distance and thought exactly the same as Wang's son. I was finishing off those punks at the same level as me. However, shortly after absorbing the crystal core he had in his hand, I knew I could surpass level 3, ignoring the side effects. After my encounter with him, I returned to the base area, where Wang Song presented his unique ID card to the guards. They called him weird, until I arrived with a giant spider for them to collect. They were impressed by how quickly I finished the hunt, but this was enough for me to get an official ID card and become a member of the New World base. After interacting with the card, I began to reflect on Wang's son's words, that he told me not to touch it. Suddenly, I saw black sparks emanating from the card. That smoke looked strange, enough to alert the professor. Only smoke was coming from my body, although she couldn't comprehend what I had just done. And she explained that a bunch of brain worms had forced her out. Luckily, she killed them quickly. Apparently, this ID card emitted some kind of brain worm invasion to anyone who touched it. Looking at the card, she realized it was a means for brain worms to cross over, which meant that both Duan Ye and Yun Yun were going to have problems at the city lord's main headquarters. The old man sensed something, and immediately realized that an intruder had entered the inner level of the city. From his suspicions, he deduced that the 3 women on stage were responsible. Jun Jun found herself expending intense heat, going wild, and barely able to contain herself. Fortunately, the poison was acting to contain the brain worms, while Duan Ye was concentrating to the maximum to manipulate the 2 brothers with her powers. Her illusion broke, and instantly those deformed little brains lunged at them like missiles. Donya managed to evade the attack, while the arena descended into chaos. Some people enjoyed the fight, while others wanted to flee, fearing for their own lives. Lady Poison was bewildered to see that the Iron Head technique had managed to demolish an entire building. Apparently, both brothers had acquired the ability to sharpen their skulls, causing a mountain to grow on top of their heads. People mocked them, but thanks to their divine baldness, they killed their enemies, launching themselves again like missiles. They did everything they could to prevent Duanj from activating her mind control ability. The ladies knew they were in serious trouble and hurried to dodge them, when suddenly, the 3rd judge intervened and grabbed her arm with an invisible grip. Even Yun Yun found herself immobilized, not knowing where the attack was coming from. The cunning Duanj immediately detected the culprit from the judge's stand, who thought the game was already over. Meanwhile, the bald missile approaching her at Mach 2 speed screamed. Penetration attacked to finish her. Doan blocked at the last moment, and thanks to Jun Jun's help, they managed to grab him before he could impact. The 3rd clown had no idea what had happened. In reality, Donej executed a brilliant strategy. She had already prepared some guinea pigs under the stage by mentally controlling them, so they caught the invisible body that was immobilizing Jun Jun. The pointy-headed number 2 screamed and flew out, like Super Saiyan Blue Goku trying to take down a titanic monster. The brother thought he was going to be a hero, but Jun Jun was in villain mode and wondered which of their heads was sharper than the other. She tilted the older brother's ass directly towards the younger brother's head, making this idiot crash into his ass, literally and figuratively. That's called a penetration blow. Jun Jun sarcastically apologizes for accidentally giving them the most brutal ending ever. With the brothers out of commission, she turned to the final judge to finish him off, considering him an insect, but the moment she tried to crush him, Jun Jun felt an invisible man climbing her thigh. Upon contact with him, her gigantification ability was neutralized, which meant trouble. Lady Poison intervened to help her, but this invisible figure immobilized both women with ease. Donya tried to help them, but her own puppets ended up being cut and annihilated before her eyes. The 3rd judge admired their tenacity for sacrificing their own puppets just to survive. However, he had already wrapped the 2 women in red, leaving them at his mercy. Donya was now alone, but she wasn't going to give up. She tore off the clipped wings with the intention of using them as weapons in this battle. They looked completely harmless, but she was sure that was all she needed to achieve victory. The disgusting guy felt insulted by the idea and agreed to play with her a little longer. Meanwhile, I was inside the inner circle of the city. The place seemed fine, but it was crystal clear that the vagrants were basically corpses on the verge of death. My goal was to follow Wang Song from a distance, knowing he would go directly to the blacksmith. The future king of the Black Sword arrived at an alley. Before climbing some stairs and approaching his destination, he had finally brought the materials the blacksmith had asked for. He wasn't just any blacksmith either. This muscular mama had the goal of saving her own grandfather. Both Wang Song and Fu Su wanted to save him. Before leaving the base, she assured Wang Song that as long as they could save her grandfather, she could help him create the most powerful weapon the world had ever seen. Su and Wang Song began to climb a building with the help of the Spider Queen's claws. Apparently, her grandfather was being held hostage on the top floor, which made Wang Song wonder why they didn't just barge in. Su vigorously objected to this idea, insisting that they not make such a reckless decision. From a distance, I saw Purple Mouse trying to climb the building with Spider 1. Instead of climbing, I followed him inside and invaded an empty room. Professor Batty found it suspicious that there was no security, which made him wonder why those two preferred to climb. From the shadows, a terrifying claw lunged at me and attacked me instantly. Luckily, I dodged it just in time before realizing what was really going on. After examining the room once more, we finally realized why those two preferred to climb. Leaving the building, I went out and used shadow tentacles to grab onto the building like the two of them. Wang Xian was surprised to find me right behind them, but I was more focused on the girl. Su curiously asking her if she was the blacksmith, right behind me. A bloody amalgamation of evil shot out of the building, leaving them both fearing for their lives. Wang Sun climbed at full speed to save his life, fearing those steroid-doped insects. The blacksmith's granddaughter panicked, so I lunged to catch her and navigate faster. My jumping ability was much faster than Wang Sun's, and I even used his body as a means to jump even higher. The poor guy crashed to the ground as I discarded him to handle the load myself. Wang Sun was confused, but before he could process his confusion, the tumultuous storm of violent insects descended upon him. This guy had some kind of generational grudge against insects since he was a child, because the brother started throwing punches as if he had been insulted or something. Meanwhile, I secured the villain and introduced myself, requesting her help and forging a weapon for me. Su didn't trust me or intend to help me, so I offered her any wish she wanted as a reward. Of course, we first had to get to the roof, so I extended my vine to advance. Meanwhile, Susu's grandfather was busy remembering his granddaughter when, suddenly, we burst into his house, like the IRS does when you forget to pay taxes. Susu proclaimed that she would wait to save the old man, who looked like a pathetic mess. He didn't know who I was, and Susu was getting tired of me carrying her. The blacksmith immediately objected to her getting into a dangerous place, while Susu explained to me that old man was the real blacksmith and the person I was looking for. Taking advantage of that moment, I told the old man to make me the ultimate sword. But first, we had to get him out of there. Curiously, when I tried to break the chains, they didn't break. Grandfather Fume explained that these chains were special, made of mutated materials that no one could break. After all, he was the one who had made them. The brother was proud of his creation, but Susu had to hit him on the head and remind him that they were the reason he was trapped there too. That made me think about the possibility of creating an even stronger material to forge a weapon. Grandpa Fu believed it would be possible then, but his granddaughter couldn't stop hitting him. I checked my inventory and materialized the special blue stone. Susu was terrified, while her grandfather was surprised to realize that the stone had a power never seen before. I asked him if he could use this same stone to create a sword so powerful that even his impossible chains would break. The only problem was that refining such a high-level stone required high-level materials. The blacksmith turned to me and vaguely said that it all depended on me. We went to the room where this old man kept his special equipment for creating gear. Unfortunately, proper equipment was needed for the operation. All those men were busy at the time, so I was the only one at his disposal. I took off my shirt to show my physique and started working like a beast. The first step was to throw the stone into the furnace to melt it. It was a risky maneuver, because the stone would basically lose all its value. Still, he insisted on starting the operation. The old man didn't even want to participate or rush, believing that it took users 3 hours to heat the furnace. But I didn't have time for that, so I started improvising in my own way, and generated so many flames that it stunned both of them. The blacksmith couldn't believe his eyes. The same task that took others 3 hours took me only a few seconds. He was amazed by my superhuman strength. The room's temperature became a cause for concern. So the old man asked Susu to hurry. Both had to endure the intense heat. But luckily, the furnace process was already underway, while I was busy working. The wheelchair-bound demon came to greet us. The city lord was furious because someone had invaded his tower. Susu instantly grabbed her sword and launched the attack, seeking revenge against the man who had trapped her grandfather, and clearly connected a slash that should have cut them. But the city lord's assistant responded in a fraction of a second and took Susu down with his mutant transformation. The blacksmith Fu yelled for the girl, who was at the mercy of the mutant bodyguard. This woman was completely crazy about protecting the city lord and was willing to kill anyone who dared to threaten her master. Her sword was about to finish Susu off when suddenly the bitch received a hook from Wang's son. My man arrived with equal rights and equal fights hooked to his face and angered her. The two got into a fight, but quickly, Wang's son managed to catch her by surprise. Using all his strength, this man delivered the strongest hug and literally shattered her body into pieces. It was a gruesome sight, especially when her head fell at Susu's feet. Wang Song asked if she was okay, while she was there fainting and passed out thinking he had saved her that way. Bro's cool moment unfortunately ended up being shattered when a simple insect scared him greatly. Susu got up to kill it for him and formally thanked him for saving her. The two of them were out there acting like lovebirds and wrapped up in emotions, but they forgot about the guy in the wheelchair. The city lord threatened Wang Song for killing one of his own, while the young man mocked the evil Stephen Hawking for being helpless. But then, from the remains of the bodyguard, an even more sinister creature emerged. It was like that centipede villain from the second season of One Punch Man. The creature now had its true form, and it was large enough to be seen from below. The scene shifted to the beauty contest stage, where his servant ended up cheering. Donya was confused and realized that the city lord had called for reinforcements. This meant that her opponent was now going to kill them. Donya was repeatedly beaten by those rear shots from the attack. Unable to keep up with her surroundings, the other two were defenseless, but the good thing was that Sims, in the audience, started to root for them. After taking a beating, Donya was bleeding from the mouth, but refused to give up. She was facing an invisible opponent, which prevented her from keeping up. Not even a mind controller as good as her could manipulate their brains. The next attack was going to be the decisive blow to finish her off once and for all, which made Jun Jun and Lady Poison scream in worry. What Donya did next was shocking. Suddenly, she was able to keep up with them all, as if she could see them watching them jump with ease. She even made her opponent wonder what had happened. She was out there showing off her curves and flexing until she elevated herself above the damn judge, giving him a view no man would refuse. As this asshole wondered how she managed to keep up, he quickly realized that the invisible figures were stained with blood. Remember her wings. Dwayne, you cleverly used the blood and splashed it everywhere, allowing her to track the invisible figures. Next, she gives him a heel strike right in the mouth to shut him up. For once, she even mocked him as she played with his mouth, while the rest watched her with a look that was both cold and burning. Well, there was a small problem. The gigantic insect mother that was right behind them was wreaking havoc, which made Donju wonder what the hell had happened. Junjun and Lady Poison turned around in horror and quickly realized they were facing the most evil insects on the planet. The insect swarm began to scatter among the crowd, chasing them. The judge, who was still blabbering, even with a foot in his mouth, sealed the fate of the people with the release of the insect swarm. She shut him up once, and for all by stepping on his mouth. The guy was suffering and pleaded for help from his invisible attackers. Except Duan, everyone knew what she was doing and had planned it. She quickly took out her heel before charging her leg again, and kicked him so hard in the damn face that his head flew off like a soccer ball. This turned the figures into visible puppets. All three fell to the ground powerless. Lady Poison couldn't believe they were just a bunch of rabbit puppets. In the end, as Donya grabbed the guy's bag and recovered a remote, she was curious about its purpose, and she played with the buttons and suddenly took control of the puppet rabbits. Now she knew what was really going on, as they got up shortly after. She toyed with the remote. The controller was a special device that ran on psychic energy to manipulate such puppets. So now they were under her command. The same bloodthirsty puppets began to rebel against their new master. Massaging her back and shoulders, the use is very easy to control, but while she is here getting a massage, Jun Jun screamed for her life, as the two women were seconds away from being eaten alive by the insects. Duanya basically experienced a moment of, oh crap, I forgot, and took control of the last puppet, which got up and contained the swarm with its body, giving the two women enough time to survive. The puppet used a large rock as a shield against the insect attack. In fact, all the puppets took a wall each and closed it off in a square formation. In this way, they were safe from the insect swarm surrounding them, but they still had to act quickly. and they wanted to survive. Donya wanted to help free her friends first, so she did it quickly. Meanwhile, Junjun recommended that they come up with a plan quickly, because some of the insects were starting to invade the place through the small cracks between the walls. Junjun found them at her feet, while Donya told them to be careful. Finally, Lady Poison came to the rescue by activating her poisonous gas. The sealed container suffocated the insects and forced them back outside. So it was a really good development. However, there was a small problem. It made the girls horny again. Donya and Jun embraced each other, realizing they had been affected by the same poison again. Lady Poison couldn't focus on her lesbian Lex, and suddenly looked towards the imposing cloud of insects directly above. Jun begged Donya to let her go because the insect swarm was about to reach them. But neither of them could let go of the other while they were busy being sluts. The insect swarm manifested in the form of a gigantic humanoid figure. This monstrosity was going to be their end, so Lady Poison forced these idiots to wake up quickly. The humanoid figure raised its leg to crush them and their small square. Its foot was descending at full speed, which meant doom for the girls. Returning to Wang Song's side, Ro got serious and pulled out an unrefined version of his energy sword. He was one man against a huge 100-legged boss monster, but he had faith in himself to finish her. The centipede declared him a naive human and tried to banish him to the shadow realm. But Wang Song reacted quickly to its claws and jumped upwards to launch an aerial attack. In his descent, this man delivered a dozen different cuts all over the centipede's body. Concluding his attack, although he had cut the creature several times, he ended up being knocked down just as quickly. Su approached to check on him, while the centipede took this opportunity to kill her too. The insect's pincers were making their way to impale Su from behind, when suddenly Wang Song lunged at it, using his own body as a shield to absorb all the damage. Su felt heartbroken seeing him take all those hits. She grabbed his injured body, while Wang Song told her that they were facing a powerful monster, so he had to get his grandfather to safety quickly. The creature extended its limbs and shot spikes from the ground, ensuring none of them escaped. It was a death trap that would get them from all sides. Both Wang Song and Su accepted their fate. It was then that I arrived and broke through the spikes, grabbing both of them, dragging them along as they processed the soch next to the centipede. After getting them to safety, I ordered them to protect Master Fu while I personally dealt with the boss monster. Before this fight, the blacksmith and I were having serious trouble melting the black stone. No matter how hard we tried, the flames wouldn't move, making me wonder if there was something wrong with the stone. Master Fu was of the opposite opinion and claimed that the only person capable of melting the stone was someone of his caliber. Unfortunately, the method involved a sacrifice, so he wanted to impose a condition. I was willing to fulfill that condition, which was to take his granddaughter away to the City of Freedom. It was a surprising request, because the City of Freedom was supposedly the final destination and the last human settlement that the government had built. But it's a place I couldn't even discover in my past life. I asked for details about the city, and then Master Fu returned to the topic of the stone, believing we should talk about the city later. I was interested and wanted to know everything later, but first the sword had to be made. Anyway, returning to the great insect I was fighting, I approached it with indifference. As it roared at me with terrifying force, the creature arrogantly tried to devour me, only to receive a powerful right hook in response to its first meal. Despite my immense strength, I couldn't even scratch the creature's body. In retaliation, the centipede counterattacked with another attempt to open its jaws and devour me completely. Our fierce exchange continued to devastate the building as we danced across the battlefield. It was so intense that Wang Song feared we would bring down the structure, although Su wanted to grab her grandfather and flee. After hearing the old man's cry of pain, she and Wang Song ran to find him. But when they got there, what they discovered was gruesome. Grandpa Fu had cut his calf, causing Su to cry and worry and become distressed. She felt angry and thought I was the reason her grandfather was straining himself so much. But the blacksmith yelled at her, emphasizing that the best materials in his world required spirit, and that only the blood of a blacksmith could unleash its true potential. Of course, it would cost him his leg, but at least it didn't cost him his life. For a blacksmith, he was simply happy to be able to create the most powerful weapon known to mankind. Wang Song quickly healed the old man, reminding him that he still had to forge a weapon for him too. Blacksmith Fu begged for their help so he could finish his task. While all this was happening, Megado Gold entered the secret room where the mermaids were. Gold saw horrific scenes as the women were held captive with hundred-leggers entering and exiting their mouths. Returning to the old man, the black stone was finally accelerating its pace, thanks to the sacrificial ritual he had performed. The stone was now melting faster and faster. Wang's son grabbed the giant stone and wondered if the blacksmith could use it to forge a second weapon. But due to the stone's immense size, unfortunately, it was only enough to create one weapon. And Wang's son felt sad because he discovered he had a strange connection to the stone. Anyway, Susu could handle the welding process from there. She hammered it again and again to shape the material. Let's get back to my fight. The centipede and I had a generational dispute. The creature praised my strength, but argued that it had fought someone even stronger in the past. The same armor the beast now wears was made for that person in its day. But with this very piece of armor, the centipede assured my death. Curious, I asked about the identity of the man who was supposedly stronger than me. But the centipede refused to reveal the information, believing it was useless, as that day would be my funeral. Curiously, the centipede seemed to already know the weapon forging process, which is why it came so well prepared. Remember the mermaid chambers. Those women suddenly started expelling insects from their mouths, terrifying gold as the creatures overflowed from the tubes. The cat ran for its life as the enraged swarm chased it. Gold made it to the rooftop, where the weapon was being forged. Susu had no idea why the little one had come running, and even urged the little creature to leave. As it was dangerous, well, the insects arrived shortly after, chasing Gold's eyes once more. The trio was now surrounded by insects everywhere, meaning they couldn't forge the weapon and fight them at the same time. I heard their screams, which distracted me enough that I couldn't focus on the oncoming attack. The centipede immobilized me as we crashed through the side of the building again. I was overwhelmed, and the same was happening to Donya. They were about to be crushed by the humanoid insect swarm. To control the situation, Jun entered her gigantic form to resist as best she could. But still, the insects mercilessly bit her arm with which she was blocking. Lady Poison couldn't help but repel them with her gas due to the range, and Donya knew she had to intervene, so she used manipulation on both her own ally and the insects. To access their mental space, Jun held on as best she could, until Donya unleashed a psychic energy wave so powerful that it blew the swarm away. Lady Poison realized what had happened and turned to Donya, who was now a completely evolved person. The markings on her body meant she had become a human fox and had acquired new abilities with its help. Jun could now use her dominant strength, so she gave the swarm titan a beating. Jun followed up with another kick, hitting the monster's face once more. She attempted a third strike with a punch, but unfortunately, her injured arm got in the way. It hurt her and prevented her from striking again, as she cried out in pain. Lady Poison realized that some insects had attached themselves to her arm and had bitten her doing her best. She broke through the valley of balloons and activated her poisonous ability to force them out of the area. Jun trembled because her eyes were fixed on a monster much larger than the one she had just fought. It was the imposing centipede, and I was the one being taken down by him. I was holding onto one of its claws with all my might, but more arms extended from the sides, and they began to pierce me. Yun feared for my life and was distracted from her own fight. The titanic swarm monster took the opportunity and grabbed her from behind, holding her immobilized, so she could no longer move, as the centipede charged at her at full speed, trying to kill her in one blow. It was going to be a massacre when the centipede opened its jaws to take a big bite. I maneuvered as best I could, using shadow tentacles, and managed to knock the creature down just in time, diverting its trajectory and making it fall in another direction. Yun let out a sigh of relief seeing that I had saved her life, although she was still immobilized, and told Don Ha to prepare, as she was about to launch a counterattack. Using her legs, she jumped onto the monster's knees before somehow freeing herself and doing a backflip that only God knows where it came from. Then she kicked the creature down, maintaining control over the fight. Once again, the centipede monster cursed us for exerting such immense force. But before it could focus on me, it ended up being knocked down by one of its own monsters. I took that opportunity to get out of the debris with some injuries. I observed the titanic creatures as I sensed a clear shift in Donya's energy. I felt very proud seeing that my woman had reached level 2. But for some strange reason, personally, I felt dizzy. I saw a cut on my hand as the centipede attacked me, and I decided to entertain myself one last time. The same insect swarm ended up merging with the centipede, further increasing its size and causing it to grow so large that even Yun felt small. My only salvation here would be to rely on the blacksmith's food to finish the sword. Back on the rooftop, everything was covered in red as the insects surrounded Wang Sun's group. Thanks to his experience as a martial arts successor, my brother was out there throwing palm strikes, using the skill called Force Breaker to keep them at bay. Just as my brother was trying to cultivate his aura and act indifferently, he realized that there was an infinite number of insects he had to kill. Susu tried to help her grandfather, who had already created a prosthesis to maneuver in the final process. He was doing well and told Susu to focus on her own task because, finally, ladies and gentlemen, Master Fu was about to finish them off. My brother's body became enormous out of nowhere, and the guy looked like Yujiro Onna. It was crazy. He grabbed his tool and lifted it as if he were full of Escanner's energy. With the first blow, he began to forge the weapon that would defy our destiny. The building emitted huge energy fluctuations that even the centipede monster could feel. Realizing that the blacksmith was still alive, it lunged back onto the rooftop in order to kill him first. But before it could do so, Yun Yun became the first line of defense by mounting the creature's back. The centipede did not expect this, while Duanya entered and forced the creature's body down. Before encircling Yun Yun with a psychic energy wave, I observed the scene as both women fought, especially Donya, who lost her grip and fell directly to the ground. She was seconds away from being devoured, so she screamed my name. I became Spider-Man, and I shot my webs to catch her just in time, saving my girlfriend. Unlike Andrew Garfield, I then personally went down to hit the centipede so hard that I pulverized it against the ground. Taking the opportunity, I began to hit it hundreds of punches on the head. With so many blows, along with Duan's psychic wave, we managed to kill the creature. In the end, Duan's was still falling, but I caught her just in time, even after those blows. The centipede refused to stay down and tried to bite us. We couldn't dodge the blow, and we ended up being devoured alive, which worried us for Yun Yun, the centipede. Left, it had finally taken us by surprise by using a secondary mouth on its tail. The centipede quickly remembered its goal to kill the old man first, so it returned, and literally demolished the building to pieces, with everyone dead. Now it just needed to kill the Titan woman, and it would all be over. Emerging from the debris, Gold jumped from one stop to another before reaching the battlefield. In her transformed state, the fierce feline faced the Leviathan, but the centipede simply considered it an annoying prey. Thanks to her tremendous agility, Gold outwitted the centipede and managed to rescue us by cutting the creature. Thanks to Donya's psychic wave, we were fine inside its belly and came out without any damage. The centipede realized that it had underestimated the cat. As I got the sword from Gold's mouth, finally, the sword had been created, helping Gold pierce the thick armor with my now forged weapon. It was time to test it by killing the insect. The centipede was smart enough to know that the game was over, but I had already finished wasting time and ran it through its entire body with a devastating slash. Every part of the creature began to disintegrate, and Jun Jun realized that finally everything was over. Now she saw a small insect trying to escape. This was the end of the centipede. Zork planned to get revenge someday, using his plan B. However, Jun Jun was not for jokes, and used her Titan form to hit the insect, killing it instantly. Jun Jun's slam finished off what was left of it, so she returned to her normal form. Exhausted, Gold took us downstairs as she panted. Donyi helped her, reminding her not to go crazy with gigantification too often, because that caused an adverse reaction in her body. What mattered most was getting rid of the annoying insect. As Gold and I inspected its corpse, I observed its disgusting remains, and collected what I wanted, letting Gold eat the rest. From the debris, one son lifted a piece of the building and threw it aside. Luckily, everyone survived, even Blacksmith Fu, who recovered. Susu watched as it suddenly began to snow, while Duanya remembered that winter should not come so soon. As, after all, the weather was always unpredictable in the apocalypse, but Wang Song's confused face was worth noting when he told us to look at the clouds. They were the densest clouds the world had ever seen, completely dark, and preventing the sun's rays from penetrating them. I knew they weren't clouds, but actual volcanic ash. Remember when the volcanoes started erupting right before the apocalypse began? Thanks to that, the ash ended up spreading and reaching all over the world. Duanya felt a light snowfall and realized that there was also ash inside, which meant the ash wouldn't disappear right after the snow left. In fact, I knew that the next phase of the apocalypse would involve a global winter collapse, a cold wave that would plunge the entire planet into freezing temperatures. To my dismay, the stupid bastard insect woke up by 89. See? Apparently, the guy had the ability to reappear through swarms of insects, which caused concern on everyone's faces. Wang Song felt that we had to eliminate the threat together, but I was calm about the situation, and I extended my hand. The creature felt confused when I expressed my interest in finishing it off on my own. Thanks to my spatial dimension, I completely transported the half-dead corpse of the monster, deforming reality around it. This forced transport tormented the beast, until nothing of it remained normal. This wouldn't happen, but I had managed to weaken the creature to the point where it couldn't defend itself. I felt really uncomfortable keeping this horrible bug in my inventory, while the rest of my friends had no idea what I had just done. Heading to the blacksmith, I told him about the snow conditions and how we would have to postpone our travel plans to the City of Freedom. The blacksmith no longer showed any interest. Anyway, as we were running out of equipment and supplies, my brother knew that a harsh winter awaited us. But suddenly, I pulled out a padded leather jacket for them to wear. Again, the three were surprised, because I kept taking things out of and putting them back into my ass. I also gave them food and medicine to heal, while Susu started wondering if I had some kind of Doraemon bag to perform miracles out of nowhere. Shortly after, we used a truck to travel to our next destination. Union's condition was destabilizing, because she had overdone gigantification again. I took the Spider Queen's crystal core, which I refused to eat for fear of side effects, and decided to give it to her. It was natural for the corpse queen to arrive with her horde of zombies, so I needed my women to be even stronger. After eating the corpse, Union's body is ready on its own, longing for my touch. Meanwhile, Doonyear explained that they were still poisoned and needed immediate detoxification. If you know what I mean. That is, she was very hungry and couldn't help herself. But Doonyear wanted to have fun first by pouncing on her from behind. It seemed she was more horny, but I could only focus on the fact that Jun hadn't felt the effects of the core yet. So far, she hadn't leveled up or healed properly, which could only mean one thing. Yun's talent was too high, and she needed to accumulate more power. Doonyear climbed on top of her in an attempt to revel in her body. While I focused on finding crystal cores for both of them, the two women were crazier than ever, and fought each other just to get my attention. I arrived and reminded them that I could handle both at once, that now was the time for the detoxification process. Both women felt the poison leave, and their bodies felt satisfied. While this was happening, I suddenly remembered that we had forgotten about Lady Poison. Some travelers found her hanging from a tree branch. At first they thought she was dead, until she opened her eyes and screamed at them in panic. The guy got scared, while she collapsed, threatening them not to touch her. At least the two were harmless, and had only gone to check on her. It was then that Lady Poison began to remember what had happened, how the centipede flew. And at that moment, Jun forced an even greater gigantification. Her sudden increase in size was unexpected for Lady Poison, causing her to fall. And that's how she became unconscious and trapped in a tree, though in good condition. The two strangers believed they had done their duty, and suggested she find warmer clothes quickly. Lady Poison knew she couldn't survive the cold and needed my help, but she also didn't know where she had landed. The same two guys who had left in the other direction ran back to her. With panicked faces, they ignored her and ran straight ahead. Lady Poison didn't understand their sudden urgency, until two creatures attacked her from behind. These alien monsters had located their target, and they tried to kill Lady Poison. The scene cuts to a gruesome splatter of blood, and shows us the brothers running away, feeling very bad about abandoning her like that. They were only prioritizing their own survival, when suddenly a whip came out of nowhere, and Lady Poison whipped her way through. She didn't want to face those monsters, and ran even faster than them. The two brothers wondered how she was still alive, but they wasted too much time thinking about it, and realized that the real danger was right behind us. Both ran faster than Usain Bolt, which annoyed Lady Poison due to their previous encounter. She had just been injured, so she needed to run fast. Luckily, she located our vehicle, and tried to get in quickly, knowing that I was the only one who could save her life. But the moment she opened the door, she found the two bad guys on top of each other. The same two guys from before wanted to get into the vehicle, and Lady Poison knew they were going to interrupt my session. She got out to stop them from entering, and even took out her whip to scare them away, threatening to kill them if it meant stopping them. Suddenly, the ground began to shake as they screamed, fearing the worst. Lady Poison thought it was an earthquake, but no, a damn corpse mammoth appeared out of nowhere. On top of it was a woman, its master, staring at them. The mammoth stomped its heavy foot, and sent them all flying with the impact. Lady Poison knew she stood no chance of defeating this monster, So she adopted a different approach and returned to me, explaining that there was a mammoth monster just outside. By then, we had already started our little session. I was angry with her for interrupting my pleasure time. Scared by my killer look, Lady Poison tried to explain to me what was happening. The other two guys watched her tremble, while the mammoth prepared to deliver a powerful blow with its hind teeth. This shook the van, and I even started to wonder if there really was a mammoth. Junjun stepped forward and wanted Donya to continue providing her services to me. It was actually her way of saying that her sister could be the first to be with me. But Donya felt sorry, bad seeing her go alone. Junjun went outside, and to her surprise, there was a damn mammoth waiting for her. She asked Lady Poison what she had done to provoke the creature, but that was something the two brothers had to confess. Seeing their stubbornness, she put a whip around their necks, threatening to kill them. So they started their little story, how they survived in a zoo when. Suddenly, strange people entered. These people were strange. They didn't need food or water, and they only ventured out in search of animal bones and remains here. After casting a spell, they managed to bring a dead mammoth back to life. It was terrifying to watch, so they tried to escape the zoo, but they were chased. The mammoth went crazy and tried to crush Yun Yun, who started to wonder if there was another strange evolution that had transformed the apocalypse. But that didn't matter, because she entered her titanic form and dwarfed the small mammoth, leaving them all stunned. The giant woman extended her palm to grab the mammoth's small trunk. For a while, she cruelly lifted the beast from a sensitive spot and began to whip it like a toy. Yun Jun sat there, literally mocking such a huge creature for humans. It was then that Donya and I approached to see the scene. I immediately knew these were Mountain Corpse soldiers, who were part of the Corpse Queen's army. The guy realized I was his Chen and seemed to recognize me from somewhere, while I had no idea who he was. Apparently, the guy is Jianmin. He was another classmate of mine from college. My bad guy was ready to take care of him if he turned out to be annoying. But in the end, I remembered. Jianmin was happy that I managed to remember him, because he didn't even attend class very often. He thought befriending me could be beneficial for them, so he tried to make himself comfortable with Don, Yai, and asked for her name. He even thought Yun was our leader. Just because of her size and strength, the guy wanted to please her to gain her protection. Meanwhile, the giant woman mercilessly tore off the mammoth's trunk. Sadly, the mammoth crashed to the ground and was about to crush these guys. They prepared for their death, until Don, Yai arrived and annihilated the corpse with a psychic pulse. She had become incredibly powerful, and at that moment, she was practically surrounded by psychic energy. None of these guys could understand how these women were protecting me. Inside, Jianmin was jealous of me and wanted to replace me somehow. After transforming back, Junjun felt pangs of hunger and begged for something to eat. So I rushed to get her something to eat, making this clown think I was her chef. Or something like that. If that was my only role, Hyunmin thought it would be easy to replace me. His other friend wondered what this guy was up to. While Yunyan returned to her normal state, Sangmin pulled out the beef jerky he had saved and wanted her to eat it. In the apocalypse, finding meat is like finding treasure, but in Yunyan's eyes, that thing looked like shit. Bro even tried to sell it to her with the excuse that he would prepare it with his special recipe, but she couldn't stand the idea of eating gorilla meat and felt disgusted. I came back and mocked Sangmin, telling him to keep the shit meat, as Junjun only liked my food. Curiously, he wondered what kind of food I gave these women to keep them loyal. Junjun had a feast in front of her, while these hungry fools watched in shock. And confused, the other guy suggested they ask me for food too, since we had been classmates, acting as if they were entitled to it. Han-min asked me to eat, and I casually gave him my approval. The guy tried to sneak in like a freeloader, but I stopped him. At that moment, a condition for the food I was going to offer occurred to me. After all, no one should get things for free. Han-min thought the condition was fine and showed interest in joining my team. Besides revealing that he was a competent user, he was perfect. So the two guys went for that hot pot experience, but as soon as they entered, Jun was already feeling bloated after devouring the feast in one bite. Only her leftovers remained, and these guys even fought over them, eating leftovers and bones to make it worthwhile. Donya felt uncomfortable with my decision to let them join the team, but I couldn't go back on my word. Anyway, Jun came to me with the mammoth's crystal core, but instead of using it myself, I asked her to consume it. Instead, I was already delighted with the crystal core spawn right from the Queen's army corpses. Next, Tianmin asked for instructions on his role. The winter cold devoured everything in its path. Wang Song and his Zhou took the blacksmith, knowing he was injured and couldn't go on his own. I instructed them to head carefully to the Dawn base, where General Gao might be able to help them as a friend. The three said goodbye to us and left, while my group split up to head elsewhere. By the way, Tianmin and his friend were placed on top of the vehicle. At best, this guy was still intent on seeking the protection of both women, and after gaining their sympathy, he thought he could easily get rid of me and take control. Somewhere nearby was a settlement, where an orc had just killed another of its kind. The dominant monster watched the troops tremble as he held his king. He couldn't help but think how useless his king was, and literally tore the creature apart with his own hands. Now there was a new line of command with this guy sitting at the top, taking over its authority. He demanded his new men declare him king. Meanwhile, some of them decided to show him loyalty. A red orc approached with a sword and began to chop up the decapitated corpse of the old king. His friends were confused as he took command and told them that the old trash king was now dead, so they should accept the new one and kneel before him. And that's how the army collectively submitted to the new king, who laughed and mocked after taking control, and even praised the servant who had shown him so much loyalty. Suddenly, a servant came to inform the new king of the arrival of intruders. Just outside, Tianmin was waiting with a bazooka launcher ready to fire. I had entrusted them with this mission, although, of course, it was impossible for the two of them to take out the entire group. It was a way to show me their strength and loyalty. That's why Jiang Min was determined to earn my trust. The gates began to open, as he waited to take out any of the Devourer tribe in one fell swoop. As soon as he saw his chance, he fired the rocket, which headed towards the gate. Coincidentally, the new king had just stepped out on his own. The detonation hit him squarely, causing an explosion. Jiang Min knew they were doomed for life because they were facing the Devourers. By the way, the king resisted the blow, and was so angry that he ordered his men to tear these humans apart, limb by limb. Watching from afar, I was impressed by how well the situation was going. Jun Jun wondered if we should intervene and take out the tribe ourselves. But I wanted to wait. Taking out the centipede's corpse from my inventory, I exported the creature that begged to be killed. The spatial dimension had destroyed its body, to such an extent that even death was an escape. I was happy to grant its wish, but not before giving it one last use. My main interest was the brain worms that the centipede used, and in its weakest state. The creature didn't even defend itself, and simply told me to take them all. I started to wonder if Donya could manipulate these worms through her psychic powers. Somehow I wanted to try, but let's get back to the Devourer King's scene. There was a funny wink. This new king was actually the same little bastard demon that Donya and Gold had injured. After that, he began to hunt his own kind to grow faster and stronger. That's how he became king, but that's just one step in his goal to devour the world. He intended to crush all humans, and especially those from that day. For now, the new king considered it necessary to kill these ants who dared to insult his strength. Enraged, the king ordered his subordinates to tear them to shreds, while Yan Min and his friends started to wonder if I had secretly tricked them into dying. The devourers lunged at them, and without even getting a chance to escape, Yan Min and his friend were surrounded. The subjects were furious that a group of humans had tried to harm their king, and now they were going to tear them to shreds, as they raised their battle axes and brought them down to kill these guys. Something happened. Their weapons began to chip and break, while the others didn't understand what was happening. The two devourers were being manipulated by brain worms. Having switched sides, the two defecting creatures attacked their own kind. The devourers saw a swarm of pink insects, different from the original blood-red brain worm swarm. Anyway, the swarm quickly attacked the group sent by the new king, and that same swarm went after the Devourer King as well. But this guy happily threw his most loyal follower at them and escaped by fleeing to the top of a building. The Devourer King had no idea what kind of enemies they were facing, but the brain worms were unstoppable. He fled feeling doom and despair. As for the two cowards, they ended up being saved by Lady Poison, who, even in the freezing cold, only wore a jacket, as if that would do any good. The Vorador clan was no longer a threat, but instead became part of Duany Grigal's army, an asset we could utilize. They were loyal to her and therefore, also to me with the centipede monster, unable to control the insects. She could manipulate them with ease. Duany already assumed she could safely handle at least 300 at a time, although overdoing it might be exhausting to maintain the devourers. I told her to focus on cruelty rather than precision, and under those conditions, she was able to completely control the entire army with her psychic ability. Observing the scene from above, the Devourer King was enraged because we had messed up his plans again. The new king felt insulted that humans were controlling his army, so he waited and hatched the ultimate plan. He returned to the camp, where there was a group of captive women as slaves. The devourers were happy to feast on them, so they quickly captured them to take them before the new king. The rest of the army was in this camp, while the helpless women watched as other captives were taken advantage of. These monsters kept using one of them until she passed out, just before passing them to the next one, so they took turns until it was the next woman's turn. As always, she begged for mercy, but they forced her to kneel. He kept his foot on her spine to force her to bow, emphasizing that this was her only purpose in life. She cried in pain, revealing that she hadn't eaten in days. The devourer mocked her, telling her that she was staring at a meal right in front of her eyes. Horrified, the women couldn't understand what he meant. At that moment, the new king appeared from behind and literally killed this guy before everyone's eyes. The clan members were now his, and he was their new leader. The monster ordered them to take their weapons and prepare for a small hunting mission. Let's go back to our side. My friends wondered if we were going in the right direction. I told them about the existence of several devourer clans in the area. First, I told Donya to use the insects, who launched her psychic energy to disperse the insects all over the buildings. To her surprise, there wasn't a single devourer inside, which meant my assumption was wrong. But that couldn't be, because I remember this stupid place from a near-death experience in my past life. The new king finally decided to appear from a different place than we thought. He had been waiting for our arrival, and had already gathered all his men around several different buildings to corner us from all directions. At that moment, I didn't know who this guy was, while Duanya tried to remember him from their previous battle. The monster refreshed our memory and spoke of taking revenge by gathering all the devourer clans in one place. Surprisingly, this woman confessed that she didn't even remember this guy, which offended the new king. He sent his men to kill us, thinking he had the advantage. In reality, I felt euphoric because we didn't have to go hunting different clans. When everyone gathered here, Duanya withdrew the insects at my order, but suddenly she was ambushed by the new king who wanted to make sure she died first. The new king tried to stab her, but Duanya controlled the situation by blocking him at the last moment, and mocked her for having a single trump card, the brain worms, which was how she controlled the creatures. He could feel that she was truly the manipulator of all this, which meant that her existence made her an extremely powerful threat in the apocalypse. The new king's strength broke her psychic barrier, but that's where I came in to casually grab a limb. I reminded that bastard that he was not worthy of laying a finger on my woman. But the new king wanted to play, and surprisingly, he vanished into thin air. He had a red aura around him as he ordered his forces to attack me. First, dozens of devourers attacked me, while Yun Yun was also surrounded. They planned to take turns with her after this, so she went into her gigantic form to teach them a lesson. Jun Jun was furious that they had even come up with the idea of playing with her. Meanwhile, Lady Poison also stayed out of the way. Han Min and his brother fled. Meanwhile, Donya used her own devourer army to help them in the fight. Now both sides were clashing with each other. I handled my side with ease, but my attention was on Donya, who was cornered by the new king. I told Goldie to act fast, so the little cat jumped towards me. I grabbed it and shot its stupid ass at incredible speed to save the cat. The new king ambushed her for the second time, showing interest in acquiring her powers. First, he stabbed her and caused some damage, believing it was a waste of time to keep her alive. Just as he thought he had won, my brother realized that a cat had absorbed all the damage instead. Goldie took the hit to protect Donju and got very angry, even cursing with meows. The brother lunged and began to dominate the orc, making him retreat. The new king thought he had to kill the cat, but little did he know that this little creature had a second gigantic transformation. The creature pushed him down like Godzilla did to Kong in the movie. He asserted his dominance and was about to rip its head off with a bite until Donya stopped him. Actually, she wanted to take advantage of this guy's body instead of wasting it like this. Using her brain worms, Duanya forcibly introduced a swarm of brain worms into his mouth. Now the game was over. The experience reminded him of his childhood, when he ate anything that came his way, even rats and mutants. The more he devoured, the more powerful he became. So actually, this was a good thing. The brain worms would only end up giving him an immense power boost. The new king swallowed them all and made them part of his strength, thanks to his second ability. Devour. This didn't look good, and I quickly told both of them to move aside. The creature evolved and took on a new form, an even more powerful version of the new king. Thanks to his devouring ability, he used Donya's attack as fuel to gain power. With this, the first level 3 devourer was born. At that moment, Professor Freaksup left my consciousness after sensing the arrival of the corpse queen. She was in a similar area. Facing us, the new king had now gained the ability to control the brain worms himself. And with this power, he wanted to turn humans into his own puppets. He released a dense swarm of insects through his mouth, while telling Donya to act. Immediately, the attack hit us head-on, as the new king reveled in our defeat, mocking my woman for being his new puppet. Little did he know that he was courting death. As I burst out of the swarm and charged directly at him, my fist flew towards him as the Devourer King. Mocked me for being a level 2 human, believing nothing would happen to him. The punch hit him, and landed a super strong blow, sending this guy 1.5 kilometers flying. That whole level 2 thing was bullshit that was long gone for me. I was exceptionally strong now, and even with the brain worms covering my body, I felt indestructible. Donya was worried about me, while Lady Poison quickly used her abilities to kill the bugs. The good thing was that I was untouchable thanks to the woman in my consciousness. However, the good thing was that I managed to send the Devourer King directly towards the Corpse Queen. If they both teamed up, it would be our end, but they both wanted control, so that would never happen. As for the Devourer King, he was thrown near the coast, offended by underestimating my physical strength. Before he could return, his attention was drawn to the icy water. Cracks began to appear. As the ocean erupted, instilling fear in his body, a gigantic ice tower rose before him. As he curiously wondered what would come out of it, before him stood the Ice Queen, a woman who only brought death with every step, the most powerful undead leader, the Corpse Queen. The ocean had become her domain, and she could summon endless undead zombies. From there, the horde advanced with difficulty towards its target to finish him off. The Devourer King was destined to be devoured, but he was now strong enough to eradicate hundreds of these zombies on his own. The Devourer King was arrogant in his advances, thinking he could defeat the Corpse Queen with ease. But with just one touch of her hand, she literally tore him to pieces and watched him be dismembered before her eyes. Then she roared at the humans hiding in the area, meaning us even from a safe distance. She managed to find us and unleashed a hail of icicles in our direction. I deflected it with a punch, but it was worrying that I couldn't even do much damage to her with my attacks. From the looks of it, it was clear she was a level 4 monster. Her mere presence instilled the fear of death in Donya. However, this was our only chance to defeat her, especially while she was at her weakest. In the end, the queen would end up devastating all the lands, which meant no one would survive. Donya was scared, but she knew she had to follow my orders. Zen Min had his own complaints, thinking they were going to make shit. So Donya dropped them by controlling them first. Curiously, it stopped snowing, which surprised the Corpse Queen, who began to wonder if the insects were going to defy her. She saw a whole army of devourers, but that meant nothing. All she felt was the need to dominate them all. This woman literally summoned the Kraken and acted next to it, and for a moment we felt like we were on the Pacific coast. The imposing lobster greatly intrigued Junjun, and she was eager to personally face the Titans on her own. Using gigantification, Junjun grew into a Titan and began to tear apart the sea monsters. Next up was the wave of undead creatures that had to be dealt with. Donya sent her Devourer army to deal with them, as a literal war was unleashed with both sides covered. I told her that I would personally go and deal with the Corpse Queen. It was the most dangerous mission, but I had a plan and told her to stand by. Moving forward, I went ahead to challenge the Queen's power. My other brain enlightened me about the Corpse Queen's spiritual weakness, meaning that if we managed to reduce her strength by half, we would survive. But it was still difficult. The Corpse Queen mocked my bravery in courting death. She hit me with a hail of ice spikes, forcing me to maneuver to dodge them and move away. Before relocating my target, she was very powerful, so I couldn't find an opportunity. But the risk of not succeeding was much more devastating. Facing her, I was only a level 2 human at best, meaning the difference in strength between us was immense. I was going to die, turning someone like her into an ally. But on the other hand, someone with her capabilities could forever change the rules of the game in this apocalypse. This battle was necessary, and I couldn't avoid facing the Death Queen. We stared at each other. As I moved forward for our first dance, the Corpse Queen called us ants, and identified me as the leader, even mocking me for being so stupid that I couldn't tell the difference between our strengths. Even if we had brought hundreds of thousands of soldiers, none of that would matter. After all, she had the power to use necromancy, so it hardly mattered, even if there were 1,000,000 devourers. On the other hand, she was impressed with my titanium balls for challenging her. She even offered me the chance to become her vanguard. I made my own bravado before lunging at her to make the first strike. The sword didn't even touch her before she activated the blizzard, blasting a gust directly into my face. I dodged it with my shadow tentacles and realized her unique touch-based abilities. The Corpse Queen continued to mock me for trying to flee instead of facing her directly. I instantly increased the intensity with a berserker state, although I was hit by one of her attacks, and almost died up until now. She was only using one finger, so she wasn't even giving her all. The Corpse Queen threw another ice wall in my path, and although I dodged it, I ended up crashing into the Devourer King, who grabbed me from behind. The bitch called us both weak despite our abilities, and then activated another blizzard to trap us. Desperate to escape, I used shadow tentacles to push us down, and dragging the Devourer King with me, we descended and plummeted towards the icy sea. Once again, she mocked me for trying to escape underwater, and although I had considered the idea of becoming her vanguard, she was now disappointed. Meanwhile, I was underwater swimming with titanic sea monsters about to become their food. Instead, the queen focused her attention on the other humans, wondering if they could serve as her subordinates. She called out to Lady Trash Poison, and she didn't like the idea of having a cat. The third guy, Duanya's mental abilities really caught her eye. She was a prime candidate, but the one who intrigued her the most was Yun Yun, who was single-handedly fighting several sea monsters. Pointing them out with her finger, the queen waited while Yun Yun beat another monster. She was starting to feel overwhelmed by the tentacle monster. I said what I said. The creature opened its jaws, ready to devour her face, but Yun Yun's monstrous strength freed her. She forced herself to become even bigger, looking like the monster from Cloverfield. The Corpse Queen liked this and wanted her as her servant. To her surprise, the ground beneath her feet began to crack. I shot out like a rocket after killing all the underwater monsters. After making my superhero landing, and I came for round 2, impressing the Corpse Queen with a boost in my new strength. The queen was bewildered by my sudden evolution, while I was happy to show it to her through combat. She continued to treat me like an ant and insult me for thinking I had any chance. I responded by firing my sword from a distance, but she casually swatted it away, reminding me that she was holding back her strength just for fun. To her surprise, I managed to do a little damage to her, but hey, things were going to get tougher from there, as she summoned an ice spike from all directions, and they all hit me from all directions. This is one of her ultimate abilities, called Eternal Ice Dome, an attack that literally encased the entire city in ice. And I was in there too, trapped, completely outmatched by the difference in our strengths. The Corpse Queen took pity on me and left me frozen alive for providing her with some amusement. After the Eternal Dome disappeared, Duanya realized she had lost, but she composed herself, knowing that I had devised a strategy to defeat her by collecting crystal cores. Her goal was to gather her army to get the cores, and she had to be quick, because even the number of her own devourers was rapidly declining. Following the plan, Duanya trusted the vision I had laid out for her. A zombie met its end as she crushed it and extracted a crystal core from it. With this, the situation could change a little. However, she was ambushed by the corpse devourers again. Junjun was the only one left. She believed in my strength, even against the formidable Corpse Queen. Junjun fought harder than ever, knowing I would never lie to her. Using the monster, she ripped off its head to get the crystal core. Junjun also got one, because these mutants had a drop rate 10 times higher than normal creatures. With the crystal confirmed, she went to check on Donya, but distracted, she forgot about another sea monster. A giant electric eel shot out of the water and gave her a full-body electric shock. So now the situation was dire, with both women trapped, and they could not be saved. The eel dragged Yun Yun's body and slowly submerged it into the water. There she was, at its mercy. At that precise moment, I used my spatial ability to steal the stone from Donya's grasp. As the Corpse Queen approached her, taking pity on her as she declared my end, the Corpse Queen was about to kill both women, but I had already done my part by transporting the crystals into my mouth. With both crystals devoured, I embraced my new evolution, with enough strength to surprise even the Corpse Queen with the spatial jump ability. I physically teleported in front of her with my weapon. My sword descended and shattered her ice shield, even managing to cut her arm. Then I kicked her away with a brutal kick to the face. Overall, she was shocked and surprised. I threw my sword at the devourer, holding Donya. The weapon instantly killed the creature. After retracting the blade, I cut down all the monsters around me. This state was divine. My evolution was now complete. Entering the realm of level 3 humans, I told Donya to help Junjun, while Goldie and Lady Poison also joined her. Junjun was immobilized by the two-headed eel, so they were going to need a lot of strength. As for the corpse queen, she had lost her temper after I injured her. Furious like a queen, she stopped playing and used full palm strikes to send ice spikes in my direction. I was prepared for it and ordered the space gates to open, absorbing every spike. From every direction, thus, without further ado, her attack was neutralized. The good thing about my evolution is that the space gate ability was enhanced to oblivion, allowing me to neutralize those pillars with ease, while she was bewildered by what I had just done. The corpse queen began to panic and lost her composure, thinking I was tricking her. But something was wrong with her body. She couldn't see what was in front of her, and yet it was as if taking a single step guaranteed her eternal death. I was surprised, because I had set a trap for her to enter the space gate. But she sensed it. The corpse queen wondered how many different kinds of skills I hid up my sleeve. She was frustrated and didn't want to take any chances. This confirmed to me that it was only through her raw senses that she detected danger. To entertain her, I showed her the power of invisible gates, releasing the same giant spikes she had sent against me. Now they were going to crush her. The impact trapped her in the ice pillars, and thanks to this application, I could use them personally as weapons in the future. Still, the ice spikes began to break as the corpse queen freed herself. Although she was confused about how I had managed to do what I did, she wanted to make sure that this time I stayed down. As for the Devourer King, he rose up right behind her, ready to team up against me. But in a sudden turn of fate, the sword aimed at me ended up piercing the corpse queen. The Devourer King had betrayed her, still in shock. She couldn't help but wonder what had happened. By the way, all of this is thanks to Donya, who managed to find a way to manipulate the king using the worms he had ingested. The queen desperately shot spikes to send him flying. He was no match for her, but she was already tired of games. Before she could do anything, I had already accelerated, knocked her down, and grabbed her head. That was all I needed to manipulate the odds in my favor, as the being living in my consciousness could then invade her body. She shot out at full speed to connect with the corpse queen, who was so weak and confused that she couldn't defend herself. I started to wonder if we had succeeded, until the terrifying corpse queen reminded me that defeating her wouldn't be so easy. So the process didn't work, as she ordered the resurrection of all fallen bodies. Every single corpse on the battlefield rose to form an army. Enraged and eager to help her, they all lunged at me, but I wasn't going to let myself be beaten like her cradle in that final battle. Back on Union's side, Donya and Gold did their best to get rid of the eel, which was causing such a commotion that her whole body was convulsing. The same shock reached Donya, who felt a similar electric experience. Lady Poison approaches knowing they face a problem, as the weight of Union's body crushes the ice bed, submerging her underwater. Dwayne shouts her name when suddenly both bees are knocked down. The tanks have arrived from the Dawn base to help us in the cause of defeating the Corpse Queen. Captain Bai and the others came with adequate reinforcements. Xiao Feng and Wang Song were also part of the group. The objective was to finish off the zombies in front of them. They began to beat them up as explosions occurred. The Corpse Queen did not predict this outcome. Her head began to hurt a lot, and she had no idea what was happening. Her hair turned a light pink as her body began to transform. Some zombies lunged at me, only to end up severely injured. I knew the zombies were going to be difficult to handle, so I aimed for the Corpse Queen to kill them all. My eyes drifted to my opponent, who looked different, and claimed she was the true immortal queen. From that moment on, I stood there mocking her and telling her I would beat her to death. Actually, I didn't know that. It was my own friend who exclaimed that we had finally succeeded. At that moment, my body started to overreact. I had swallowed 2 crystal cores at once and had suppressed the reaction, but now it was weighing heavily on me. Exhausted, I fell on her knowing the battle was over, while I was on the ground. The new immortal Corpse Queen had every opportunity to retrieve her crystal core, but she couldn't find it in my body. The only place left to check was midi racks under my pants. So for the sake of her freedom, she began to undress me. At that moment, Captain Bai came looking for me, and got nervous seeing it. He was embarrassed to see the Corpse Queen trying to manipulate his body. The immortal queen extended her arm, grabbed him by the neck and lifted him, but Captain Bai was fierce, and activated her ability, apparently. A second copy of her hit this woman from behind. This was starting to get really confusing. Apparently, Bai has the ability to clone herself. As for me, I finally woke up from my falling state, manifesting the crystal core she was so desperately looking for. Even in my condition, I threatened her by manipulating the core and draining her body until she became a tiny nugget. It was the first time I had manipulated a crystal core to shrink another person. From that moment on, I gave her the shortened name of Immortal instead of Immortal Queen. Humiliated like this, she begged to be killed. While Vei attended to my condition, she told me that everyone from the Dawn base had come to help me, but that the fight was about to end. Jun Jun was nowhere to be seen, but even worse was my condition, which was suffering a backlash from absorbing too many crystal cores. Vice quickly realized that she meant the side effects of becoming a monster in bed. A Jin left me in the captain's care to heal me, but I reminded her one last time that her betrayal would cost her life. She clarified that she never had any intention of betraying, and created an ice wall around us. Here, now it was just the captain and I who could help me at that time. I didn't think she alone would be enough, but she argued the opposite. Remember that little cloning ability? Yes, she made 5 duplicates of herself just to help me heal my condition. Well, I was delighted. To put it mildly, each of Bei's clones had a physical body that she could use. Best of all, they also shared a unique personality of their own. I heard it all as one of the clones arrogantly sat on me, assuring me that Val had been waiting for this all along. Best of all, she felt everything her clones felt physically, so it was going to be 5 times more painful and pleasurable. As for a Jin, she finally got a physical body, only to end up being crushed and turned into a dwarf. Jun Jun was submerged underwater, and there was no way to save her. Meanwhile, the sea monsters were causing trouble. Knowing that the giant was underwater, I had to act fast. Suddenly, the ground shook, and I literally shot out from underneath. Jun Jun had become the attack titan. From the beginning of Attack on Titan, she survived, but was completely in berserk mode, a size that literally made the sea monsters look tiny in comparison. Enraged, she unleashed a blast of ice against the electric eels, destroying them in one go. The impact was enough to send Donya and Goldie flying. Even the other humans had to block and dodge the flying debris. A large rock ended up destroying the ice wall. As a result, while Bai and I were busy doing our thing, I got up to stop the rock and protect her. At the same time, I put on some clothes and told the captain to get out quickly. She worried about me. The same, more ice kept falling from the sky. Everything was chaos. As the people from Dawn Base ran for their lives, the icy sea was breaking apart, making the land their only escape route. Jun Jun inevitably became exhausted, and she collapsed so hard that it caused a huge tsunami. She was still under the effects of the rage state. But at that moment, other people's lives were at stake. Anya pedaled as fast as she could, hoping to rescue her sister no matter what. She stopped when she saw me arriving. I had saved Jun Jun and brought her here. Her condition was very serious, and we needed to find something to evolve her immediately. As for the annoying zombies, they were being massacred by the Devourer King, who was still alive and causing havoc. The zombies could no longer feel their master's presence. As for the Devourer King, he decided to act as if he was the Queen's envoy. So he gathered everyone here. He manipulated them into believing that the Queen would soon summon them for battle. Zyro Feng took charge of his group, blocking every side of the path, as the tide of zombies would soon come after them. They needed to erect as many barricades as humanly possible until they arrived. General Gao was following my orders here, so everything was planned well in advance. Meanwhile, Yun Yun's body was shattered. She had endured several near-death moments, so the same treatments were not going to work. The best way to heal her would be to evolve her to level 2, but for that she needed a large amount of crystal cores. I decided to leave on my own and search for those crystals. Meanwhile, Lady Poison approached me with a small gift. She discovered it was the same dwarf as always in a cage. Lady Poison saved her, and I released her after that. The two of them traveled together when this idiot asked me a question. I pushed her against the wall. I wanted to talk to her other personality, but the fool couldn't understand my request. I knew from the beginning that the True Corpse Queen still retained some consciousness, so I wanted to talk to her. The woman suddenly transformed to her original state in an attempt to ambush me. But this time I already had a space gate prepared. She was about to fall into it, and sensed the danger enough to back out and escape. It was the same uncomfortable feeling I had felt last time, but the gate didn't collapse. So as the Corpse Queen created an ice shard to combat it. The people outside had no idea what was happening. A fight was breaking out and the building was crumbling. Lady Poison assured them that she was just doing business. These guys couldn't distract me, because one of Gao's men pointed out the arrival of the corpse horde. The undead monsters were devastating the streets in unprecedented numbers, and they were led by the cunning Devourer King, who was manipulating them by telling them he was following the Queen's orders. Back to the Corpse Queen's view, She was cornered and had no idea where to attack. Firing ice blasts, she panicked while I stood calmly in the corner, mocking her for looking scared. The game was already over, because the space gates surrounded her in a new ability called Space Prison. Now she was trapped here forever, and thanks to her, I could now deal with the corpse tide with ease. The ice pillars she had happily given me were now weapons I could use at my will. Xiao Feng was about to be attacked when, suddenly, giant ice shards rained down from the sky, impaling many of the zombies and freezing hundreds of them. The Devourer King watched these ice towers summoned before him, while Xiao Feng and his men found no trace of the corpse tide. Thanks to her abilities, I wiped out the horde in one fell swoop. All part of my plan, her ability is perfect for causing damage in a wide area, and now that the horde had been defeated, it was time to finish off this woman's crystal core. I ordered her to hand over her core, or I would torment her endlessly and force her myself. The corpse queen was offended in a situation where she should have simply obeyed. Her ego got in the way, and I wasn't going to show her mercy if she kept wasting time. She began to wonder what I meant by being merciless and tormenting her. Of course, she was afraid of being sent to the bottom of the sea alone. But in reality, I enlightened her by emphasizing that my punishment was even harsher than that hell. From the look she saw on my face, she realized I wasn't joking, terrified. She agreed, handing over her essence. It shot out of her body and went directly into my hand. Thanks to her obedience, I no longer have to worry about anything. I released the corpse queen who still thought she was indestructible. I assured the woman that I never intended to kill her, especially after working so hard to get her. I changed her name to Immortal, something more fitting for her personality. The corpse queen didn't want to forget the humiliation, but that hardly mattered. As she shrank to the size of a dwarf nugget, consciousness returned to the other woman, who had no idea what had just happened. When I returned, the woman handed me a small chest with crystal cores we had collected from the corpse tide. With this, all of them belonged to me, but it was important to upgrade Yun Yun. First of all, General Gao wondered what my next plan would be, as the corpses were gone forever. But I refused his offer to stay at the down base. Suddenly, a large shockwave came from the van. I rushed in to see how Yun Yun was, who had woken up. She was burning with fever, and she came over to kiss me right there. This was bad. Her reaction was being transmitted to my side through the kiss. Du Anya then explained to me that that idiot had swallowed all the cores at once. Now she was a mess that needed to be dealt with. As for me, the same damn side effects from the cores had transferred. My body was overwhelmed again. General Gao didn't want to stay here waiting for us to do our thing. Bai offered to help, knowing that it would be useful to have more people. Du Anya also came. All the women collectively helped me counteract the effects of the cores. As for Gao, he literally told his men to seal off the area around the truck and make sure no one interrupted our session. There were men guarding the place while we were inside. Despite all the help I could get, it wasn't enough. I quickly grabbed gold and shared some of the effects with the cat, who was groaning in pain. The three women screamed, while the people outside started to wonder what was happening. Susu had come to talk to me, and I told her to wait. As for my women, they were panting on the bed after I was done with them. Finally, the Union stabilized and leveled up to level 2, same as Duan Yai and Bai Chan. Even the kitten evolved to level 3. What worried me was that I was still the same, even after absorbing most of the cores, which made me wonder if I needed a stronger catalyst than a core to advance further. Outside, General Gao was feeling nervous, having waited all this time for this top-secret mission. Once the situation was resolved, they began to leave, but Susu still had a lot of questions. I didn't tell her anything and asked her to state her business. Apparently, she had come to remind me of the promise I had made to her grandfather to take her to the City of Freedom. I had almost forgotten the legendary base that was rumored, and I intended to visit that place. Susu told me that they had to hurry, as it was rumored that in the city they had found something even more powerful than crystal cores. It was a fruit full of strange power. It was time to say goodbye to the general, although he warned me about my travels and told me that the Dawn base would always welcome me until an explosion occurred. Out of nowhere, Junjun runs out and quickly gets into the car while I have no idea what happened. Apparently, Suzu accidentally mixed some chemicals and caused an explosion that destroyed a gas station. It was time to go, so we ran out. I reminded Wang Song to look for us in Freedom City after his weapon was forged. General Gao ordered his men to retreat, while Lady Poison stayed by his side. She had even brought the Devourer King with her. Meanwhile, the streets exploded as we headed to the city. It's supposed to be a utopia from my past life. My best guess is that it's on Manzin Mountain. Apparently, Susu's grandfather knows the city because he was the chief engineer in its construction. I had no idea it was a safeguard for an apocalypse. Nobody knew that at the time. In my own past life, the mountain eventually became a beast's domain, so no one tried to go near it. As we couldn't drive any further, I encouraged everyone to start walking. First, I was curious about that mutant fruit Susu had mentioned earlier. Apparently, some of the Free City members are level 4 humans, which is literally insane, because even in my past life, the strongest humans were level 3. The thing about the city is that it only admits you based on your power, but the good thing is that I have plenty of provisions. I had to make sure they looked old, or else they would suspect something. Jun suddenly realized that we were walking in circles. We had just started walking, and we were already lost. Susu and I argued, but Duanya believed we were wasting energy with an irrational approach. She had also sensed that some people were following us, but I already knew that. Those people were actually the beastmen, who wanted to kill me and steal all the women for themselves. Those savages were some Alidos who wanted to keep all the women, and they became more greedy when they saw the stores. And supplies. The gang and I cooked grilled lamb. After all, it was a perfect camping trip. It was then that those arrogant clowns came out to steal the food, believing they had all the authority. Curiously, we all ignored them like flies. Provoked, the caveman raised his weapon to bring me to reason, but I turned around with a sinister look, instilling enough fear that he fell under his own weight. The boss realized that I had far superior power to his. I wasn't some ordinary, annoying human. I got up to face these giants, who were at my mercy and didn't want to fight. I asked them directly about their identity and their purpose, and I found out they were hunters who lived in the mountains. They wanted to trade with me, but I mocked them for having nothing to trade with. Panicked, the hunter reasoned that their tribe was nearby, and that they could exchange supplies that way. Using this as a hook, I bit the bait as he lured me to their base, believing his plan was going smoothly. I was willing to go with them, although Yung was sad because we couldn't finish our meal. So they offered us wild boar meat at the camp. She didn't like it, but in the end, we went to visit the hunter's nest anyway. And they treated us as guests. He was eager to show us the area, but I told him to stop wasting my time and get to the main point. We followed him until we reached the warehouse. There, I needed to go in and select my resources carefully, so I told them to wait outside. The hunter agreed and gave me freedom. Actually, when I entered, all I found were endless chunks of meat. However, it was a good thing, as I could store it all for my cover in Freedom City. Outside, even Junjun smelled something unpleasant. The hunter offered her some mutant boar meat, but she got scared. Bro assured her that it was the best quality meat they could find in the forest. Anyway, I left pretending I wasn't interested in the meat, when in reality I had stolen it all. At first, the hunter got angry, but then he dropped the bombshell that none of us would leave. He even insisted on asking Yun to try his meat, and the girl got fed up with his complaints. She directly became Laffy and enlarged her arm, crushing this guy so hard that it destroyed everything in its path. The rest of the hunters were alarmed to see the skill user, while the girls were also surprised by Yun's new use of her power. She threatened to do the same to the other hunters, but I reminded her not to act rashly. Our job was to keep a low profile in the city. Even the hunters liked this idea and went back to the excuse of simply trading meat. I laughed, mocking these guys for their pathetic performance. As we returned, I explained to my group the difference between a devourer tribe and a hunter specimen. These people became what they are because they stayed alive by eating mutant meat. Joking with Yun, I told her that if she could grow her arm, then she could definitely grow other special parts, and I was eager to try them myself. My suggestion scared her, but more than us, the tribe hunters were arguing about whether to let us go. The leader explained that they stood no chance against the skill users, when suddenly, one of his subordinates informed him that all their supplies had disappeared. At that moment, I realized that I had secretly stolen the supplies, making them wonder if I had some kind of spatial ability. However, instead of chasing us, the leader beat his subordinate for even suggesting such an idea. To them, spatial abilities indicated that we were special, and before other clans could realize our activity, this hunter tribe wanted to be the first to steal all the supplies I kept in my dimension. Space. Goldie jumped on her own from various parts of the forest, so I called her Stupid Cat. It seemed the forest environment was natural for the kitten, but I even joked that the cat was desperate for heat. This made everyone wonder about the cat's gender. When I said it was female, the cat got scared and suddenly ran out on its own again. Donya saw a trap activate around us, trapping us all against a tree. We were squeezed, and the hunters made sure to let us know. I was just a little annoyed. If anything, even the hunters didn't intend to chase us at first, but he thought I was the one who had gone too far by stealing their supplies. And revealing my secret, I didn't know which secret of mine had been revealed, while this guy mockingly told me that he would give us a quick death. Suddenly, one of his own men shouted the leader's name, and the moment this guy turned around, he saw a predator from the beast-taming sect. The creature opened its jaws and literally split this man in half, although I didn't know what that thing was. It looked like a fat, ugly lizard. There was a human riding on its back, and he touched the fat guy upon discovering the women. Before other people arrived and stole his loot, he ordered his beast to kill us all. The creature lunged upwards to bite us in one fell swoop. While Yun Yun panicked, I couldn't do anything because I was trapped between them. This girl was literally about to get her ass bitten, but luckily for us, another beast tamer arrived who prevented the lizard from killing us. The first guy got angry at this guy's intervention. The man told Joe Zyokui that he was the one disobeying the beast tamer's sect's orders to kill innocent people. This guy was the squad leader, and the only reason they didn't kill us. Just then the man called me by my name, and to everyone's surprise, it turned out to be Tianyu. I was ecstatic to find my friend alive. Apparently, he was lucky and survived the serum's side effects. First, he freed us and brought us down, but I wanted to know all the details of how he had survived. Remember when he was cornered by the Devourer tribe and lost the other guy? Tianyu ran for his life and ended up falling into a river. After that, the Beast Tamer's sect's people took care of him until he recovered his life. He was surprised, however, that I was traveling in the mountains with my girls, so I told him about my objective to head to the City of Freedom. The good thing was that Tianyu knew about it, but first he urged us to return to the Beast Tamer sect. All this time, I forgot about one person, the immortal queen who was left behind by accident, and she had no idea that a hunter had already discovered her. The immortal turned around and was surprised to see the approaching hunter, who actually just wanted to make her his snack. The poor girl ran alone for her life. Returning to us, Tianyu explained how the hunters had covered the entire forest with their traps. That's why it was important to be aware of the surroundings. Honestly, I knew there were people in the forest following us, but I intentionally didn't use my powers to go unnoticed. Jun expressed her surprise at Tianyu's evolution to level 2. Apparently, she was lucky enough to find a mutant fruit, and it was crazy that people could skip an entire level just by eating one fruit. That was the difference that made fruits more powerful than cores. But Tianyu told us not to get too excited, because finding even one was very difficult. The mutant fruit trees only bear a single fruit, and immediately after, the surrounding beasts try to devour it for their own evolution. If the fruit is not found, it spoils and rots. So in the end, Tianyu was simply lucky. It's impossible to find fruits in the forest, but it's rumored that the city has a strange supply and continuation of them. Dwayne, you thought it was great that we had already acquired resources, but I knew that resources weren't going to be enough. The quests were the really important thing. We arrived at the Beast Tamer's sect's base, and Tianyu had already informed his leader of our arrival. Well, I was busy reflecting on how incredible this guy's luck was, not only for surviving his tragic end, but also for making good contacts here. More importantly, I was curious what kind of man the leader was. Tianyu's subordinate brought us some rat meat to devour, but these women didn't budge and rejected the offer. Suddenly, Susu felt a strong hit on her butt. She yelled at the clown who dared to touch her. It was the same clown from last time, Yuzioku, who wanted all 3 women for himself. The guy flexed his instant noodle pack, acting like it was a feast, but my attention was on his hand. I had no idea what he was about to do, and I instantly punched him, cutting off half his arm. The guy didn't even process what had happened. Before the pain set in and he screamed in agony, Tianyu came in second and kicked the guy for messing with his brother. Behind him, a pack of wasteland wolves appeared out of nowhere. They tried to jump him, but Tianyu took them down with his bare hands. He realized it was the work of the sect's second-in-command, who blamed me for hurting the clan members. The guy didn't even want to hear our opinion and ordered his men to kill us. Tianyu came to our rescue, treating us like guests. But this guy just laughed, saying the leader wasn't there at the moment, so he had full authority to do as he pleased. Besides, the vice leader didn't like the fact that the leader favored Tianyu on several occasions. He was jealous of him, so he plotted to kill him once and for all. And that's the reason why he's bent on getting rid of us. Suzuki pleaded with the vice master to avenge him. As more wasteland wolves ran to attack Tianyu, this guy felt no fear. and eradicated both the wolves and the men who dared to attack him. The Vice Master activated Naruto's Hakairama, Senju's Waijutsu, and began to trap us with his vines. Tianju thought it appropriate to use his little friend to help us, so he called his beast Lizard, which slithered and entered the cage. After riding it, he apologized to me for prolonging this unnecessary matter, and even asked me to leave on my own. But there was no way I would leave my friend alone. Tianju was glad to know that I remained loyal to him. But the bald guy in front of us thought himself some kind of divine villain that couldn't be defeated. Tianju was ready to fight and thought he alone was sufficient. Meanwhile, the Vice Master ordered his minions to kill us. Suzaioki rode one of the wolves as the entire pack came to attack us. Tianju suggested I protect everyone while he went ahead and finished off the Vice Master. He began to cut through the vines that stood in his way. But the vines weren't the only problem. Carnivorous plants sprouted from the vines and bit Tianju's beast, which caused the Vice Master to mock, really thinking it was reckless of him to attack alone. But to his surprise, Duan Yaya had played her card. It was she who controlled the battlefield with her psychic ability. She killed the monsters on his side, and Yun Yun lunged to take down the wolf attacking her. The girl had a serious problem with the ugliness of wolves, and literally sat on him with her Titan form. Now that's any man's dream. Susu was out there looking like she ate Arnold Schwarzenegger for breakfast. She was throwing very strong punches and destroying those mongrels. Overall, the Vice Master couldn't believe that a mere team had managed to kill all his men. I just gave him a mocking look, reminding the old man he should worry more about his own health. Tianju descended, slicing the flower monster. With his energy swords, he cut off half the vines under the old man's control, cornering him much more than he expected. With no other choice, the Vice Master decided to play his trump card. His subordinates pulled out a handful of serums and began to drink them. Their bodies transformed and suddenly had an extreme physical boost, to the point that even someone as overly human as my friend felt overwhelmed. I realized that this guy had given them a special serum called Heart Devourer Serum. This serum significantly multiplies the user's speed and strength, but at the cost of consuming their life until they die. The Vice Master was stunned to see that I knew his trump card, but more than that, he also knew it was related to the Genesis sect. That sect was a mysterious organization known for infiltrating other clans and brainwashing people to create puppets for the Heart Devourer Serum. The Vice Master didn't care about his secrets being revealed. After all, he intended to kill us anyway. His men stepped forward to attack, but I was already tired of playing and tarnishing the sect's reputation. With a single blow of my sword, I cut through reality and wiped out the entire group. At the same time, the Vice Master fell to his doom, as I called him the apocalypse trash of the Genesis cult, which worsened the apocalypse for everyone. At that moment, a man returned with a unique beast. This man confronted us and asked us what was going on. Finally, Tianju's master had just returned, so he tried to explain the situation and how the Vice Master was a man from the Genesis cult. He even gave me credit for dealing with the pest. The leader had heard enough. He dismounted and approached this guy who was still trying to explain the situation and manipulate the odds in his favor. Deb Danro thought he would win if the leader just believed him, but the leader had already gotten tired of Wei Min Ai's pretense game. To the Vice Master's surprise, this guy mercilessly cut off his head. Instant death. Even Yun Yun was terrified. How decisive was this man? The leader expressed that he already knew of the Vice Master's plans, but wanted to wait for the right opportunity. Tianju thanked him for his help, while I expressed my interest in the free city. As we had helped him eliminate a traitor, he wanted to return the favor, but emphasized how dangerous this mission was going to be. Even if Tianju believed me, the sect master wanted to check it himself. First, he ordered all sect members to return. Then he took off his cloak and helmet and asked me to fulfill a simple request to defeat her. Yes, you heard that right. Under that majestic farming armor hid a villainous-looking Mepua. What's more, this girl was actually Tianju's sister, who wanted to hide her identity, and went into the woods. There she awakened a skill and discovered that the sect even helped Tianju. No wonder he favored him so much and finished off the traitor so quickly. Anyway, my attention was on Freedom City, but her intention was to pick a fight with me. She lunged into action, throwing a punch at me, so I intentionally disadvantaged myself by hiding my abilities. Our physical combat continued, and my opponent was no ordinary fighter either. After beating me many times in college, she threatened to break my arm between her legs. But I felt no fear. Tianju's sister just wanted me to give up my dreams of freedom for the city. But despite her effort, she couldn't break my arm. In the end, I exerted my dominance by throwing her into the air with such force that I scratched my shirt. Is it a bird or a plane? No, it was just the bitch I had sent into space. And now it was rapidly crashing. I caught her as planned, wondering if that was enough. Nervously, she kept her cool and agreed. Moving quickly, the two women were greeted by this cat girl, Nico, who was surprised to discover that a rabbit and a raccoon had transformed into full-sized humans. Even more, she noticed Gold, who was acting strangely. But before that, let's go back to the fight. I left Tian's sister on the ground, and she explained the dangers of entering the free city. I asked Suzu to stay with her for the moment, and Tian's sister was happy to let her stay at the Beast Tamers sect for a while. First, they had to properly disguise Duan, Ye and Yun. For this, she provided them with a perfect outfit to make them look like prey. Duanya wasn't very sure how well that disguise would work, but I didn't care, and told them to get to work. We had to venture into the giant python's nest. The mission here was to obtain the crystal core of the coveted country, as it is a requirement to enter the city. The second objective was to find a missing scientist. Both conditions were necessary for a person to enter a city like Freedom City. What puzzled me was the existence of researchers in an area like this. Our first obstacle came in the form of a three-way fork. Knowing that these tunnels were tricky, I decided to go alone and explore each of them first, leaving the women behind. Jun thought it was going to be dangerous for me, but let's be honest, we're talking about me. So Dwayne, she knew I was going to be fine. The two women decided to guard the entrance while I was away. So I ventured into the first tunnel, which seemed much larger than I thought. I chose it at random, went in, and after an hour of boring walking, I couldn't find anything. Wondering where Paisan had gotten to, my eyes fell upwards suddenly. A loud explosion occurred, enough to make even Don Ye and Jun jump. The rumble caused some ice crystals to fall, and then I heard a sliding sound approaching me. First came some men running for their lives, along with the doctor. The doctor insisted that it was an ice python with spatial abilities. Now I heard this important section hiding nearby. Finally, my target emerged from its hiding place as I faced the python. On the other hand, Gold was being guarded by a beast woman. She sensed that the creature's aura was becoming chaotic after accidentally eating a mutant fruit. She took care of the cat and told both Don Ye and Yun that the only way to save Gold was to venture inside the python's nest. Yun was surprised to see Gold sitting calmly on this woman's lap, so she jumped to attack her, thinking she was an enemy. The beast woman dodged the attack, while Duanya intervened with her psychic manipulation to rescue Gold, unleashing her own ability in response. The beast woman activated the air wall, angry that these two dared to openly challenge her. The wall formed around Duan and Jun, trapping them in a small space. She told them to stay there while she took care of the cat for them. Both of them watched her head into the python's nest, and feared that I was also in danger because of her back into the python's nest, the fat snake. And I were facing this Godzilla-like snake trying to eat me. But I jumped really high, making it crash into the nearest wall. Then I descended with an incredibly powerful punch, leaving it breathless in one hit even. The doctor who was fleeing heard the noise, and suddenly realized that the python had stopped chasing them. Curiously, instead of taking this opportunity to flee, my brother ran in the opposite direction, as if the doctor really wanted to die at that moment. Anyway, I ended up killing the creature with a single attack, so it wasn't fun at all. Before I could extract the crystal core, the snake suddenly opened its eyes, and I felt its own version of spatial ability. I couldn't believe it. The snake managed to teleport me. Even the doctor saw me disappear like that, just like that. However, he focused more on his calculations, because by that point, the snake had swallowed more than a dozen men. This meant that the creature's inventory was almost full. It is also the reason why the snake probably took a job in Freedom City. But even now, it needed at least one more person to completely fill its space. That person turned out to be the Nico girl from earlier, who called this Peknudo a worm. Then she dropped the cat on the ground, wanting to use the python's nest for a while. However, this thing was not at all accommodating. It attacked her mercilessly, even though they were supposed to know each other well. The Nico girl ends up being a victim of the python's spatial ability, teleporting her away. Now the doctor's requirements were set. Anyway, the cat girl ended up materializing right in front of me. She quickly realized she was trapped. Just like the rest of us, the other humans, the only problem was that we were too close to each other. We kissed even though I was unconscious, and the moment I opened my eyes, I panicked and pulled my mouth away from hers, as if I thought we had been teleported. But the shocking thing was, I was the only person who could move in this dimension. That's how this story of reincarnation in the midst of an impending end of the world goes. Apocalypse, betrayal, a second chance, and cold calculation instead of naivete. All of this makes the plot truly intense. The most interesting thing is to see how the protagonist changes from someone who tried to survive at all costs. He goes on to become the one who starts dictating the rules of the game. Personally, I like the atmosphere of total catastrophe and Su Chen's gradual strengthening. In this world, weakness is not forgiven, and every decision has consequences, although at times the pace may seem too rushed. That itself reinforces the sense of inevitability and constant pressure. If you like reincarnation stories, survival, and protagonists who use knowledge of the future to change their destiny, this work definitely deserves your attention. And what do you think of this type of protagonist, calculating and living only for himself? Write your opinion in the comments. Don't forget to leave your like and subscribe if you want more analysis of stories like this. Thanks.